The assholes probably thought she would come around and walk home, sadder but wiser. He stands, wipes his brow again, and pulls up the blanket. She clutches at it at once, pulls it to her chin, turns on her side. That's good because she might vomit again. He can't believe she has anything left to bring up, considering all she puked in the foyer. But there's no way to tell. Even with the blanket, she's shivering. What am I supposed to do with you? Billy thinks. Just what the fuck am I supposed to do with you? Tell me that. It's a question he can't answer. All he knows is that he's in the mother of all messes. 4. He gets a fresh pair of boxers from the bureau, leaving just one. He goes out to the living room and lies down on the couch. He doubts he'll sleep, but if he does, it will be thin, and he'll hear her if she gets up and tries to leave the apartment. And do what? Stop her, of course, if only because it's cold and raining and damn near blowing a gale from the sound. But that's tonight. When she wakes up in the morning, hungover and disoriented, and in a stranger's apartment, clothes gone. Her clothes, still on the floor, in a sodden heap. Billy gets off the couch and takes them into the bathroom. On the way, he stops to look at his uninvited guest. She stops snoring, but she's still shivering. A sodden clot of hair lies against one of her cheeks. He bends and pushes it away. "Please, I don't want to," she says. Billy freezes, but when there's nothing more, he goes into the bathroom. There's a hook on the door. He hangs the cheap jacket on it. There's a shower tub combo of the sort found in cut-rate motels. He wrings out her shirt and skirt in the tub and drapes them over the shower curtain rod to dry. The jacket has 3 zip-style pockets, a little one above the left breast, and 2 bigger diagonal ones on the side. There's nothing in the breast pocket. There's a man's wallet in one of the side pockets and a phone in the other. He removes the SIM card and puts the phone back in the pocket it came from for the time being. He opens the wallet. The first thing he finds is her driver's license. Her name is Alice Maxwell, and she's from Kingston, Rhode Island. She's 20 years old. No, check that. Just turned 21. DMV photographs are awful as a rule, something you're even embarrassed to show the cop who stops you for speeding. But hers is pretty good. Or maybe Billy only thinks that because he's seen her looking far worse than any DL photo. Her eyes are wide and blue. There's a little smile on her lips. First license, he thinks. She hasn't even renewed it yet, because it's still got the 1 a.m. restriction for teenagers. There's one credit card, which she has signed Alice Reagan Maxwell with painstaking clarity. There's an ID card from Clarendon Business College here in the city. An AMC gift card. Billy can't remember if those were the late Ken Hoff's theaters or not. An insurance card, which includes her blood type, O, and some pictures of a much younger Alice Maxwell with her high school friends, her dog, and a woman who's probably her mother. There's also a picture of a smiling teenage boy with his shirt off, maybe a high school boyfriend. In the billfold, he finds 2 10s, 2 1s, and a newspaper clipping. It's the obituary of one Henry Maxwell. Services at Christ Baptist Church in Kingston. In lieu of flowers, send contributions to the American Cancer Society. The picture shows a man in mid to late middle age. He has jowls and thinning hair painstakingly combed across his otherwise bald dome. He looks like anyone you would pass on the street without noticing. But Billy can see the family resemblance, even in the grainy photo. And Alice Reagan Maxwell loved him enough to carry his wallet, with his obituary inside it. Billy has to like her for that. If she's going to school here, and her father was buried there, her mother, almost certainly back in Kingston, won't wonder where she is. At least not immediately. Billy puts the wallet back in her jacket, but takes the phone and puts it in the top drawer of his bureau, under his own supply of T-shirts. He wonders if he should clean up her vomit in the foyer before it dries, and decides against it. If she wakes up, thinking he's the reason her female works feel like they're on fire, he'd like to have at least some evidence that he brought her in from the outside. Of course, that won't convince her that he didn't help himself later, once he was reasonably sure she wasn't going to spew on him, or wake up, and fight while he was humping her. She's still shivering. It's got to be shock, doesn't it? Or maybe it's a reaction to whatever those men put in her drink. Billy has heard about roofies, but has no idea what the after effects might be. He starts to leave. The girl, Alice, moans. She sounds desolate, bereft. Well, shit, Billy thinks. This is probably the worst idea ever. But what the hell? He gets in bed with her. Her back is to him. He puts an arm around her and pulls her close. Snuggle up, kiddo. You're okay. Snuggle the fuck up. Get warm, stop shaking. You'll feel better in the morning. We'll figure this out in the morning. Oh, I'm fucked, he thinks again. Maybe the comfort is what she needed, or the extra heat from his body, or maybe all that shivering would have stopped on its own. Billy doesn't know and doesn't care. He's only glad when the shakes become intermittent and finally quit. The snoring has quit too. Now he can hear the rain pelting the building. It's an old structure, and when the wind gusts, its joints creak. That sound is oddly comforting. I'll get up in a minute or two, he thinks. Just as soon as I'm sure she's not going to snap awake and start screaming bloody murder. Just a minute or two. He falls asleep instead and dreams there's smoke in the kitchen. He can smell burned cookies. He needs to warn Kathy. Tell her she needs to take them out of the oven before their mother's boyfriend comes home. But he can't speak. This is the past, and he's only a spectator. 5. Billy jerks awake in the dark, sometime later, convinced he's overslept his appointment with Joel Allen and screwed up the job he spent months waiting to do. Then he hears the girl breathing next to him. Breathing, not snoring. And he remembers where he is. Her butt is socked into his basket, and he realizes he has an erection, which is totally inappropriate under the circumstances. Downright grotesque, in fact. But so many times the body doesn't care about the circumstances, it just wants what it wants. He gets out of bed in the dark and feels his way to the bathroom, with one hand cupped over the front of his tented shorts, not wanting to wang his distended cock into the bureau and make this shit carnival of a night complete. The girl, meanwhile, doesn't stir. Her slow breathing suggests that she's gone deep, and that's good. By the time he's in the bathroom with the door shut, his erection has deflated, and he can piss. The toilet is noisy and has a tendency to keep running if you don't flap the handle a few times. So he just lowers the lid, turns off the light, and feels his way across back to the bureau, where he fumbles until he feels the elastic waistband of his one pair of workout shorts. He closes the door to the bedroom and makes his way across the living room with a little more confidence, because the curtain across the periscope window is still pushed back, and the nearby street light casts enough glow to see by. He looks out and sees nothing but the deserted street. The rain is still coming down, but the wind is let up a little. He pulls the curtain closed and checks his watch, which he never took off. It's 4:15 in the morning. He puts on the shorts, lies down on the couch, and tries to think what he should do with her when she wakes up. But what's jamming up the forefront of his mind, ridiculous but true, is that her unwelcome appearance in his life has probably put an end to his writing, and just when it was going well. He has to smile. It's like worrying if there's enough toilet paper when you hear the town's tornado siren go off. The body wants what it wants, and so does the mind, he thinks, and closes his eyes. He means only to doze, but falls fully asleep again instead. When he wakes up, the girl is standing over him, wearing the t-shirt he got her into when he put her to bed, and holding a knife. Chapter 14. 1. Where am I? Who are you? Did you rape me? You did, didn't you? Her eyes are red, and her hair is every which way. Her picture could be next to hangover in the dictionary. She also looks scared to death, and Billy can't blame her for that. You were raped, but I didn't rape you. The knife is just the little one he used to pry up the splinters in his feet. He left it on the coffee table. He reaches out and takes it from her. He does it gently, and she makes no protest. "Who are you?" Alice asks. "What's your name?" "Dalton Smith." "Where are my clothes?" "Hanging from the shower rod in the bathroom. I undressed you and—" "Undressed me?" She looks down at the shirt. "And dried you off. You were soaking wet, shivering. How's your head?" "Aches. I feel like I drank all night, but I only had one beer. I think maybe a G&T. Where are we?" Billy swings his feet to the floor. She backs away, hands coming up in a warding off gesture. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" She considers it, but not for long. She lowers her hands. "Yes. And do you have aspirin?" 2. He makes coffee. She swallows 2 aspirins while she waits for it, then slowly goes into the bathroom. He hears the door lock, but that doesn't concern him. A 5-year-old could bust that lock, and a 10-year-old would probably bust the door off the hinges in the bargain. She comes back to the kitchen. "You didn't flush." "Ugh." "I didn't want to wake you." "Where's my phone?" "It was in my jacket." "I don't know. You want some toast?" She makes a face. "No. I've got my wallet, but not my phone. Did you take it?" "No." "Are you lying?" "No." "Like I should believe you," she says with shaky contempt. She sits down, tugging at the hem of the t-shirt, although it's long, and everything that needs to be covered is covered. "Where's my underwear?" The tone is accusing, prosecutorial. "Your bra is under the coffee table. One of the straps was broken. Maybe I can knot it together for you. As for underpants, you weren't wearing any." "You're lying. What do you think I am, a whore?" "No. What he thinks is that she's a young girl, away from home for the first time, who went to a wrong place where there were wrong people. Bad people, who loaded her up with something and took advantage of her." "Well, I'm not," she says, and begins to cry. "I'm a virgin. At least I was. This is a mess. The worst mess I've ever been in." "I can relate to that," Billy says, and with absolute sincerity. "Why didn't you call the police? Or take me to the hospital?" "You were messed up, but not circling the drain. By that I mean—" "I know what it means." "I thought I'd wait until you woke up, let you decide what you want to do. Maybe a cup of coffee will help you figure it out. It can't hurt. And by the way, what's your name? Best to get that out, so he doesn't screw up and say it himself." 3. He pours the coffee, ready to dodge if she tries throwing it in his face, and then running for the door. He doesn't think she will. She's settling down a little. But this is still a situation that could go bad. Well, hey, it's bad already, but it could get worse. She doesn't throw the coffee at him. She sips some and makes a face. Her lips press tight together, and he can see the muscles in her throat moving even after it's gone down. "If you're going to throw up again, do it in the sink." "I'm not going to." "What do you mean again? How did I get here? Are you sure you didn't rape me?" That isn't funny, but Billy can't help smiling. "If I did, I think I'd know." "How did I get here? What happened?" He sips his own coffee. "That would be the middle of the story. Let's start at the beginning. Tell me what happened to you." "I don't remember. Last night is your basic black hole. All I know is I woke up here, hungover and feeling like somebody stuck a fence post up my, you know." She sips her coffee, and this time she gets it down without having to repress a gag reflex. "What about before that?" She looks at him, blue eyes wide, mouth moving. Then her head drops. "Was it Trip? Did he put something in my beer? My G&T? Both? Is that what you're telling me?" Billy restrains an impulse to reach across the table and put his hand over hers. He's gained a little ground, but if he touches her, he'll most certainly lose it. She's not ready to be touched by a man, especially one with nothing on but worn workout shorts. "I don't know. I wasn't there. You were. So tell me what happened, Alice. Right up to where your memory drops out." So she does. And as she does, he can see the question in her eyes. If you didn't rape me, why did I wake up in your bed instead of a hospital bed? 4. It's not a long story, even with some background added in. Billy thinks he could tell it himself once she gets started, because it's an old story. Halfway through it, she stops, her eyes widening. She begins to hyperventilate, her hand clutching her throat while air goes whooping in and out. Is it asthma? He didn't find an inhaler, but it might have been in her purse, if she was carrying one. It's gone now. She shakes her head. Panic! Attack! Billy goes into the bathroom and wets a washcloth as soon as the tap runs warm. He wrings it out loosely and brings it back. Tip your head up and put this over your face. He would have thought it impossible for her eyes to get any wider, but somehow they do. I'll choke! No, it'll open you up. He tips her head back, himself, gently, and drapes the washcloth over her eyes, nose, and mouth. Then he waits. After 15 seconds or so, her breathing starts to ease, and she takes the washcloth off her face. It worked. Breathing the moisture makes it work, Billy says. There might be some truth in that, but probably not much. It's breathing, the idea, that makes it work. He saw Clay Briggs, pill roller, their corpsman, use it several times on newbies, and a few vets like Bigfoot Lopez, before they went back for another bite of the rotten apple named Phantom Fury. Sometimes there was another trick he used if the wet washcloth didn't work. Billy listened carefully when Pill explained both of these tricks to soothe the mental monkey. He's always been a good listener, storing up information like a squirrel, storing up nuts. Can you finish now? Can I have some toast? She asks, almost shyly. And is there any juice? No juice, bud. I've got some ginger ale. Want that? Yes, please. He makes toast. He pours ginger ale into a glass and adds an ice cube. He sits down across from her. Alice Maxwell tells her time-worn story. It's one Billy has heard before and read before, most recently in the works of Emile Zola. She spent a year after high school waitressing in her hometown, saving up money for business school. She could have gone in Kingston. There were 2 there that were supposed to be good, but she wanted to see a little more of the world and get away from Mom, Billy thinks. He might be starting to understand why she's not demanding he call the police immediately. But the question of why seeing a little more of the world meant coming to this nondescript city, about that, he has no idea. She works part-time as a barista in a coffee shop on Emery Plaza, not 3 blocks from Billy's writing nest in Girard Tower. And that was where she met Trip Donovan. He struck up casual conversations with her over a week or 2. He made her laugh. He was charming. So, of course, when he invited her out for a bite after work one day, she said yes. A movie date followed, and then, fast worker that Trip, he asked if she'd like to go dancing at a side-of-the-road place he knew on Route 13. She told him she wasn't much of a dancer. He, of course, said neither was he. They didn't have to dance. They could just buy a pitcher of beer and stretch it out while they listened to the music. He told her it was a Foghat cover band. Did she like Foghat? Alice said she did. She'd never heard of Foghat. But she downloaded some of their music that very night. It was good. A little bluesy, but mostly straight-ahead rock and roll. The Trip Donovans of the world have a nose for a certain kind of girl, Billy thinks. They are shy girls who make friends slowly because they aren't very good at making the first move. They are mildly pretty girls who have been bludgeoned by beauty on TV, in the movies, on the internet, and in celebrity magazines, so that they see themselves not as mildly pretty, but as plain, or even sort of ugly. They see their bad features, the too wide mouth, the too close set eyes, and ignore the good ones. These are girls who have been told by the fashion mags and the beauty shops, and often by their own mothers, that they need to lose 20 pounds. They despair over the size of their boobs, butts, and feet. To be asked out is a wonder, but then there is the agony of what to wear. This certain kind of girl can call girlfriends to discuss that, but only if she has them. Alice, new in the city, does not. But on their movie date, Trip doesn't seem to mind her clothes, or her too wide mouth. Trip is funny. Trip is charming. Trip is complimentary. And he's a perfect gentleman. He kisses her after the movie date, but it's a wanted kiss, a desired kiss, and he doesn't spoil it by sticking his tongue in her mouth or grabbing at her breasts. Trip is a student at one of the local colleges. Billy asks how old he is, thinking she probably won't know, but thanks to the wonders of Facebook, she does. Trip Donovan is 24. Little old to still be going to college. I think he's a grad student. He's doing advanced studies. Advanced studies, Billy thinks. Right. Of course, Trip suggested Alice come by his crib for a drink before heading out to the bucket, and of course she agreed. The aforementioned crib was in one of those Sherwood Heights condos near the interstate. Alice took the bus because she doesn't have a car. Trip was waiting for her outside, the perfect gentleman. He kissed her on the cheek and took her up to the 3rd floor in the elevator. It was a big apartment. He could only afford it, Trip said, because he and his roommates split the rent. The roommates were Hank and Jack. Alice doesn't know their last names. She tells Billy that they seemed perfectly nice. Came out of the living room to meet her, then went back into the bedrooms where some sports show was playing on TV. Or maybe it was a video game. She's not sure which. So that's where your memory starts to get foggy. No, they just shut the door and went back in. Alice is using the washcloth to dab at her cheeks and forehead. Trip asked if she wanted a beer. Alice tells Billy she doesn't care for beer, but took one to be polite. Then, when Trip saw she was going slow on the hiney, he asked if she wanted a gin and tonic. The door to Jack's room opened, and the sound from the TV went off, and Jack said, "Did I hear someone mention gin and tonic?" So, they all have G&Ts, and that's when Alice says things started to get fogged in. She thought it was because she's not used to alcohol. Trip suggested she have another, because he said the second drink will fight the first. He said it's a known fact. One of the roommates puts on some music, and she thinks she remembers dancing in the living room with Trip. And that's where her memory pretty much runs out. She picks up the washcloth and breathes through it again for a little while. Her bra is still underneath the coffee table, looking like a small animal that died. "Now it's your turn," she says. Billy tells her what he saw and did, beginning with the screech of brakes and tires, and ending with putting her to bed. She thinks it over, then says, "Trip doesn't own a van. He has a Mustang. He picked me up in it when we went to the movies." Billy thinks of Ken Hoff, who also had a Mustang, and died in it. "Nice car," he says. "Was your roommate jealous?" "I'm on my own. It's just a small place." As soon as the words are out, Billy can see she thinks she's made a mistake, telling him she's on her own. He could point out that Trip Donovan probably knew this, but doesn't. She puts the washcloth over her face again and breathes, but this time her breath keeps whooping. "Give me that," Billy says. This time he wets it under the kitchen tap, keeping an eye on her while he does it. But he doesn't think she'll break for the door wearing nothing but a thin t-shirt. He comes back. Try again. Slow, deep breaths. When her respiration eases, he says, "Come with me, I want to show you something." He takes her out of the apartment, up the stairs, into the foyer. He points to the vomit drying on the wall. "That's from when I brought you in." "Whose underwear is that? Is it yours?" "Yes. I was getting ready to go to bed. It was falling down while I was trying to keep you from choking. It was actually kind of comical." She doesn't smile, only repeats that Trip doesn't drive a van. "I imagine it belongs to one of his roommates." Tears begin to spill down her cheeks. "Oh my God. Oh my God. My mother can never find this out. She never wanted me to come." Billy thinks he already knew that. "Let's go back downstairs. I'll make you some real breakfast. Eggs and bacon." "No bacon," she says, grimacing. But she doesn't say no to the eggs. 5. He scrambles 2 eggs and sets them before her with 2 more slices of toast. While she eats, he goes into the bedroom and closes the door. If she bolts, she bolts. He has been gripped by the fatalism he felt during Operation Phantom Fury, clearing the city of insurgents street by street and block by block, checking for the baby shoe on his belt loop before stacking to go in each house. Each day he wasn't wounded or killed increased the odds that the next day he would be. You could only roll so many sevens or make so many points before you crapped out. That fatalism became sort of a friend. "What the fuck?" they used to say. "What the fuck? Let's get some." Same thing now. What the fuck? He dons the blonde wig, the mustache, the glasses. He sits on the bed and checks a couple of things on his phone. Once he's got the info he needs, he goes into the bathroom and spreads a handful of baby powder on his stomach. He's found it helps with the chafing. Then he takes the fake belly into the kitchen. She looks at him with wide eyes, the last forkful of eggs suspended above the plate. Billy holds the styrofoam appliance against his stomach and turns around. "Would you tighten this strap for me? I always have a hard time doing it for myself." He waits. A lot depends on what happens next. She might refuse. She might even stick him with the knife he gave her to butter her toast. It's not exactly a lethal weapon. She could have done more damage with the paring knife if she'd decided to use it on him while he was sleeping. But she could hurt him, even with a butter knife, if she put her arm into it and got it in the right place. She doesn't stick him. She pulls the strap tight instead. Tighter than he's ever imagined, even when he starts by turning the fake belly around to the small of his back so he can see the plastic buckle. "When did you know I knew?" she asks in a small voice. "While you were telling me your story. You were looking right at me, and I saw it click. Then you had a panic attack." "You're the man who killed—" "Yes." "And this is... what? Your hideout?" "Yes." "The wig and the mustache is your disguise?" "Yes. And the fake potbelly." She opens her mouth, then closes it. She seems to have run out of questions to ask, but she's not whooping for breath, and Billy thinks that's another step in the right direction. Then he thinks, who am I kidding? There is no right direction. "Have you looked at your—" He points at her lap. "Yes." Small voice. "Just before I got up to see where I was. There's blood, and it hurts. I knew that you or somebody—" "It isn't just blood. You'll see when you clean yourself up. At least one of them didn't use protection. Probably none of them did." She puts the forkful of eggs down uneaten. "I'm going out. There's a 24-hour drugstore about a half a mile from here, back toward the city. I'll have to walk because I don't have a car. You can buy the morning after pill over the counter in this state. I just checked on my phone to make sure. Unless you have religious or moral objections to taking it, that is." "God, no," in that same small voice. She's crying again. "If I got pregnant..." She just shakes her head. "Some drugstores also sell ladies' underwear. If they do, I'll buy some." "I can pay you back. I have money." This is absurd, and she seems to know it because she's looking away, flushing. "Your clothes are hanging in the bathroom. Once I'm gone, you could put them on and get out of here. I can't stop you. But listen, Alice." He reaches out and turns her face back to him. Her shoulders stiffen, but she looks at him. "I saved your life last night. It was cold, and it was raining, and you were unconscious, drugged to the gills. If you didn't die of exposure, you would have choked on your own vomit. Now I'm going to put my life in your hands. Do you understand me?" "It was those men who raped me? You swear?" "I couldn't swear to it in court because I didn't see their faces, but 3 men dumped you out of that van, and you were with 3 men in that apartment when your memory went dark." Alice puts her hand over her face. "I'm so ashamed." Billy's honestly perplexed. "Why? You trusted, and you were tricked. End of story." "I saw your picture on the news. You shot that man." "I did. Joel Allen was a bad man, a hired killer. Like me, Billy thinks. But there's at least one difference. He waited outside a poker game and shot 2 men because he lost big and wanted his money back. One of them died. I want to go now while it's still early and there aren't too many people on the streets. Do you have a sweatshirt? Yes. Why? Wear it over that. She points to the fake belly. It will look like you're trying to hide your stomach. It's what fat people do. 6. The rain has let up, but it's still cold, and he's glad for the sweatshirt. He waits for a car to pass, splashing up water, then crosses the street to the vacant lot side. He sees the skid marks from the van. They're not as long and dark as they would have been if the pavement had been dry. He drops to one knee, knowing what he's looking for, but not really expecting to find it. He does, though. He puts it in his pocket and recrosses Pearson Street because the sidewalk on the vacant lot side was damaged by the machines the city brought in to demolish the train station. That was a year ago or more, judging by the way the vegetation has grown up, but nobody has bothered to fix the concrete. He touches her lost earring as he walks. When the police take him, it will go in an evidence envelope, as will the rest of his possessions, and she'll probably never get it back. Billy's pretty sure she'll drop a dime on him, whether she believes he saved her life or not. She knows he's a wanted killer, and she may also believe that she could be charged with aiding and abetting for not turning him in as soon as she gets a chance. But no, Billy thinks. She's a shy girl, a scared girl, and a confused girl. But she's not a dumb girl. She could claim he kidnapped her, and they'd believe her. Her phone won't work, even if she searches and finds it, but the Zoni's convenience store is close, and she can call the police from there. She's probably there already, and they'll take him as he walks back from the drugstore. Cop cars with misery lights flashing, one of them bouncing over the curb in front of him, doors flying open, even before the cruiser stops. Cops getting out with the guns drawn. Show your hands! Get on the ground! Face down! Face down! Then why'd he do it? Something about the dream he had last night, maybe. The smell of burned cookies. Something about Shan Ackerman, maybe, and the picture she drew for him of the flamingo. Maybe it even has something to do with Phil Stanhope, who will have told the police she went out with him because he seemed like such a nice man. A writer, maybe even one with a future. A star to which a working girl could hitch her wagon. Would she tell them she slept with him? If she leaves that part out, Diane Fazio won't. Diane saw them leaving the house, even gave Billy a thumbs up. Maybe it has to do with all those things, but it probably just comes back to the simple fact that he couldn't kill her. No way he could. That would make him as bad as Joel Allen, or the Las Vegas Rapo, or Carl Trilby, who made movies of men fucking kids. So he put on his fake wig and fake belly and plain glass spectacles, and here he is, walking to a drugstore in the rain. Alice Maxwell not only knows he's William Summers, she knows about Dalton Smith, the clean identity he spent years building up. Those assholes could have dumped her on another street, Billy thinks, but they didn't. They could have dropped her further down Pearson Street, but they didn't do that either. He could blame fate, except he doesn't believe in fate. He could tell himself everything happens for a reason, but that's goofy bullshit for people who can't face plain, unpainted truth. Coincidence is what it was, and everything followed from that. From the moment they dumped the girl, he might as well have become a cow in a chute, with nothing to do but trot with the others onto the killing floor. But it is what it is, as they also used to say in the sand. So what the fuck? And there is one tiny glimmer of hope. She told him to put on the sweatshirt. It probably means nothing. Just something she said to make him feel like she was a little bit on his side. But maybe it does. Maybe it does. 7. The drugstore's a CVS. Billy finds the morning after pill in the family planning aisle. It costs $50, which he supposes is cheap compared to the alternatives. It's on the bottom row, as if to be as hard to find as possible for bad girls who need it. And when he straightens up, he gets a glimpse of wiry red hair 2 rows over. Billy's heart jumps. He bends down again and straightens up again slowly, peering over the boxes of Vagisil and Monostat. It's not Dana Edison, who he's decided is the hardest of Nick's hardballs. It's not even a man. It's a woman, with her wiry red hair yanked into a ponytail. Easy, he tells himself. You're jumping at nothing. Dana and the others are long gone back to Vegas. Well, maybe. The women's underwear is on the back wall. Most of it is for ladies who are leaky, but there's a few other kinds as well. He thinks about the bikinis, but decides that would be a little suggestive. It's funny, in a way. He's still operating on the assumption that she'll be there when he gets back. But what other assumption is there? He will go back, because he has no other place to go. He grabs a 3-pack of Hanes cotton boy leg shorts and takes them to the counter, looking for police cars outside, but doesn't spot any. Of course, they wouldn't park in front anyway. He'd clock them and maybe hole up with hostages. The clerk is a woman in her 50s. She rings up his purchases with no comment, but Billy is good at reading faces and knows she's thinking that someone had a busy night. He pays with a Dalton Smith credit card and walks back out into the rain, now just a fine drizzle, waiting to be taken. There's no one there but 3 women, chatting amiably together. They don't look at him as they go into the drugstore. Billy walks back to 658 Pearson. It seems like a very long walk, because it's more than a glimmer of hope now. And hope may be the thing with feathers, but it's also the thing that hurts you. They could be waiting around back, or in the apartment, he thinks. But no blue boys come rushing around the old 3-decker, and there's no one in the apartment but the girl. She's watching Today on his television. Alice looks at him, and something passes between them. He shifts the pharmacy bag and digs in his right-hand pocket. He holds his hand out to her and sees her flinch a little, as if she thinks he means to strike her. The bruises on her face are at their most colorful. They shout, assault and battery. I found your earring. He opens his hand and shows her. 8. Alice goes into the bathroom to put on a pair of the new underpants, but stays in the shin-length t-shirt because her skirt is still damp. Denim takes forever to dry, she says. She takes the pill with water from the kitchen tap. He tells her the side effects may include vomiting, dizziness. I can read. Who else lives in this building? It's as quiet as the... It's quiet. He tells her about the Jensens and how they went on a cruise, neither of them knowing that in another 6 months the cruise lines will be shut down, along with just about everything else. He takes her upstairs. She comes willingly enough, and introduces her to Daphne and Walter. You're watering them too much. You want to drown them? No. Give them a couple of days off. She pauses. Will you be here for a couple of days? Yes. It's safer to wait. She looks around the Jensen's kitchen and living room, sizing it up the way that women do. Then she astounds him by asking if she can stay with him. Maybe stay in the basement apartment, even after he's gone. I don't want to go out until the bruises get better, she says. I look like I was in a car accident. Also, what if Tripp comes looking for me? He knows where I go to school, and he knows where I live. Billy thinks that Tripp and his friends will want nothing more to do with her, now that they've had their fun. Oh, they might cruise Pearson Street to make sure the place where they threw her out isn't a crime scene, and when they sober up or come down from whatever high they were riding, they will surely check the local news to make sure she's not part of it. But he doesn't point these things out. Having her stay solves a lot of problems. Back downstairs, she says she's tired and asks if she can take a nap in his bed. Billy tells her that would be fine, unless she's feeling dizzy or nauseated. If she is, it would be better for her to stay awake for a while. She says she's okay and goes into the bedroom. She's doing a good job of pretending she's not afraid of him, but Billy is pretty sure she still is. She'd be crazy if she wasn't. But she's also still in shock, still humiliated by what happened to her, and ashamed. He told her she didn't have to be. but that bounced right off. Later on, she'll undoubtedly decide that asking to stay with him was a bad call. Really bad. But right now, all she wants is sleep. It's in her slumped shoulders and shuffling bare feet. Billy hears the creak of bed springs. He looks in 5 minutes later, and she's either zonked out or doing a world-class acting job. He boots up his laptop and goes to where he left off. You can't write today, he thinks. Not with everything that's going on. Not with that girl in the other room. The one who may wake up and decide she wants to get the hell away from here. And me. Only he's thinking about Pill's wet washcloth treatment for panic attacks and how it worked on Alice. Sort of a miracle, really. But that wasn't Clay Briggs's only miracle cure, was it? Smiling, Billy begins to write. The prose seems flat at first, ragged, but then he starts to get the rhythm. Soon he's not thinking of Alice at all. 9. Clay Briggs, Pill, was a corpsman first class. He worked on everyone who needed working on, but he was hot 9 from top to toe. He was small and wiry, thinning hair, beaky nose, little rimless glasses that he was always polishing. He had a peace sign on the front of his helmet, and for a week or so, before the CO made him take it off, a sticker on the back that said, "Never mind the milk. Got pussy?" Panic attacks were common as Phantom Fury went on and on and on. Marines were supposed to be immune from things like that, but of course weren't. Guys would start rasping for breath, doubling over, sometimes falling down. Most were good little jarheads who wouldn't admit to being scared, so they said it was the smoke and dust, because those things were constant. Pill would agree with them. Just the dust, just the smoke, and wet a washcloth and put it over their faces. Breathe through that, he'd say. It'll clear that crap out, and you'll be able to breathe fine. He had cures for other things, too. Some were bullshit, and some were not, but they all worked at least some of the time. Thumping winds and swellings, with the side of a book to make them disappear. He called it the Bible cure, pinching your nose and singing ah for hiccups and coughing fits, breathing Vicks VapoRub steam to stop up bloody noses, a silver dollar rubbed on eyelids to cure keratitis. Most of this shit is pure hill country folk medicine I learned from my grandma, he told me once. I use what works, but mostly it works because I tell 'em it works. Then he asked me how my tooth was because I had one in the back that had been giving me trouble. I said it hurt like blue fuck. Well, I can take care of that, my brother, he said. I've got a rattlesnake rattle in my pack. Bought it on eBay. You go and stick it between your cheek and gums back there. Suck on it a while, and your tooth is going to quiet right down. I told him I would pass, and he said that was good because the rattle was way at the bottom of his pack, and he'd have to dump all his shit out to get it. If it was even still there, that was. All these years later, I wonder if it would have worked. I eventually had that tooth pulled. Pill's most amazing cure, that I saw anyway, was in August of '04. It was the slack time between Operation Vigilant Resolve in April and Phantom Fury, the big one, in November. During those months, the American politicians had their own panic attack. Instead of letting us go in full bore, they decided to give the Iraqi police and military one more chance to clean out the Mooj themselves and restore order. The big Iraqi politicians said it would work, but they were all in Baghdad. In Fallujah, a lot of the police and military were Mooj. During that period, we mostly stayed out of the city. For 6 weeks in June and July, we weren't even there. We were in Ramadi, which was relatively quiet. Our job, when we did go into Fallujah, was to win hearts and minds. This meant our translators, our Terps, made nice on our behalf with the mullahs and community leaders, instead of bawling, "Come out, you pig fuckers," through loudspeakers as we drove rapidly through the streets, always expecting to get shot at, or blown up, or RPG'd. We gave out candy and toys and Superman comic books to the kids, along with flyers for them to take home, talking about all the services the government could provide and the insurgency couldn't. The kids ate the candy, traded the comics, and threw away the flyers. During Phantom Fury, we stayed in what came to be known as Lollapalooza, after Lollapalooza, for days at a time, sleeping when we could on rooftops with overwatch on 4 main corners of the compass, keeping an eye out for moods creeping up on other rooftops, ready to do damage and inflict hurt. It was like the death of 1,000 cuts. We took in hundreds of RPGs and other weaponry, but the Hajis never seemed to run out. During that summer, though, our patrols were almost like 9-to-5 jobs. On days when we went in to win hearts and minds, we'd leave when the sun was up and head back to base before it got dark. Even with the fighting in a lull, you didn't want to be in Lollapalooza after dark. One day when we were coming back, we saw a Mitsubishi Eagle station wagon overturned on the side of the road, still smoking. The front end was blown off, the driver's door was open, and there was blood on what was left of the windshield. "Fuck me, that's the lieutenant colonel's ride," Big Clue said. There was a CSH tent set up at the base, the combat surgical hospital. Without sides, it was actually more of a pavilion, with a couple of big fans set up at either end. It was over 100 degrees that day, about like usual. In other words, we could hear Jameson screaming. Pill went running, slipping off his pack as he went. The rest of us followed. There were 2 other patients in the tent, clearly fucked up with their own shit, but not as divinely fucked up as Jameson, because they were on their feet. One had his arm in a sling, and the other had a bandage wound around his head. Jameson was lying on a cot with stuff, I think they call it Ringer's lactate, running into his arm. The place where his left foot used to be had a pressure bandage on it, but the foot was gone, and the bandage was already bleeding through. His left cheek was torn open, and that eye was bleeding and all crooked in its socket. A couple of grunts were holding him down while a medic tried to get him to swallow some morphine tabs, but the lieutenant colonel was having none of it. He kept twisting his head from side to side, his good eye bulging and terrified. It landed on Pill. "Hurts!" he yelled. There was nothing of the old bossy and sometimes funny LC in him. The pain had swallowed all that. "Hurts! Oh my fucking God, it fucking hurts!" "Dust-off's on its way," one of the medics said. "Take it easy. Swallow these. You'll feel better." Jameson raised one bloody hand and swatted the pills away. Johnny Caps chased after them and picked them up. "Hurts! Hurts! Hurts!" Pill dropped to his knees beside the cot. "Listen to me, sir. I got a cure for the pain. Better than the morph." Jameson's remaining eye rolled toward Pill, but I didn't think it was seeing anything. "Briggs, is that you?" "Yes, sir. Corman Briggs. You gotta sing." "It hurts so bad." "You gotta sing. It bypasses the pain." "It's true, sir," Tucko said, but he gave me a look that said, "What the fuck?" "Here we go," Pill said. He started to sing. He had a good voice. "If you go down to the woods today, now you." "Hurts." Pill took him by the right shoulder. Jameson's shirt was shredded on the other side and blood was oozing through. "Sing it and you'll feel better. Guaranteed. I'll give it to you one more time. If you go down to the woods today." "If we go down in the woods today," the LC croaked. Then, "Teddy Bear's Picnic. You must be fucking shitting me." "No, sing it." Pill Roller looked around. "Somebody help me. Who knows the fucking song?" It so happened I knew it, because my mother used to sing it to my sister when she was just a baby, over and over until Kathy went to sleep. I couldn't sing for shit, but I sang. "If you go down in the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down in the woods today, better go in disguise." Jameson finished, still croaking. "Fucking right, you better," Pill said and sang. "For every bear that there ever was will gather there for certain." The man with the bandages around his head joined in. He had a lovely, strong baritone. "Because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic." "Give it to me, Lieutenant Colonel," Pill said, still kneeling beside him. "Because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic." Jameson said most of it, but sang the first syllable of picnic, the way the man with the bandage on his head had sung it, drawing it out long. And Johnny Caps dropped the morphine tabs into his mouth, bombs away. Pill turned his head to look at the rest of the Hot Nine. He was like a fucked up band leader encouraging the audience participation. If you go down to the woods today, come on, everybody. So the members of the Hot Nine sang the first verse of Teddy Bear's Picnic to Lieutenant Colonel Jameson, most of them just faking it, until about the third time around. By then they had the words. The two wounded men joined in, the corpsman joined in. On the fourth repetition, Jameson sang it right through, with sweat pouring down his face. People were running toward the tent to see what was going on. Pain's less, Jameson gasped. Morphine's kicking in, Albie Stark said. Not that, Jameson said. Again. Please. Again. One more time, Pill said. And put some feeling into it. It's a picnic, not a fucking funeral. So he sang, If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. The jarheads, who had come to see what was going on, also joined in. By the time Jameson passed out, there must have been 4 dozen of us singing that foolish fucking song at the top of our lungs. And we didn't hear the Black Hawk coming in to take Lieutenant Colonel Jameson up range until it was swooping up dirt and practically on top of us. I never forgot. 10. What are you doing? Billy looks around, startled, out of his dream, and sees Alice Maxwell standing in the bedroom door. Her bruises are stark against her white skin. Her left eye is puffed half shut, making him think of the LC, lying in that hot tent where the fans did jack shit, even running at top speed. Her hair is all bedhead. Nothing. Playing a video game. He hits save, turns off the laptop, and shuts the lid. That was a lot of typing for a video game. Do you want something to eat? She considers the idea. Do you have any soup? I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat anything too chewy. I think I bit the inside of my cheek. It must have been while I was blacked out, because I don't remember doing it. Tomato or chicken noodle? Chicken noodle, please. That's a good call, because he has 2 cans of chicken noodle soup in the pantry nook, and only 1 of tomato. He heats up the soup and ladles out a bowl for each of them. She asks for seconds and maybe a piece of buttered bread. She sops it in the chicken broth, and when she sees him looking at her over his empty bowl, she offers a guilty smile. I'm a pig when I'm hungry. My mother always said so. She's not here. Thank God. She'd call me crazy. I probably am crazy. She told me I'd get in trouble if I went away, and she was right. First I date a rapist. Now I'm in an apartment with a... Go on. You can say it. But she doesn't. She wanted me to stay in Kingston and go to hairdressing school like my sister. Jerry makes good money. She said I could too. Why did you want to go to business school here? I don't get that. It was the cheapest that was still good. Are you done? Yes. She takes their bowls and spoons to the sink, self-consciously pulling the t-shirt away from her bottom as soon as her hands are free. He can tell by the way she walks that she's still in a fair amount of pain. He thinks he should get her to sing the first verse of Teddy Bear's Picnic. Or they could sing it together, a duet. What are you smiling about? Nothing. It's how I look, isn't it? Like I was in a prize fight. No, just something I remembered from when I was in the service. Your clothes might be dry now. Probably. But she sits down again, as she is. Did someone pay you to shoot that man? They did, didn't they? Billy thinks of the $500,000, minus his walking around money that's safe in an offshore bank. Then he thinks of the $1.5 million that hasn't been paid. It's complicated. Alice offers a thin smile, tight lips and no teeth. What isn't? 11. She flicks through the cable channels on his TV, working her way up. She stops for a bit on TCM, where Fred Astaire is dancing with Ginger Rogers, then moves on. She watches an infomercial for beauty products for a little while, then turns it off. What are you doing? She asks. Waiting, Billy thinks. Nothing else to do. He can't work on his story with her in the room. He'd feel self-conscious, and besides, she'd want to know what he was writing. He thinks that of all the strange events in his life, there have been quite a few. This time on Pearson Street may be the strangest. What's out back? A little yard, then a drainage ditch with some scrappy trees growing around it, then some buildings that might be storage sheds, maybe from when the train still stopped over there. He gestures to the periscope window now curtained. The rain is coming down in buckets again, and there's nothing to see out there. The sheds are abandoned now, I think. She sighs. This has got to be the deadest neighborhood in the whole city. Billy thinks of telling her that dead, like unique, is a word that cannot, by its nature, be modified. He doesn't, because she's right. She stares at the blank TV. I don't suppose you have Netflix. As a matter of fact, he does, on one of his cheapy laptops. But then he realizes there's something better. The Jensens do. The people upstairs. And there's popcorn, unless they ate it all. I bought it myself. Let me see if my skirt is dry. She goes to the bathroom and shuts the door. He hears the lock turn, which tells Billy that he is still very much on probation. When she comes out, she's wearing the denim skirt and the black keys tee. They go upstairs. While he figures out how to find Netflix on the Jensens' television, which is 4 times as big as the one Billy has downstairs, Alice peers out their bedroom window at the backyard. There's a barbecue, she says, coming back. It's uncovered and sitting in a puddle. The whole backyard is a puddle. Billy gives her the controller. She spends a few minutes spinning through the choices, then asks Billy if he likes The Blacklist. Never seen it. Then we'll start at the beginning. The premise of the show is ridiculous, but Billy gets into it because the main character, Red Reddington, is amusing and resourceful. Always one step ahead, as Billy wishes he were. They watch 3 episodes while the rain pelts down outside. Billy makes popcorn in the Jensens' microwave, and they both pig out on it. Alice washes the bowl and puts it in the drainer. I can't watch any more, I'll get a headache, she says. You can if you want to. I think I'll go back downstairs. Casual. No big deal. Like we're roommates sharing a duplex, Billy thinks. We could be sitcom people. The existential couple. He tells her he's also had enough for now, although he thinks he wouldn't mind going back for more Red another time. He locks the Jensens' apartment, and they go back to Billy's. After the popcorn, neither of them wants dinner. They watch the news and eat pudding cups instead. Total junk food-a-thon, Alice says. My mother... Don't start, Billy tells her. The assassination of Joel Allen is no longer the lead story. There's been a gas explosion in Senatobia, across the border in Mississippi. 3 dead and 2 more badly injured. Also, the turnpike west of Red Bluff has been temporarily closed because of flooding. How long are you going to stay here? Alice asks. Billy has been mulling this over himself. If the people looking for him, local cops, FBI, possibly Nick's hardballs, think he's gone to ground in the city, they may think he'll stay hidden for 5 or 6 days, maybe a week. He needs to stay on Pearson Street long enough to make them believe that he slipped right out after the shot after all. If Alice doesn't complicate things by running away, that is. 4 more days, maybe 5. Can you do that, Alice? Is it the first time he's used your name? He can't remember. I saw how much that pill cost, she says. If I stay, can we call it square? She might be deking him, but he doesn't think so. She has wounds to lick, and she's decided he's not dangerous, at least not to her. Although she did lock the bathroom door when she was putting on her clothes, so there's still a trust issue. If he tries to persuade himself otherwise, he'd be kidding himself. Yes, Billy says. We can call it square. 12. They have their first fight at 10:30 that night. It's over who's going to sleep in the bed and who's going to sleep on the couch. Billy insists that she take the bed. He says he'll be fine on the couch. That's sexist. Sleeping on the couch is sexist? Are you kidding me? Being a manly man is sexist. You're too long for it. Your feet will hang out on the floor. I'll put them here. He pats the arm of the couch. Then all the blood will run out of your legs. and they'll go to sleep. You were, he hesitates, looking for the right word, attacked. You need rest. You need sleep. You want the couch because you think, if I'm out here in the living room, I can run away, which I'm not going to do. We've got a deal. Yes, Billy thinks, and if she keeps to it, we need to talk about how she's going to handle the questions once I'm gone. He wonders if Alice knows what Stockholm Syndrome is. If she doesn't, he'll have to explain it. We'll flip a coin. He takes a quarter out of his pocket. Alice holds out her hand. I'll flip it. I don't trust you. You're a criminal. This makes him laugh. She doesn't, but at least she smiles a little. Billy thinks it would be a good one if she really let it go. He hands her the quarter. She tells him to call it in the air, then flips it like someone with experience. He calls tails. He always calls tails. Learned it from Taco. And tails it is. You take the bed, Billy says, and she doesn't argue. In fact, she looks relieved. She's still walking very carefully. She closes the bedroom door. The light beneath it goes out. Billy takes off his shoes, pants, and shirt and lies down on the couch. He reaches behind him and turns out the lamp. Very quietly, from the other room, she calls, "Good night." "Good night," he calls back. "Alice." Chapter 15. 1. Billy's back in Fallujah, and the baby shoe is gone. He and Pill and Taco and Albie Stark are behind an overturned taxi, the rest of the 9 behind a burned-out bakery truck. Albie is lying with his head in Taco's lap, while Pill tries to patch him up, which is a fucking joke. All the doctors in the Mayo Clinic couldn't patch him up. Toc's lap is a pond of blood. "It's nothing. Just clip me," Albie said, when the Hajis ambushed them, and the 4 of them ducked behind the overturned Corolla. His hand was pressed against the side of his neck, but he was smiling. Then the blood began spurting through his fingers, and he started gasping. Heavy fire is pouring at them from a house 2 down from the corner. There are Mooj in the upstairs windows and more on the roof. Bullets going punk, punk, punk into the taxi's undercarriage. Toc has called in air support, and he shouts to the others behind the bakery truck that a gunship is inbound. A couple of Hellfire missiles will shut those fucks up. 2 minutes, maybe 4, and Pill's on his knees, with his dusty ass up, and his hands pressed to the side of Albie's neck. But the claret keeps flowing, a fresh squirt with every beat of Albie's heart, and Billy sees the truth in Taco's wide eyes. George, Donk, Johnny, Bigfoot, and Clue are returning fire from behind the truck because they can see those guys on the roof have almost got the angle on Billy, and the others behind the taxi. It's scant cover and lethal geometry. Maybe they can hold out until the Cobra arrives with the Hellfires. Maybe not. Billy looks around for the baby shoe, thinking he might have lost it just a minute ago. Thinking it might be close. Thinking if he can grab it, everything will be magically okay. It'll be like singing the Teddy Bear's Picnic. But it's not close. And he knew it wouldn't be close, but looking means he doesn't have to look at Albie, who is now breathing his final, rasping, gasping breaths, trying to take in all the world he can before he leaves it. And Billy wonders what he's seeing and what he will see when he makes it to the other side. Pearly gates and golden shores or just black nothing. And Johnny Caps is yelling from behind the truck, yelling, "Leave him! Leave him! Leave him! And get back here!" But they won't leave him, because you don't do that. You leave none behind. That was Drill Sergeant Uppington's biggest fucking rule. And the shoe isn't there. The shoe is nowhere. He lost it, and their luck went with it. And Albie's going, almost gone, those terrible gasps for breath, and there's a hole in his boot, and Billy realizes it's bleeding. He got shot in the fucking 2. Billy bolts up so fast he almost falls off the couch. It's Pearson Street, not Fallujah, and that's not Albie Stark gasping for breath. He hurries into the bedroom and finds Alice sitting up in the bed with one hand grasping her throat, horribly, like Albie when Albie at first thought the bullet just clipped him. Her eyes are wide and full of panic. Wash cloth. He goes into the bathroom and gets one, wets it down without waiting for the tap to run warm, comes back and drapes it over her face, glad to cover eyes so wide they look ready to fall out of their sockets and dangle on her cheeks. She keeps gasping. He sings the first line of Teddy Bear's Picnic to her. Is her answer. Give it back to me, Alice. Sing. It'll open you up. If you go down to the woods today. If you go down to the woods today. A gasp after every 2 or 3 words. You're sure of a big surprise. Under the washcloth, Alice shakes her head. He grasps her shoulder, the bruised one, knowing he's hurting her, but doing it anyway. Anything to get through to her. All in one breath. You're sure of a big surprise. You're sure? Big surprise. Not perfect, but not bad. Now both lines together, and put some feeling into it. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. With me, adieu. She does it with him. Her half of the duet muffled by the wet washcloth, where a crescent of mouth-shaped shadow appears each time she inhales. He sits beside her as her breathing finally begins to ease. He puts an arm around her shoulders. You're all right. You're okay. She takes the washcloth off her face. Locks of damp, dark hair stuck to her forehead. What's that song? Teddy Bear's Picnic. Does it always work? Yes. Unless, that is, half your throat has been blown out. I need to have it on my phone. Then she remembers. Shit. My phone is gone. I'll put it on one of the laptops, Billy says, and points to the living room. Why do you have so many? What are they for? Verisimilitude. That means, I know what it means. Part of your disguise, like the wig and the fake belly. She uses the heel of her hand to brush the damp locks of her forehead. I dreamed he was choking me. Trip. I thought he was going to choke me to death. He was saying, get them panties down, in this funny, growling voice that wasn't like his regular voice. Then I woke up, and you couldn't breathe. She nods. Have you ever seen a movie called Deliverance? Guy's on a canoe trip? She looks at him as if he's gone crazy. No? What's that got to do with the price of tea in China? Get them panties down is a line from the movie. He touches the marks on the side of her neck very lightly. Your dream was a recovered memory. That's possibly the last thing you heard before you went all the way out. Not just from whatever he put in your drink, but because he choked you. Lucky he didn't kill you. It probably wouldn't have been on purpose, but you'd have been just as dead. If you go down to the woods today, you're in for a big surprise. Okay, what's the rest of it? I don't remember the whole song, but the first verse goes like this. If you go down to the woods today, you're in for a big surprise. If you go down to the woods today, you better go in disguise. Your mother never sang that song to you? My mother didn't sing. You have a good voice. If you say so. They sit together for a little bit. She's breathing okay again. And now that the crisis has passed, Billy becomes aware that she's wearing only her Black Keys t-shirt, which she somehow missed throwing up on, and he's in his boxers. He gets up. You'll be okay now. Don't go. Not yet. He sits down again. She moves over. Billy lies down beside her, tense at first, his arm behind him for a makeshift pillow. Tell me why you killed that guy. A pause. Please? It's not exactly a bedtime story. I want to hear, to understand, because you don't seem like a bad guy. I've always told myself I'm not, Billy thinks, but recent events have certainly called that into question. He glances guiltily at the picture of Dave the Flamingo on the nightstand. What gets said here stays here. She gives him a tentative smile. It's a fucked up bedtime story, but he tells it to her, starting with Frank McIntosh and Paul Logan coming to pick him up at the hotel. He thinks about changing the names, as he did at first in the story he's been writing, and then decides there's little point. She knows Ken Hoffs from the news, ditto Giorgio's. He makes one exception. Nick Majarian becomes Benji Compson. Knowing his name might make life dangerous for her later on. He thought saying everything out loud might clarify things in his own mind. That didn't happen, but her breathing is easy again. She's calm. The story did that much anyway. After thinking it over, she says, "This guy, Benji Compson, hired you, but who hired him?" "I don't know." "And why get the other guy, Hoff, involved? Couldn't one of these gangsters have found you a gun and not get caught doing it?" "Because Hoff owns the building, I suppose. The one I took the shot from. Well, he did own it." "The building where you had to wait for however long? Embedded like?" "Embedded," he thinks. "Yes, like the reporters who came and went in Iraq, putting on armor and helmets and then taking them off when the stories were filed and they could go back home." It wasn't too long. It was, though. Still, it seems awfully complicated. It does to Billy, too. "I think I can go back to sleep now." Without looking at him, she adds, "You can stay if you want." Billy, wary that his body might betray him again below the waist, says he thinks he better go back to the couch. Maybe Alice understands, because she gives him a look and a nod, then turns on her side and closes her eyes. 3. In the morning, Alice tells him they're almost out of milk, and Cheerios are no good dry. Like I didn't know that, Billy thinks. He suggests eggs, and she says there's only one left. "I don't know why you only bought half a dozen." "Because I wasn't expecting company," Billy thinks. "I know you weren't expecting to feed two," she says. "I'll go down to Zoni's. They'll have milk and eggs." "If you went to the Harps on Pine Plaza, you could get some pork chops or something. We could grill them on that barbecue out back if it ever stops raining. And some salad, the kind that comes in bags. It isn't that far away." Billy's first thought is she's trying to get rid of him so she can do a runner. Then he looks at the yellowing bruises on her cheeks and forehead, her swollen nose just beginning to go down, and thinks, no, just the opposite. She's settling in, means to stay, at least for the present. It would seem crazy to someone on the outside, but in here it makes sense. She might have died in the gutter if not for him, and he showed no signs of wanting to re-rape her. On the contrary, he went out and got her the emergency pill in case one of those assholes impregnated her. Also, there's the leased Ford Fusion to think about. It's waiting for him on the other side of town. It's time to bring it over here so he can leave for Nevada as soon as he feels it's safe. Besides, he likes Alice. He likes the way she's coming back. She's had a couple of panic attacks, sure, but who wouldn't have panic attacks after being drugged and gang-raped? She hasn't talked about going back to school. She hasn't mentioned friends or acquaintances who might be concerned about her, and she hasn't fretted about calling her mother, or maybe her sister, the hairdresser. He thinks that Alice is in a space of hiatus. She has put her life on pause while she tries to figure out what will come next. Billy is no psychiatrist, but he has an idea that might actually be healthy. Those fucks, Billy thinks, and not for the first time. Assholes who'd rape an unconscious girl. Who does that? Okay, groceries. You'll stay here, right? Right, as if it's a foregone conclusion. I'm going to have cereal with the last of the milk. You can have the egg. She gives him an uncertain look. If that's all right. We can do it the other way around if it's not. They're your supplies, after all. That's fine. Will you help me with my stomach again after breakfast? That makes her laugh. It's the first one. 4. While they eat, he asks if she knows what Stockholm Syndrome is. She doesn't, so he explains. If I get spotted by the police and picked up, they'll come here. Tell them you were afraid to leave. I am, Alice says. But not because I'm afraid of you. I don't want people to see me like this. I don't want people to see me at all, at least for a while. Besides, you won't get picked up. With that stuff on, you look a lot different. She raises an admonitory finger. But what? You need an umbrella. because a wig always looks like a wig in the rain. Water beads up on it. Real hair gets wet and kind of tamps down. I don't have an umbrella. There's one in the Jensen's closet, by the door as you go in. When did you look in their closet? While you were making popcorn. Women like to see what other people have. She looks at him across the kitchen table. Her with her Cheerios. Him with his egg. Did you really not know that? 5. The umbrella does more than keep the rain off his blonde wig. It shields his face and makes him feel a little bit less like a bug on a microscope slide as he leaves the house and starts walking toward the nearest bus stop. He can completely relate to how Alice feels, because he feels the same. Going to the drugstore was nerve-wracking, but this is worse because he's going farther. He could walk to Pine Plaza, it's fairly close, and the rain is slacked off again, but he can't walk all the way across town. And something else. The closer he gets to leaving this city, the more he dreads being captured before he can do it. Never mind the cops and Nick's men. What if he meets someone from his David Lockridge life? He imagines rounding a corner in Harps with his little shopping basket over his arm and coming face to face with Paul Ragland or Pete Fazio. They might not recognize him, but a woman would. Never mind what Alice said about him looking different with his wig and fake belly. Phil would. Corinne Ackerman would. Even tipsy Jane Kellogg would. Even if she was drunk, he's sure of it. He understands such a meeting is statistically unlikely, but such things happen all the time. Journeys end in lovers' meeting. Every wise man's son doth know. He examined the online bus schedule before leaving, and waits for the number 3 at Rampart Street, standing under the bus shelter with 3 others, collapsing the umbrella because leaving it open would look weird. None of the others look at him. They're all looking at their phones. He has a bad moment in the parking garage when the Fusion won't start. Then remembers he has to have his foot on the brake pedal. Duh, he thinks. He drives to Pine Plaza, both enjoying the feeling of being behind the wheel again and paranoid about getting into a fender bender or attracting the attention of the police. 2 cruisers pass him on the 3-mile trip in some other way. At Harps, he buys meat, milk, eggs, bread, crackers, bag salad, dressing, and some canned goods. He doesn't meet anyone he knows, and really, why would he? Evergreen Street is in Midwood, and the people who live in Midwood shop at Save Mart. He pays for his groceries with his Dalton Smith MasterCard and drives back to Pearson Street. He parks in the crumbling driveway beside the house and goes downstairs with his groceries. The apartment is empty. Alice is gone. 6. He purchased a couple of cloth shopping bags to put his groceries in. Harps and Hometown Fresh printed on them, and they sag almost to the floor as he looks at the empty living room and kitchen. The bedroom door is open, and he can see that's empty too. But he calls her name anyway, thinking she might be in the bathroom, except that door is also open, and if she was in there, she'd close it, even with him gone. He knows this. He isn't scared, exactly. It's more like, what? Is he hurt? Disappointed? I guess I am, he thinks. Stupid. But there it is. She reconsidered her options, that's all. You knew it could happen. Or you should have. He goes into the kitchen, puts the bags on the counter, sees their breakfast dishes in the drainer. He sits down to think about what he should do next, and sees a paper towel anchored by the sugar bowl. On it, she's written 2 words, Out Back. Okay, he thinks, and lets out a long breath. Just out back. Billy puts away the stuff that needs to go in the fridge, then goes out the front door and around the house, once more using the umbrella. Alice has moved the barbecue out of the puddle. She's scrubbing away at the grill, her back to him. She must have raided the Jensen's front closet again, because the green raincoat she's wearing has to belong to Dawn. It goes all the way down to her calves. Alice? She yells and jumps and almost knocks the grill over. He reaches out to steady her. "Scare a person. Why don't you?" she says, then whoops in a big breath. "I'm sorry. Didn't mean to creep up on you." "Well, you did." "Give me the first line of Teddy Bear's Picnic." Only half joking. "I don't remember it." "If you go down to the woods today." He raises his hand and wiggles his fingers in a come-on gesture. "If you go down to the woods today, you're in for a big surprise." "Did you get some stuff?" "I did." "Pork chops?" "Yes." "At first I thought you were gone." "Well, I'm not. I don't suppose you got any scrubbies, did you? Because this is the last one from upstairs, and it's pretty well done in." "Scrubbies weren't on the list. I didn't know you were going on a cleaning binge in the rain." She closes the lid of the barbecue and looks at him with a hopeful expression. "Want to watch some more Blacklist?" "Yes," he says. So that's what they do. 3 more episodes. Between the second and the third, she goes to the window and says, "It's stopping. Sun's almost out. I think we can barbecue tonight. Did you remember the salad?" This is going to work, Billy thinks. It shouldn't. It's crazy. But it's going to work. For as long as it has to. 7. The sun comes out that afternoon, but slowly, as if it doesn't really want to. Alice grills the chops, and although they're a little burned outside and a little pink in the middle, "I'm not much of a cook, sorry," she says. Billy eats all of his and then gnaws the bone. It's good, but the salad is better. He doesn't realize how starved he's been for greens until he starts in on them. They go upstairs and watch some more Blacklist, but she's restless, moving from the couch to the seat-sprung easy chair that must be Don Jensen's roost when he's home, then back to the couch again. Billy reminds himself that she's seen all these episodes before, probably with her mother and sister. He's getting a little bored with it himself now that he's figured out Red Reddington's shtick. "You ought to leave some money," she says when they turn the TV off and get ready to go back downstairs. "For the Netflix." Billy says he will, although he guesses that, thanks to their windfall, Don and Bev don't exactly need financial help. She tells him it's his turn for the bed, and after a night on the couch, he doesn't argue the point. He's asleep almost at once, but some deep part of his brain must have already trained itself to listen for her panic attacks, because he comes wide awake at 2:15, hearing her whoop for breath. He's left the door ajar in case of this. He reaches it, then stops, with his hand on the knob. She's singing, very softly. "If you go down to the woods today." She goes through the first verse twice. Her gasps for breath come further apart, then stop. Billy goes back to bed. 8. Neither of them knows, no one does, that a rogue virus is going to shut down America and most of the world in half a year. But by their 4th day in the basement apartment, Billy and Alice are getting a preview of what sheltering in place will be like. On that 4th morning, a day before Billy has decided to set sail into the Golden West, he is doing his sprints up to the 3rd floor and back. Alice has neatened up the apartment, which hardly needed it since neither of them is particularly messy. With that done, she subsided to the couch. When Billy comes in, out of breath from half a dozen stair sprints, she's watching a cooking show on TV. "Rotisserie chicken," he says. "Looks good." "Why make it at home when you can buy one just as good at the supermarket?" Alice turns off the TV. "I wish I had something to read. Could you download a book for me? Maybe a detective story on one of the cheap laptops? Not yours." Billy doesn't answer. An idea, audacious and frightening, has come into his head. She misreads his expression. "I didn't look or anything. I just know it's yours because the case is scratched. The others look brand new." Billy isn't thinking she tried to snoop in his computer. She'd never get past the password prompt anyway. He's thinking of the M151 spotter scope and how he didn't explain its purpose because what he was writing was only for himself. No one else would ever read it. Only now, there is someone. And what harm can it do, considering what she knows about him already? But it could do harm, of course, to him. If she didn't like it. If she said it was boring and asked for something more interesting. "What's going on with you?" she asked. "You look weird." "Nothing. I mean, I've been writing something. Kind of a life story. I don't suppose you'd want to." "Yes." 9. He can't bear to watch her sitting with his MacBook Pro in her lap, reading the words he wrote here and in Gerard Tower, so he goes upstairs to the Jensens to spritz Daphne and Walter. He puts a 20 on the kitchen table with a note that says, "For Netflix," and then just walks around. Paces around, actually, like an expectant father in an old cartoon. He looks at the Ruger in the drawer of Don's nightstand, picks it up, puts it back, closes the drawer. It's ridiculous to be nervous. She's a business school student, not a literary critic. She probably sleepwalked through her high school English courses, happy with B's and C's. And very likely the only thing she knows about Shakespeare is that his name rhymes with kick in the rear. Billy understands he's downplaying her intelligence to protect his ego in case she doesn't like it, and he understands that's stupid because her opinion shouldn't matter. The story itself shouldn't matter. He's got more important things to deal with. But it does. Finally, he goes back downstairs. She's still reading, but when she looks up from the screen, he's alarmed to see her eyes are red. The lid's puffy. What's wrong? She wipes her nose with the heel of her hand, a childish gesture, oddly winning. "Did that really happen to your sister? Did that man really stomp her to death? You didn't make that up?" "No, it happened." Suddenly he feels like crying himself, although he didn't cry when he wrote it. "Is that why you saved me? Because of her?" "I saved you because if I'd left you in the street, the cops would eventually come here," he thinks. Except that's probably not all the truth. Do we ever tell ourselves all of it? I don't know. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." Alice begins to cry. "I thought what happened to me was bad, but..." "What happened to you was bad." "But what happened to her is worse. Did you really shoot him?" "Yes." "Good. Good. And you got put in a home?" "Yes. You can stop if it's upsetting you." But he doesn't want her to stop. And he's not sorry for upsetting her. He's glad. He reached her. She grips the laptop as if afraid he might pull it away. "I want to read the rest." Then almost accusingly, "Why haven't you been doing this instead of watching a stupid TV show upstairs?" Self-conscious. "All right, I get that. I feel the same. So stop looking at me. Let me read." He wants to thank her for crying, but that would be weird. Instead, he asks what her sizes are. "My sizes? Why?" "There's a Goodwill store close to Harp's. I could get you a couple of pairs of pants and some shirts, maybe a pair of sneakers. You don't want me to watch you reading, and I don't want to watch you do it. And you have to be tired of that skirt." She gives him an impish grin, and it makes her pretty. Or would, if not for the bruises. "Not afraid to go out without an umbrella?" "I'll take the car. Just remember, if the cops come back instead of me, you were afraid to leave. I said I'd find you and hurt you." "You'll come back," Alice says, and writes down her sizes. He takes his time in the Goodwill, wanting to give her time. He sees no one he knows, and no one pays particular attention to him. When he gets back, she's finished. What took him months to write has taken her less than 2 hours to read. She has questions. None are about the spotter scope. They're about the people, especially Ronnie and Glenn, and that poor little one-eyed girl in the House of Everlasting Paint. She says she likes how he wrote like a kid when he was a kid, but changed it up when he got older. She says he should keep writing. She says she'll go upstairs while he does it, watch TV and then take a nap.
I'm tired all the time. It's crazy.
It's not. Your body is still working to get over what those fucks did to it. Alice stands in the doorway.
Dalton?
It's what she calls him, even though she knows his real name.
Did your friend Taco die?
A lot of people did before it was over.
I'm sorry,
she says, and closes the door behind her. 10. He writes. Her reaction lifts him. He doesn't spill many words on the slack time between April and November of 2004, when they were supposed to be winning hearts and minds, and won neither. He gives it a few more paragraphs, then goes to the part that still hurts. They were pulled back for a couple of days after Albie's death because there was talk of a ceasefire, and when the Hot 9, now the Hot 8, each of them with Albie S. written on his helmet, got back to base, Billy looked everywhere for the baby shoe, thinking he might have left it there. The others also looked, but it was nowhere to be found. And then they went back in, back to the job of clearing houses, and the first 3 were okay, 2 empty and 1 inhabited, only by a boy of 12 or 14, who raised his hands and screamed, "No gun, Americans! No gun! Love New York Yankees! No shoot!" The 4th house was the fun house. Billy stops there for exercise. He thinks maybe he and Alice will stay on Pearson Street a little longer, maybe 3 more days, until he finishes with the fun house and what happened there. He wants to write that losing the baby's shoe made no difference one way or the other. Of course it didn't. He also wants to write that his heart still doesn't believe it. He does a few stretches before running up and down the stairs, because he can't go to a walk-in clinic if he pops a hamstring. He hears no TV behind the Jensens' door, so Alice is probably sleeping and healing. He hopes. Although Billy doubts that any woman ever heals completely after being raped. It leaves a scar, and he guesses that on some days the scar aches. He guesses that even 10 years later, 20, 30, it still aches. Maybe it's like that. Maybe it's like something else. Maybe the only men who can know for sure are men who have been raped themselves. As he runs the stairs, he thinks about the men who did it to her, and they are men. She said that Trip Donovan is 24, and Billy guesses Jack and Hank, Donovan's raping roomies, must be about the same age. Men, not boys. Bad ones. He comes back into the basement apartment, out of breath but feeling loose and warm, ready to get back at it for another hour, or maybe even 2. Before he can get going, his laptop bings with a text message. It's from Bucky Hansen, now hunkered down in the great wherever. "No money has been transferred. Don't think it's going to happen. What are you going to do?" "Get it," Billy texts back. 11. That night, he sits beside Alice on the couch. She looks good in her black pants and striped shirt. When he turns off the TV and says he wants to talk to her, she looks frightened.
"Is it something bad?"
Billy shrugs. "You tell me." She listens to him carefully, her wide eyes steady on his. When he finishes, she says,
"You would do that?"
"Yes, they need a payback for what they did to you. But that's not the only reason. What men like that have done once, they'll do again. Maybe you're not even the first."
"You'd be taking a risk. It could be dangerous."
He thinks of the gun in Don Jensen's nightstand and says, "Probably not very."
"You can't kill them. I don't want that. Tell me you won't kill them."
The idea hasn't even crossed Billy's mind. They need to pay, but they also need to learn, and those who are obliterated are beyond lessons. "No," he says. "No killing."
"And I really don't care about Jack and Hank. They weren't the ones who pretended to like me and got me to come to that apartment."
Billy says nothing, but he does care about Jack and Hank, assuming they participated. And based on what he saw when she was undressed, he's sure that at least one of them did. Probably both.
"But I care about Trip,"
she says, and puts a hand on his arm.
"If he was hurt, That would make me happy. I suppose that makes me a bad person.
It makes you human, Billy says. Bad people need to pay a price, and the price should be high. Chapter 16. 1.
We could hear heavy small arms fire and explosions in the other parts of the city, but until the shit hit the fan, our area in the Jolan was relatively quiet. We cleared the first 3 houses in our section, Block Lima, with no trouble. 2 were empty. There was a kid in the 3rd one, not armed and not wired up to explode. We made him take off his shirt to be sure. We sent him to the police station with a couple of army guys who were headed that way with their own prisoners. We knew that kid would probably be back on the street by nightfall, because the cop shop was basically a turnstile. He was lucky to be alive at all, because we were still red-assed about losing Albie Stark. Din Din actually raised his gun, but Big Clue pushed the barrel down and said leave the kid alone. "The next time we see him, he'll have an AK," George said. "We ought to just kill them all. Fucking roaches." The 4th house was the biggest on the block, a regular estate. It had a domed roof and a courtyard with palms on the inside to give it shade. Some rich Baathist's crib, no doubt. The whole thing was surrounded by a high concrete wall painted with a mural of children playing ball and skipping rope and running around while several women looked on, probably with approval, but it was hard to tell because they were so bundled up in their abayas. There was also a man standing off to the side. Our Terp, Farid, said he was the Mutawayin. The women watched the children, Farid said, and the Mutawayin watched the women to make sure they did nothing that might incite lust. We all got a kick out of Farid, because his accent made him sound like a Yooper from Traverse City. Lots of the Terps sounded like Michiganders, who knows why. "That picture means this house, the Alatfal, the kiddies can come and play. So it's a fun house," Donk said. "No, they don't allow fun in the house," Farid said. "Just in the yard." Donk rolled his eyes and snickered, but no one laughed outright. We were still thinking of Albie and how it could have been any one of us. "Come on, you guys," Taco said. "Let's get some." He handed Farid the bullhorn that had "Good Morning Vietnam" printed on the side in Sharpie and told him.
2. Billy has snapped back from Fallujah by the sound of Alice running down the stairs. She bursts into the apartment, hair flying out behind her.
"Someone's coming! I was spritzing the plants and saw the car turn into the driveway."
One look at her face tells Billy not to waste time asking if she's sure. He gets up and goes to the periscope window.
"Is it them, do you think? The Jensen's coming back early? I turned off the TV, but I had coffee. The place smells of it, and there's a plate on the counter. Crumbs. They'll know somebody's been—"
Billy pushes the curtain back a few inches. He couldn't see the new car if it was able to pull all the way up. The angle is wrong. But because his leased Fusion is in the driveway, he can. It's a blue SUV with a scratch running down the side. For a moment he doesn't know where he's seen it before, but then it comes to him, even before the driver gets out. It's Merton Richter, the real estate agent who rented him the apartment. "Did you lock the door?" Billy jerks his chin upward. Alice shakes her head, her eyes big and scared, but maybe that's okay. It might be even if Richter tries the door and peeks in when there's no answer to his knock. The Jensens asked him to water the plants after all, but he may be coming here, and Billy isn't wearing the wig, let alone the fake stomach. He's in a t-shirt and workout shorts. The front door opens, and they hear Richter step inside. The puke has been cleaned up, but will he detect the smell? It's not like they opened the door to air out the foyer. Billy wants to wait and see if Richter goes up to the Jensens, but knows he can't afford to. "Turn on the computers." He sweeps his hand around, indicating the Oltecs, and Christ, Richter isn't going up there. He's coming down here. "You're my niece." It's all he has time for. He slams down the lid of the Mac Pro, runs for the bedroom, and shuts the door. As he crosses to the bathroom, where the fake belly is hanging on the back of the door, he hears Richter knock. She'll have to open it because he'll know from the car in the driveway that someone is home. When she does, he'll see a young woman, half Billy's age, bruised and still flushed from her run down the stairs. Only that's not the exercise Richter will think of first. This is bad. Billy puts the belly in the small of his back so he can cinch the strap, but he misses the buckle and the belly falls to the floor. He picks it up and tries again. This time he gets the strap in the buckle, but he pulls it too tight and can't turn the belly to his front, even when he sucks in his gut. When he loosens the strap, the fucking thing falls down again. Billy bumps his head on the wash basin, picks up the appliance, tells himself to calm down, and buckles the strap. He rotates the belly into position. Back in the bedroom, Billy can hear the murmur of voices. Alice giggles. It sounds nervous rather than amused. Fuck. He yanks on chinos and then the sweatshirt, both because it's quicker than a button-up and because Alice was right. Fat guys think baggy clothes make them look less fat. The blonde wig is on the bureau. He grabs it and jams it over his black hair. In the living room, Alice laughs again. He reminds himself not to say her name because, for all Billy knows, she's given their visitor a false one. He takes 2 big breaths to calm himself, puts on a smile that he hopes will look embarrassed, as if he's been caught doing the necessary, and opens the door. "We have company, I see." "Yes," Alice says. She turns to him with a smile on her lips and an expression of naked relief in her eyes. "He says he rented you the apartment." Billy frowns, trying to remember, then smiles as it comes to him. "Oh, yes. Right. Mr. Richter, he says, and extends his hand. Billy shakes it, still smiling, trying to read what Richter is thinking. He can't, but Richter will have noticed the bruises on her face and her nervousness. Those are impossible to miss. And is Billy's hand sweaty? Probably. "I was in the..." Billy points vaguely to the bedroom and the bathroom beyond. "Quite all right," Richter says. He looks at the screens of the Alltech laptops, which are cycling through all sorts of preloaded clickbait. The wonders of acai berries, 2 weird little tips for erasing wrinkles. Doctors plead with you not to eat this vegetable. See what these 10 child stars look like now. "So this is what you do?" Richter says. "As a sideline, I earn most of my beer and Skittles doing IT work. Travel around a lot, don't I, dear?" "Yes," Alice says, and gives another of those jagged giggles. Richter slips her a quick side glance, and in it, Billy sees that whatever Alice may have told Richter, while Billy was fumbling with the fucking fake stomach, the man believes that she's Dalton Smith's niece, like he believes the moon is made of green cheese. "Fascinating stuff," Richter says, bending to squint at the screen that's just changed from the dangerous vegetable, corn, as it happens, which isn't even a real vegetable, to 10 famous unsolved murders, JonBenet Ramsey leading the pack. "Just fascinating." He straightens up and looks around. "I like what you've done with the place." Alice has neatened it up a bit, but otherwise it's the same as it was when he moved in. "What can I do for you, Mr. Richter?" "Well, I just came to give you a little heads up." Richter, recalled to business, smooths his tie and puts on a professional smile. "A consortium called Southern Endeavor has bought up those storage sheds back there on Pond Street and the houses, the few that remain here on Pearson Street, which includes this one. They're planning on a new shopping mall that should revitalize this whole section of town." Billy doubts that malls can revitalize anything in the age of the internet, including themselves, but he says nothing. Alice is calming down, and that's good. "I'll just go in the bedroom and let you men talk," she says, and does just that, closing the door behind her. Billy puts his hands in his pockets and rocks back and forth on his feet, making the fake stomach bulge a bit against the sweatshirt. "The storage sheds and houses are going to be knocked down, is that what you're telling me? Including this one, I assume." "Yes, but you'll have 6 weeks to find new accommodations," Richter says, as if conveying a great gift. 6 weeks is firm, I'm afraid. Give me a forwarding address before you move out, cuz, and I'll be happy to refund any rent that's owing." Richter sighs. "I'll have to tell the Jensens when I leave here."
That could be harder, because they've been here longer.
It's not for Billy to tell him that Don and Beverly will be looking for a new place anyway, maybe to buy instead of to rent, when they get back from their cruise. But he does tell Richter that the Jensens will be gone for a while, and he's been taking care of their plants.
Me and my niece, that is. Very neighborly of you. She's a lovely girl.
Richter licks his lips, perhaps just to moisten them, perhaps not.
Do you have a phone number for the Jensens?
I do. It's in my wallet. Will you excuse me for just a sec?
Of course.
Alice is sitting on the bed and looking at him with big eyes. Most of the color has left her face, making the bruises even more prominent. What? Those eyes say. And how bad? Billy raises a hand and pats the air with it. Be cool. Be cool. He gets his wallet and goes back to the living room, remembering to walk fat. Richter has been over one of the Altecs, hands on knees, tie hanging down like a stopped pendulum, looking at the wonders of the avocado, nature's most perfect vegetable. It's actually a fruit. For one moment, Billy actually considers lacing his fingers together and bringing the hammer down on the back of Richter's neck. But when Richter turns, Billy just opens his wallet and holds out a slip of paper. Here it is. Richter takes a little pad from his inner pocket and jots down the number with a silver pencil.
I'll give him a ringy-dingy.
I can do that, if you want.
By all means, but I'll still have to call them myself. Part of the job. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Smith. I'll let you get back.
His eyes flick briefly to the bedroom door.
To whatever you were doing.
I'll see you out, Billy says. Pinching his voice lower, he says, I want to talk to you about... He tilts his head to the bedroom.
None of my business, cuz. This is the 21st century.
I know, but it's not like that. They walk up the stairs to the foyer. Billy brings up the rear, puffing a little. I gotta lose some weight.
Join the club,
Richter says. That poor kid's my sister Mary's girl, Billy says. Mary's husband left her a year ago, and she picked up this loser, I think in a bar. Bob, somebody. He's been after the girl and beat her up when she wouldn't come across for him, if you know what I mean.
I get it.
Richter is looking out the foyer door like he can't wait to get back to his car. Maybe the story makes him uncomfortable, Billy thinks. Or maybe he just wants to get away from me. Here's the other piece. Mary's got quite the temper. Doesn't like anyone telling her her business.
Know the type,
Richter says, still looking out the door.
Know it very well.
I'll keep my niece for a week, maybe 10 days, let Sis cool down a bit, and then take her back and talk to her about Bob.
Got it. Wish you luck.
He turns to Billy and offers a hand with a smile to go with it. The smile looks genuine. Richter may believe his story. On the other hand, he may be acting as if his life depends on it, which he might think it does. Billy gives him a good, firm shake.
Richter exclaims, Women, can't live with them, and you can't shoot them outside the state of Alabama.
It's a joke, so Billy laughs. Richter lets go of his hand, opens the door, and then turns back.
I see you shaved off your mustache.
Startled, Billy raises 2 fingers to his upper lip. What he did was forget to put it on in his haste. And maybe that's for the best. The mustache is tricky. It needs spirit gum to hold it. And if he applied it crooked or the spirit gum showed, Richter would have known it was fake and wondered what the fuck. Got tired of picking food out of it, Billy says. Richter laughs. Billy can't tell if it's forced. It might be.
I hear that, cuz. Loud and clear.
He trots down the steps to his scratched SUV, shoulders a bit hunched. Maybe because it's chilly this morning. Maybe it's because he's expecting Billy to put a bullet in the back of his neck. He gives a wave before getting in. Billy waves back. Then he hurries downstairs. 3. Billy says, I'm going to visit your bad date today. Tomorrow I'm getting out of Dodge. Alice puts a hand to her mouth, but drops it when her index finger brushes against her swollen nose. Oh, God, did he recognize you? My instinct says no, but He's observant. Noticed I didn't have my mustache anymore.
Jesus.
He assumed I shaved it off, so it's okay. At least, I think so. I'm willing to push my luck one more day. Did you give him a name?
Brenda Collins, my best friend in high school. Did you...
Give him a different one? No. Just called you my niece. I told him your mother's boyfriend beat you up because you wouldn't go to bed with him. Alice nods.
That's good. It covers everything.
Which doesn't mean he'll believe it. Stories are one thing. Seeing is another. What he saw was a middle-aged fat man with a banged-up underage girl. Alice draws herself up, looking offended. Under other circumstances, it might have been funny.
I'm 21. A legal adult.
Do you get carded in bars?
Well...
Billy nods. Case closed.
Maybe,
Alice says.
If you really mean to, well, confront Tripp, we shouldn't wait until tomorrow. Maybe we should go right now.
4. He stares at her, simultaneously believing that pronoun and not believing it. And what's worse, she's looking at him like it's a foregone conclusion. Holy shit, Billy says. You really do have Stockholm Syndrome.
I don't, because I'm not hostage. I could have walked out any time from the Jensen's apartment, as long as I was quiet on the stairs. You would never have noticed because you'd have been all wrapped up in your writing.
Probably true, Billy thinks. And furthermore, Alice says it for him.
If I was going to run away, I could have done it the first time you went out. For the morning after, Bill?
She pauses, then adds,
Plus, I gave him a false name.
Because you were scared. Alice shakes her head vehemently.
You were in the other room. I could have whispered that you were William Summers, who killed that man at the courthouse. We would have been upstairs and in his car before you finished putting on that.
She pokes him in the fake belly. You can't go with me. It's nuts. Still, the idea is starting to seep down, like water in dry earth. She can't go with him all the way to Vegas, but if they can work out a story that protects the Dalton Smith identity, which now is in dire peril, then maybe.
Maybe you could go by yourself if you leave Tripp and his friends alone. Because if anything happens to them, they'd connect it to me. Tripp and his friends, I mean. They wouldn't want to go to the police, but they might decide to hurt me.
Billy has to hide a smile. She's playing him and doing a good job of it on short notice. This is quite a change from the puking semi-conscious girl he fished out of the rain, the one who sometimes has panic attacks in the night. Billy thinks it's a change for the better. Plus, she's right. Anything he does to those three, they would connect to her. Assuming, that is, she's the only woman they date raped last week, which seems likely. Yes, Alice says, watching him from under her eyebrows and still playing him for all she's worth.
I guess you better leave them unpunished.
Then she asks him what he's smiling about. Nothing. Just that I like you. My friend Taco would have said, you've got some gimme to you.
I don't know what that means.
It doesn't matter. But yeah, those guys need a payback for what they did. I need to think about this.
Alice says, can I help you pack while you think?
5. It's Billy who does the packing. It doesn't take long. There's no room for her new clothes in his suitcase, but he finds a plastic Barnes & Noble bag, the kind with handles, on the top shelf of the bedroom closet, and dumps her stuff into that. He carries the Altex out to the Fusion in a stack. While he does that, Alice goes through the Jensen's apartment with a dish towel and a spray bottle of Lysol and water, wiping down surfaces. She pays special attention to the TV remote, which they both used, and doesn't neglect the light switches. When she goes downstairs, Billy helps her wipe down the basement apartment, paying particular attention to the bathroom. Fixtures, showerhead, mirror, the toilet's flush handle. It takes them about an hour.
I think we're done,
she says. What about the key to the Jensen's apartment?
Oh, glory, she says. I've still got it. I'll wipe it down and... What? Slip it under the door?
I'll do it. He does, but goes in first to get Don Jensen's Ruger. He sticks it in his belt, beneath the pregnancy belly. The XL sweatshirt covers it. The revolver is a pricey item, $500 or $600, and Billy doesn't have that much cash. He leaves 2 50s and a C-note on the nightstand, along with a quick scribble that says, "Took your gun. We'll send the balance when I can." More like, if I can. Meanwhile, what about Daphne and Walter? Will they die of thirst on their windowsill? Romeo and Juliet of the plant world? Stupid to even wonder, given everything else he has to worry about. It's because Bev gave them names, he thinks. He treats each to one final spray for good luck. Then he touches his back pocket, where Shan's flamingo drawing is folded up and stowed away. Back downstairs, he takes Alice's phone out of his hip pocket and holds it out to her. He's replaced the SIM card. She takes it with an accusing look.
It wasn't lost. You had it all along.
Because I didn't trust you.
And now you do?
Now I do. And at some point you'll need to call your mother. Otherwise she's going to get worried.
I suppose she would, Alice says.
Then, with a trace of bitterness,
after a month or so.
She sighs.
Okay, and tell her what? I made a friend. We bonded over chicken noodle soup and the blacklist.
Billy considers, but comes up empty. Alice, meanwhile, breaks into a smile.
You know what? I'm going to tell her I quit school. She'll believe that. And I'm going to Cancun with some friends. She'll believe that too.
Will she really?
Yes.
Billy thinks there's a whole mother-daughter relationship in that single word, complete with tears, recriminations, and slammed doors. You need to work on that a little, he says. Right now it's time to go. 6. There are 2 Sherwood Heights exits off the interstate, both with clusters of fast food restaurants, gas-em-up quick stops, and motels. Billy tells Alice to look for a motel that isn't part of a chain. While she's busy checking out the signs, he slips the Ruger out of his belt and stows it under the seat. At the second exit, she points out the Penny Pines Motel and asks what he thinks. Billy says it looks good. Using one of his Dalton Smith credit cards, he gets them a pair of adjoining rooms. Alice waits in the car, making Billy think of that old song by the amazing Rhythm Aces, Third-Rate Romance. They bring in their stuff. He takes the Mac Pro out of the carry bag, puts it on the room's single table, shaky and needing a shim under one leg, rezips the bag, and slings it over his shoulder.
What do you need that for?
Supplies. I need to do some shopping, and it's got a good look, professional. What's your phone number? She gives it to him, and he puts it into his contacts. Do you have an address for the condo where these guys live? It's a question he should have asked before, but they've been a little busy.
I don't know the number, but it's Landview Estates on Route 10. It's the last stop the bus makes before it gets to the airport and turns around.
Alice takes him by the sleeve and leads him to the window. She points.
Pretty sure that's Landview Estates, those 3 on the left? They live in Building C.
3rd floor.
That's right. I don't remember the apartment number, but it's the one at the end of the hall. You have to push a code to get in the front door, and I didn't see what he put in. It didn't seem important at the time.
I'll get in. Billy hopes he's right about that. His expertise is guns, not entering buildings with security doors.
Will you come back here before you go there?
No, but I'll stay in touch.
Are we staying in these rooms tonight?
I don't know. It depends on how things go. She asks if he's sure he wants to do this. Billy says he is, and it's the truth.
Maybe it's a bad idea.
It might be, but Billy means to go through with it anyway, if he can. Those men owe. Tell me no, and I'll back off. Instead of doing that, Alice takes one of his hands and squeezes. Hers is cold.
Be safe.
He gets halfway down the hall, then turns back. There's another question he forgot to ask. He knocks and she opens the door. What does Tripp look like? She takes out her phone and shows him a picture.
I took this the night we went to the movies.
The man who drugged her drink and raped her, and along with his 2 friends, tossed her out of an old van like a piece of trash, is holding up a bag of popcorn and smiling. His eyes sparkle. His teeth are white and even. Billy thinks he looks like an actor in a toothpaste ad. Okay, what about the other two?
One was short and had freckles. The other was much taller with an olive complexion. I don't remember which one was Jack and which one was Hank.
It doesn't matter. 7. The airport mall is just up the road from the motel. It's anchored by a Walmart even bigger than the one in Midwood. Billy locks his car, mindful of the gun under the driver's seat, and does his shopping. The mask is easy. Halloween is still weeks away, but the stores always put their holiday shit out well ahead of time. He also picks up a cheap pair of binoculars, a package of heavy-duty zip ties, a pair of thin gloves, a magic wand hand mixer, and a can of easy-off oven cleaner. Outside, a couple of cops, real ones, not Wally World security guards, are drinking coffee and discussing outboard motors. Billy gives them a nod.
Afternoon, officers.
They nod back and go on with their conversation. Billy walks fat until he's well into the parking lot, then hurries to the Fusion. He transfers the gun and his purchases to his laptop case and drives the 1.5 miles to Landview Estates. It's pretty upscale, the perfect place for swinging singles, but not upscale enough for a security booth manned by a rent-a-cop. And at this time of day, the parking lot in front of Building C is fairly empty. Billy pulls into a spot facing the door, takes off the fake stomach and waits. After 20 minutes or so, a sporty Kia Stinger pulls in and 2 young women get out with shopping bags. Billy raises the binoculars. They go to the door and push some buttons on the keypad. But one of them is in the way, and Billy gets nothing. The next arrival, 20 minutes later, is a man, but not one Billy is looking for. This guy is in his 50s. He also stands between Billy and the pad, rendering the binocs useless. This isn't going to work, he thinks. He could try going in with a legitimate resident. Would you hold the door a second? Thanks. But that probably just works in the movies. Also, this is a slack time of day. Only 2 people have entered in 40 minutes, and no one at all has come out. Billy shoulders his computer bag and walks around to the back of the building. The first thing he sees in the smaller auxiliary parking lot is the van. Now he can read the bumper sticker. Deadheads suck. Unless the van's broken down, always a possibility, at least one of these fuckwits is home. There are 2 big garbage dumpsters on the left of what must be a service store. On the right is a lawn chair and a rusty little table with an ashtray on it. The door is propped open a few inches with a brick, because this is the kind of door that locks as soon as you shut it, and whoever comes out here to smoke doesn't want to bother unlocking it each time he goes back in. Billy goes to the door and peeks through the gap. He sees a dim hallway, no one in it. There's music. Axl Rose wailing, "Welcome to the Jungle." 30 feet or so along are open doors on the left and right. The music is coming from the one on the right. Billy enters and walks briskly down the hall. When you're in a place where you don't belong, you have to act like you do. The room on the left is a laundry, with a few coin-op washers and dryers inside. The one on the right goes down to the basement. Someone is down there, singing along with the music. And not just singing. Billy can't see him, but he can see his shadow, and the shadow is dancing. Someone, probably the building's super, has taken a pause in whatever chore he came down to do, resetting a breaker, hunting out a can of touch-up paint, to fantasize he's on Dancing with the Stars. There's an oversized freight elevator at the end of the hall, doors open, sides hung with furniture pads, but Billy doesn't even think about using it. The machinery will be in the basement, and if the elevator starts up, the shadow dancer will hear it. There's a door to the left of the elevator marked Stairs. Billy climbs to the 3rd-floor landing. There he unzips his laptop case. He puts on the gloves and the mask. He puts the zip ties in his pants pocket. He has the Ruger in his left hand and the can of oven cleaner in his right. He cracks the stairway door and peeks out into a little lobby. It's empty. So is the hallway beyond. There's one apartment door on the left, one on the right, and one at the end. That will be the one where the raping roomies live. Billy walks down the hall. There's a bell, but instead of using it, he knocks good and loud. He gives a pause, then knocks even louder. Footsteps approach.
Who is it?
Police, Mr. Donovan.
He's not here. I'm just one of his roommates.
You don't get a prize for that. Open up. The man who opens the door is olive skinned, and at least 6 inches taller than Billy. Alice Maxwell is 5'4" at most, and the thought of this big man hulking over her infuriates Billy.
What?
The guy's face goes slack as he beholds a man in a Melania Trump mask with a laptop bag slung over his shoulder. Get them panties down, Billy says, and sprays him in the eyes with Easy Off. 8. Jack or Hank, whichever one it is, stumbles backward, pawing at his eyes. Foam drips off his cheeks and plops from his jaws. He stumbles over a hassock in front of a wicker chair with a hood, what Billy thinks is called a bungalow chair, and goes sprawling. It's a swinging singles living room for sure, with a curving 2-person couch. Billy knows that one. It's a love seat, facing a big screen TV. There's a round table with a laptop on it, and a bar in front of a wide window that looks toward the airport. Billy can see a plane taking off, and he is sure if the fuckwit could see it, he'd wish he was on it. Billy slams the hall door shut. The guy is yelling that he's blind. No, but you will be if you don't get your eyes rinsed out pretty fast, so pay attention. Hold out your hands.
I can't see! I can't see!
Hold out your hands, and I'll take care of you. Jack or Hank is rolling around on the wall-to-wall carpet. He's not holding out his hands. He's trying to sit up, and this guy is too big to fool with. Billy drops the laptop bag and kicks him in the stomach. He lets out a woof of air. Splatters of foam fly and land on the carpet. Did I stutter? Hold out your hands. He does it. Eyes squeezed shut, cheeks and forehead bright red. Billy kneels, holds his wrists together, and secures him with one of the zip ties before the man on the floor knows what's happening. Who else is here? Billy's pretty sure there's no one. If there was, this man's bellowing would have brought them in a hurry.
Nobody. Oh, Christ, my eyes! They burn!
Get up. Jack or Hank blunders to his feet. Billy grabs him by the shoulders and turns him toward the pass-through that gives onto the kitchen. March. Jack or Hank doesn't march, but he stumbles forward, waving his arms in front of him for obstacles. He's breathing fast and hard, but not whooping for breath the way Alice was. There's no need to teach him the first verse of Teddy Bear's Picnic. Billy shoves him until the buckle of his pants hits the front of the sink. The faucet has a sprayer attachment. Billy turns on the water and points the spray at Jack or Hank's face. He also gets wet in the process, but that's all right. It's actually refreshing.
It burns! It still burns!
It'll go away, Billy says, and it will, but hopefully not too soon. He's betting Alice's works burned plenty. Maybe still do. What's your name?
What do you want?
Now he's crying. Got to be in his mid to late 20s, tall, and at least 220. But he's crying like a baby. Billy jams the Ruger into the small of the guy's back. That's a gun. So don't make me ask you again. What's your name?
Jack!
He almost screams.
Jack Martinez. Please don't shoot me. Please.
Let's go in the living room. Jack. Billy pushes Jack ahead of him. Sit in the wicker seat. Can you see it?
A little.
Jack weeps.
It's all fucking blurry. Who are you? Why?
Sit down.
You can have my wallet. There's not much, but Trip keeps a couple $100 in his bedroom in the top drawer of the desk. Just take it and go.
Sit down. He takes Martinez by the shoulders, turns him, and pushes him into the bungalow chair. It's suspended on a hook and rope combo from the ceiling and starts a mild, rocking motion when the man's weight hits it. Martinez peers at Billy through bloodshot eyes. Just sit there a minute and get yourself together. There are napkins on the bar next to the ice bucket. Cloth ones, not paper. Very nice. Billy takes one and goes to Martinez. Don't move. Martinez sits still, and Billy wipes his face, getting rid of the last runnels of foam. Then he steps back. Where are the other two?
Why?
You don't ask, Jack. I do. Your job is to answer, unless you want another shot of foam, or a bullet in the knee if you really irritate me. Understand?
Yes!
The crotch of Martinez's chinos has gone dark. Where are they?
Tripp went to RBCC to see his advisor. Hank's at work. He's a salesman at Joss Bank.
What's Joss Bank?
Joseph A. Bank. It's a men's...
Okay, I know what it is. What's RBCC?
Red Bluff Community College. Tripp's a graduate student, part-time. History, he's writing a paper on the Australian and Hungarian War.
Billy thinks of telling this idiot that Australia had nothing to do with the Hungarian Revolution of 1848. But why would he? He's here to teach a different lesson. When will he be back?
I don't know. I think he said his meeting was at 2. He might stop for coffee after. Sometimes he does that.
Chat up a barista, maybe, Billy says. That's if she's new in town and hoping to meet someone nice.
Huh?
Billy kicks him in the leg. It's not hard, but Martinez cries out and the bungalow chair starts swinging again. It's a swinging chair for 3 swinging roommates. What about Hank? When does he get back?
He gets off at 4. Why do you...
Billy raises the can of Easy Off. It must still look blurry to Martinez, but he knows what it is and subsides. What about you, Jack? How do you earn your beer and bagels?
I'm a day trader.
Billy goes over to the laptop on the round table. Numbers are flowing across it, most of them green. It's Saturday, but someone is trading somewhere, because money never sleeps. Is that your van out back?
No, Hank's. I've got a Miata.
Is the van broken down?
Yeah, blew a head gasket. He's been taking my car to work this week. The store he works at is in the airport mall.
Billy pulls a regular chair over to the hanging bungalow chair. He sits in front of Martinez. I can be done with you, Jack, if you behave. Can you behave?
Yes.
That means when your roomies come home, you keep perfectly quiet. No yelling out a warning. It's Tripp I mostly want to deal with. But if you alert him, or Hank, I will give you what I was going to give Tripp. Do you understand me? Are we clear?
Yes!
Billy takes out his phone and calls Alice. She asks if he's all right, and Billy says he is. I'm with a guy named Jack Martinez. He has something he wants to say to you. Billy holds the phone out to Jack. Tell her you're a worthless piece of shit. Jack doesn't protest, perhaps because he's cowed, perhaps because that's how he feels just now. Billy is hoping for that. He's hoping even day traders can learn.
I'm a worthless piece of shit.
Now say you're sorry.
I'm sorry,
Martinez says into the phone. Billy takes the phone back. Alice sounds like she's crying. She tells him to be careful, and Billy says he will. He ends the call and turns his attention to the red-faced man in the bungalow chair. Do you know what you are apologizing for? Martinez nods, and Billy decides that's good enough. 9. They sit there, and time passes. Martinez says his eyes still burn, so Billy wets another bar napkin in the bar sink and wipes his face, paying particular attention to his eyes. Martinez thanks him. Billy thinks the man may regain his MAGA swagger eventually, but that's okay, because he also thinks Martinez will never rape another woman. He has been rehabilitated. Around 3:30, someone comes to the door. Billy stands behind it, after first looking at Martinez with a finger to the lips of the Melania mask. Martinez nods. It's got to be Tripp Donovan, because it's too early for Hank. The key rattles in the lock. Donovan is whistling. Billy holds the Ruger by the barrel and raises it to the side of his face. Donovan comes in, still whistling. He's looking very young man about town in his designer jeans and short leather coat, the picture finished off to perfection by the monogrammed briefcase in his hand, and the scolly cap perched jauntily on his dark hair. He sees Martinez in the bungalow chair with his hands bound together and stops whistling. Billy steps forward and clubs him with the butt of the gun. Not too hard. Donovan stumbles forward but doesn't go down like the guys on TV do when they get pistol whipped. He turns around, eyes wide, hands to the back of his head. Now Billy is pointing the business end of the gun at him. Donovan looks at his hand. There's a smear of blood on it.
"You hit me!" "Better than what I got,"
Martinez says in a grumbly tone that's almost funny.
"Why are you wearing that mask?"
Put your hands together, wrist to wrist.
"Why?"
Because I'll shoot you if you don't. Donovan puts his hands together, wrist to wrist, with no further argument. Billy tucks the Ruger into his belt at the front. Donovan rushes at him, which Billy expected. He steps aside and aids Donovan's forward motion with a hearty push into the closed door. Donovan cries out. Billy grabs him by the collar of his trendy leather coat, perhaps purchased at Joseph A. Bank, and pulls him backward, tripping Trip over one outstretched leg. He falls on his back. His nose is bleeding. Billy kneels beside him, first putting Don Jensen's gun in his belt at the back so Donovan can't make a grab for it, then holding out one of the ties. Put your hands together, wrist to wrist. No! Your nose is bleeding, but not broken. Put your hands together, or I'll fix that. Donovan puts his hands together. Billy binds his wrists and then calls Alice to tell her 2 down and 1 to go. He doesn't put Donovan on the phone because Donovan doesn't seem like he's ready to apologize. At least not yet. 10. Trip Donovan, sitting on the love seat, keeps trying to engage Billy in conversation. He says he knows why Billy is here, but whatever that girl Alice told him is total self-protecting bullshit. She was horny, she wanted it, she got it. Everyone parted friends. End of story. Billy nods, agreeably. You took her home? That's right, we took her home. In Hank's van? Donovan's eyes shift at that. He's got that magic mixture of charm and bullshit. It's worked for him his whole life, and he even expects it to work on the home invader in the Melania Trump mask. But he doesn't like that question. It's a knowing question. No, the love machine's broken down in the back parking lot. Billy says nothing. Martinez says nothing. And Donovan doesn't see his roomie's "you fucked up" look. Donovan is concentrating on Billy. That a pro? Nodding at the computer bag on the floor. Sweet cruncher, man. Billy says nothing. He's sweating inside the plastic shell of the mask, and he can't wait to get it off. He can't wait to finish his business and get out of this swinging bachelor pad. At 4:45, another key rattles in the lock, and in comes the third little pig, a small and dapper porker in a black 3-piece suit, set off by a tie as red as the blood on Alice Maxwell's thighs. Hank makes no trouble. He sees the blood on Donovan's face and Martinez's swollen eyes, and when Billy tells him to hold out his hands, he does so, with only token protest, and allows Billy to zip-tie his wrists. Billy leads him to the round table. Here we are, Billy says, all in our places with bright, shiny faces. There's money in my desk, Donovan says. In my room. Also some dope. World-class coke, man. An 8-ball. I've got some cash, too, Hank says. Only 50, but he gives a "what can you do" shrug. Billy can almost like this one. Stupid, considering what he did, but true. The flesh under his eyes and around his mouth is white with terror, but he's behaving and putting up a good front. Oh, you know this isn't about money. I told you, Donovan begins. He knows the whole thing, Trip, Martinez says. Billy turns to Hank. What's your last name? Flanagan. And the van out back, the love machine, that's yours, right? Yes, but it's broken down, the head gasket. Blue, I know. But it was running last week, yeah? You took Alice home in it after you were done with her? Don't say anything, Donovan barks. Hank ignores him. What are you, her boyfriend? Her brother? Oh, boy. Billy says nothing. Hank lets out a sigh. It sounds wet.
You know we didn't take her home.
What did you do with her? Donovan.
Don't say anything.
This seems to be his scripture. Bad advice, Hank. Just say it, and spare yourself a lot of grief.
We dropped her off.
Dropped her off. Is that what you want to call it?
Okay, we dumped her,
he says.
But, man, she was talking, okay? And we knew she had her phone and money for an Uber. She was talking.
And making perfect sense? Billy asks. Holding a conversation? Tell me that, if you fucking dare. Hank doesn't tell him that. He starts to cry, which tells Billy something else. Billy calls Alice. He doesn't make Hank tell her he's a worthless piece of shit, because the man's tears make it clear he already knows that. He only asks Hank to say he's sorry, which he does, and it sounds like he means it, for whatever that's worth. Billy turns to Donovan. That leaves you. 11. The swinging roommates are cowed. No one's going to run for the door because they know the intruder in the mask would clothesline them if they tried. Billy goes to his computer bag and takes out the magic wand hand mixer. It's a slim, stainless steel cylinder about 8 inches long. Its electrical cord has been bound into a neat bow by 2 twist ties. Here's what I've been thinking about, Billy says. That men don't know what it's like to be raped unless they've been raped themselves. You, Mr. Donovan, are about to have a reasonable facsimile of that experience. Donovan tries to lunge up from the love seat, and Billy pushes him back. When he lands, the cushion makes a farting sound. Martinez and Flanagan don't move, only stare at the mixer with big eyes. What I need you to do is stand up, push down your pants and undershorts, then lie on your stomach. No! Donovan has gone white. His eyes are even bigger than those of his roommates. Billy hardly expected instant compliance. He takes the Ruger from his belt. He remembers Pablo Lopez, one of the squad's funhouse casualties. Bigfoot Lopez had that Dirty Harry speech down pat, the one that ends with Harry saying, "You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky?" Well, do you, punk? Billy can't remember it all, but he has the gist. This isn't my gun, he says. I borrowed it. I know it's loaded, but I don't know what the loads are. I didn't check them. If you don't drop trow and lie on your stomach, I'm going to shoot you in the ankle, point blank. So you've got to ask yourself one question. Ball or hollow point? If they're hard point, you'll probably walk again, but only after a lot of pain and therapy, and you'll limp for the rest of your life. If they're soft nose, most of your foot is going to say adios. So here's the deal. Roll the dice on the bullet, or get cornholed. Your choice. Donovan begins to blubber. His tears don't make Billy feel pity. They make him want to hit the man in the mouth with the butt of the Ruger and see how many of those toothpaste ad teeth he can knock out. Let me put it to you another way. Either you can endure short-lived pain and humiliation, or you can drag your left foot around for the rest of your life, assuming the doctors don't amputate. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5. 4. On 3, Trip Donovan stands up and drops trow. His cock has shriveled to a noodle, and his balls are barely visible at all. Mister, do you have to? Martinez begins. Shut up, Hank says. He deserves it. Probably we all do. To Billy he says, just so you know, I didn't put it in. Just on her belly. Did you come? Billy knows the answer to that question. Hank lowers his head. Donovan is lying down on the carpet. His ass is white, the buttocks clenched. Billy takes a knee beside the prone man's hip. You want to stay still, Mr. Donovan. Still as you can, anyway. You can be grateful I'm not going to plug this thing in. I considered it, believe me. I'll fuck you up, Donovan sobs. No one is getting fucked up today. But you. Billy sets the base of the hand mixer on Donovan's right ass cheek. Donovan jerks and gasps. I thought about picking up some goo while I was shopping. You know, body lotion, massage oil, even Vaseline. But I decided against it. Alice didn't get any lube, did she? Unless maybe you spit on your hand before you went in. Please don't, Donovan sobs. Did Alice say that? Probably not. She was probably too roofied out to say much of anything. One thing she did say was, "Don't choke me." She probably would have said more if she could. Here we go, Mr. Donovan. Hold still. I won't tell you to relax and enjoy it. 12. Billy doesn't draw it out as he thought he might. He doesn't have the heart for it, or the stomach. When he's finished, he takes pictures of Tripp and the other two with his phone. Then he pulls the mixer out of Tripp, wipes his prints, and tosses it away. The cylinder rolls under the round table with Martinez's laptop on it. Each of you stay right where you are. This is almost over, so don't fuck it up on the home stretch. Billy goes to the kitchen and grabs a paring knife. When he comes back, none of them have moved. Billy tells Hank Flanagan to hold out his hands. Hank does, and Billy cuts his zip tie holding him. "Mister," Hank says, sounding timid, "you lost your wig." He's right. The blonde wig is lying against the baseboard like a small dead animal. A rabbit, maybe. It must have come off when Donovan rushed him, and Billy threw him against the door. Did he remember to glue it on before leaving the basement apartment? Billy can't remember, but guesses he didn't. He doesn't try putting it on because he has the mask to contend with. Just holds it in the hand not holding the Ruger GP. I have pictures of all of you, but because Mr. Donovan is the only one with a hand mixer sticking out of his ass, he's the star of the show. I don't think you're going to call the police, because then you'd have to explain why I'm broke in, but left without taking any money or valuables. But if you should decide to womp up some kind of story that doesn't involve gang rape, this picture is going on the internet with an explanation. Any questions? There are no questions. It's time for Billy to go. He can stow the mask and don the wig on the way to the third-floor lobby. But he wants to say something else before he goes. He feels he has to. The first thing that comes to mind is a question. Don't any of you have sisters? And surely they have mothers. Even Billy had one of those, although she wasn't very good at the job. But such a question would be rhetorical. Preaching, not teaching. Billy says, "You should be ashamed of yourselves." He leaves, taking off the mask as he hurries down the hall and putting it in the unzipped computer bag. He's thinking that he's not much better than those guys, really, pot calling the kettle black. But thinking that way is no good. What he tells himself as he puts on the wig and trots down the stairs is that he's stuck with himself and must make the best of it. It's cold comfort, but cold is better than none. Chapter 17. 1. Alice must have been waiting just inside the door of her room, because when Billy knocks, she opens up at once and hugs him. He's startled for a moment, and then starts to pull away, but when he sees the hurt look on her face, he hugs her back. Other than meaningless bro hugs from people like Nick and Giorgio, he hasn't had a real hug in a long time. Then he realizes that's not true. He got hugs from Shanice Ackerman. They were good. And this one is too. They go inside. He told her he was okay when he called from the car after leaving Landview Estates, but she asks again now, and he tells her again that he is. And you dealt with them? Yes. All three of them? Yes. Do I want to know how? None of them is going to need a hospital visit, but all of them paid a price. Let's leave it at that. Fine, but can I ask a question I asked before? Billy says she can. Did you do it for me or your sister? He thinks it over and says, I think both. She gives a case-closed nod. That wig looks like a hurricane blew through it. Do you have a comb? He does, in his shaving bag. Alice tints the wig over her spread fingers and starts combing it out in brisk strokes. Are we staying here tonight? Billy has thought about this on the short drive back. I think we should. I don't believe we have to worry about the Three Stooges calling the cops. He's thinking of the pictures on his phone. And it's getting late. She stops combing and looks at him, dead on. Take me with you when you go. Please? She mistakes his silence for reluctance. There's nothing for me here. I can't go back to business school and serving cappuccinos. I can't go home either. I won't. Not after all this. I need to get out of this town. I need to start over. Please. Dalton, please. All right. But there's going to be a point where we go our separate ways. You understand that, right? Yes. She holds out the wig. Better? It is. And my friends call me Billy. Okay. She smiles. Okay. 2. There's a Slim Chickens a quarter-mile down the surface road. Billy drives through and brings back food and shakes. The way she keeps her eyes on her chicken and bacon sandwich, planning the next bite, even when she's chewing on the one in her mouth, pleases him. He has no idea why, but it does. They watch the local news. There's just one item about the courthouse assassination. It's nothing new, just a 2-minute filler piece before the weather. The world is moving on. Are you going to be okay tonight? Yes. She steals one of his fries, as if that proves it. If you start getting short of breath, Teddy Bear's Picnic, I know. And if that doesn't work, knock on the wall, I'll come. Okay. He gets up and tosses his trash. Then I'll say goodnight. There's some stuff I have to do. Are you going to work on your story? Billy shakes his head. Other stuff. Alice looks troubled. Billy, you wouldn't run out on me in the middle of the night, would you? This is such a perfect turnaround that he has to laugh. No, I'm not going to do that. Promise. He crooks his little finger as he sometimes did with Shan, and often did with Kathy. Pinky swear. She crooks her own, smiling, and they link up. Go to bed early, because we're going to leave early. Long drive. All he has to do now is find out where they're going. 3. In his room on the other side of the wall, he texts Bucky Hansen. Can I come to where you are? Actually, it's we. I have someone with me. She's safe, but going to need new ID. Not staying long. When I get the balance of what's owed me, you'll get what I promised. He sends and waits. He and Bucky go back almost to the beginning. Billy trusts him completely and thinks Bucky trusts him. Also, $1 million is a lot of cheese. 5 minutes later, his phone bings. Scott's live show. Skipper's Smokehouse 2007. 69 El Camino, YT. Delete. And DTA. They haven't communicated like this in several years, but Billy remembers what DTA means. Don't text again. For Bucky, to go to such lengths means he's being very, very cautious. He may have heard something. If so, it was nothing good. Billy also knows Scott's. It stands for Southern Culture on the Skids, Bucky's favorite band. 69 El Camino is one of their songs. Billy goes to YouTube and types out Scott's live at Skipper's Smokehouse. Southern Culture on the Skids must have played that particular venue a lot over the years, because there are over 40 vids of various songs. 5 of them are 69 El Camino, but there's only one from 2007. Billy selects it, but doesn't hit play. It's smeary cell phone video. The sound will suck, and it's not music he came for. It's had a little over 4,000 views, and hundreds of people have left comments. Billy scrolls down to the last one, which is tagged Hansen 199. It was posted 2 minutes ago. Great tune, the comment reads. Saw them play a kick-ass 10-minute version at Edgewood Saloon in Sidewinder. Billy adds his own post, tagging himself, Taco04. It's brief. Hope to see them soon. He deletes his text to Bucky, and Bucky's reply about the Scots video, then goes to Google. There's only one town named Sidewinder in the continental United States. It's in Colorado. There's no Edgewood Saloon, but there is a thoroughfare called Edgewood Mountain Drive. He texts Alice, leaving at 5 a.m., okay? The reply, Roger, comes back immediately. Billy downloads an app to one of the Alltech laptops. It takes a while because the Penny Pines Wi-Fi is weak as shit. When the download is complete, he reads for an hour, then takes a long hot shower. He sets the alarm on his phone before going to bed, even though he knows he won't need it. He dreams of Lollapalooza. No surprise there. 4. It's dark when they stow their few belongings in the back seat of the Fusion. Billy sets one of the cheap Alltechs on the console between the front seats and plugs it into the power outlet. I knew one of these cheapies would come in handy sooner or later.
Did you really?
Alice looks still half asleep. Nope, but sometimes you get lucky. While she fastens the seatbelt, Billy opens the app he downloaded last night. There's a shrill sound, like an old-fashioned modem connecting. He squelches the volume. What's that for? Billy bends over and points to an unobtrusive panel down low and to the left of the glove compartment. That's the OBD, onboard diagnostic. It does all sorts of things. And because this is a lease car, one of the things it does is pinpoint our location if anyone at the dealership wants to check, which they would as soon as we cross the state line, because it's programmed to send a notification. The app is a jammer. If anyone checks, they'll think the OBD is on the fritz. You hope they'll think that. Confidence is high, Billy says. You ready? Don't want to dummy check the room?
I'm ready.
She's wide awake now.
Where are we going?
Colorado.
Colorado? My God.
She sounds very young.
How far?
Over 1,000 miles. 2-day drive. She smiles.
Then we better get going.
Billy says, Roger that, and drops the Fusion's transmission in drive. 5 minutes later, they're on the turnpike and headed west. 5. They stop for gas and food in Muskogee, the town made famous by Merle Haggard. Alice has been busy on the Alltech and directs Billy to the Arrowhead Mall. When they get there, she points out a building with bright orange awnings. What's Ulta? Billy asks.
Makeup store. You go in. I don't want to with my face looking like this.
Billy can't blame her. She's young, she's healthy, and the bruises have started to fade, but it's still pretty clear that someone tuned up on her in the recent past. She tells him what to get, and he gets it. The basic product is called Dermablend Cover Cream. It's less expensive than the morning after pill, but once he adds in the brush and the setting powder, he's closing in on $80. You're an expensive date, he says when he gives her the bag.
Wait till you see the results.
She sounds pert. Billy likes that. She's come a long way back from the girl who couldn't bear to look at herself in the mirror. But not all the way back. She falls asleep that afternoon as they continue to drive northwest, and after an hour or so he hears her moaning. She puts out her hand in a warding off gesture. One of them strikes the dashboard and she wakes up with a gasp. Then another, and a third, this time with her hand on her throat. Teddy Bear's Picnic, stat, Billy says. He's already slowing, moving over into the breakdown lane.
I'm okay. Keep going. I'm all right now. Bad dream is all.
What was it? Billy asks, turning off his blinker and swerving the Fusion back into the travel lane.
I don't remember.
She's lying, but that's okay. 6. They stop for the night in the little town of Protection, Kansas, because it's halfway to where they're going, but also because they both like the idea of staying at a place called the Protection Motel. This time Alice goes in with him when he registers, and the guy at the desk barely gives her a glance. A woman might have, Billy thinks. The makeup is good, and she applied it skillfully, but it's not quite perfect. He asks if she wants him to get takeout, and Alice shakes her head. She's ready to go public, and that's also good. They eat at Don's place, which is just about the only place in protection when it comes to food. The menu consists mostly of burgers and corn dogs.
This guy we're going to see, Alice says, what's he like?
Bucky's 65 or 70 now, skinny as hell, ex-Marine, pretty much lives on beer, cigarettes, Slim Jims, and rock and roll. He's good with computers. He has a lot of contacts, and he helps put strings together.
Strings?
Pro stick-up guys. Not kids, not junkies, not trigger-happy hotheads. He's part agent, part talent scout.
For the underworld.
Billy smiles. I don't know if there's really an underworld anymore. I think the computer age pretty much killed it.
And he finds jobs for people like you?
She lowers her voice.
Hired killers?
As far as Billy knows, he's the only hired killer Bucky does business with. But he doesn't disagree. How could he, when it's true? He could tell her again that he only kills people who deserve to be killed. But why bother? Either she believes it or she doesn't. In any case, it's a moot point. He can't change his past, but he means to change his future. He also intends to have his payday. He earned it. Bucky will have ID for you, I think. It's one of the things he does. You can be a new person, if you want to.
I do.
She doesn't pause to think about it.
Although, at some point, I suppose, I'll want to call my mother again.
She gives a little laugh and a small shake of the head.
You know, I can't remember the last time she called me. I really can't.
But you did talk to her.
Yes, while you were, visiting Tripp and his roommates.
You didn't really tell her we were going to Cancun, did you? She smiles.
I was tempted, but no. I said I had a boyfriend, and we broke up when I quit school, and I needed some time to think about what comes next.
She was okay with that.
It's been a long time since she was okay with anything I do. Can we talk about something else, please?
7. The next day is nothing but driving, most of it on I-70. Alice, still recovering from physical and mental trauma, sleeps a lot. Billy thinks about the Fallujah part of his story, which is now stored on a thumb drive in his computer bag. That leads him to Albie Stark, who used to talk about getting his Harley out of storage when he got home and taking a road trip from New York to San Francisco.
None of that blue highway shit either, he said. I'd be turnpiking the whole way, crank it up to 80 and pull the knobs off.
Albie never had a chance to do that. Albie died behind a rusty old Fallujah taxi, and his last words were,
"It's nothing. Just clip me."
Only then he started gasping, the way Alice did when she had her panic attacks, and he never got a chance to sing even the first line of Teddy Bear's Picnic. They stopped for gas and food in the little town of Quinter, Kansas. It's a waffle delight, and when they get out of the Fusion and approach, they see a couple of state cops sitting at the counter. Alice hesitates, but Billy keeps going, and it turns out fine. The cops hardly give them a glance. If you act right, most times they don't even notice you, Billy says as they walk back to the car.
Most times?
Billy shrugs. Anything can happen to anybody. You play the odds and hope for the best.
You're a fatalist.
Billy laughs. I'm a realist.
Is there a difference?
He stops with his hand on the Fusion's door handle and looks at her. She has a way of surprising him. You're maybe too smart for business school, he says. I think you could do better. 8. Alice sleeps again, full of waffles and bacon. Billy glances at her from time to time. He likes her looks more and more. He likes who she is. To just slam the door on one life and open the door on a new one? How many people would do that, even if they got the chance? Around 4 o'clock she wakes up, stretches, then gasps. She's looking through the windshield with wide eyes. My sainted hat. Billy laughs. Never heard that one before.
It's the Rockies. Oh my God. Look at them.
There's something all right.
I've seen pictures, but it's not the same. I mean, they just start.
It's true. They have driven through hundreds of miles of flatlands, and then all at once, there they are. I thought we might get to Bucky's today, and I guess we still could, but I don't want to drive Route 19 in the mountains after dark. It's probably twisty. What he doesn't tell her is that he wouldn't want Bucky seeing headlights pulling into his driveway between 10 and midnight. Not after Bucky was so careful about giving out his location. See if you can find us an off-brand motel east of Denver. She uses his Dalton phone with the dexterity of the very young.
There's a place called the Pronghorn Motor Rest. That sound off-brand enough for you?
It does. How far?
Looks like about 30 miles.
She does some more typing and swiping.
It's in a town called Byers. They have a turkey shoot with a big dance after, but it's not until November. Guess we'll miss it.
Too bad.
Well, she says, shit happens. Life's a party, and parties weren't meant to last.
He looks sideways at her, a little startled. Is that F. Scott Fitzgerald?
Prince,
she says.
I can't get over how gorgeous those mountains are. When the sun goes down, I don't think I'll look. My heart might break, and the only reason I'm here is because those men raped me and threw me out in the rain. I guess everything happens for a reason.
Billy has heard that saying many times before, and it always makes him mad. I don't believe that. I won't believe that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
She sounds a little scared.
I didn't mean to.
Believing that would mean believing that someone or something up the line was more important than my sister. Same with Albie Stark, Taco, Johnny Caps, who'll never walk again. There's nothing reasonable about any of that. She doesn't answer. When he looks at her, she's looking down at her tightly clasped hands, and there are tears on her cheeks. Jesus, Alice, I didn't mean to make you cry.
You didn't,
she says, brushing away the evidence on her cheeks. It's just that, if there's a God, he's doing a piss-poor job. Alice points ahead at the blue teeth of the Rockies.
If there's a God, he made those.
Well, Billy thinks. Girl's got a point. 9. There's no problem getting adjoining rooms at the Pronghorn Motor Rest. Based on the number of cars in the parking lot, Billy thinks they could have gotten every room on the hallway to themselves. They eat at a nearby burger barn. Back at the motel, Billy plugs in the thumb drive with his story on it. He opens the document and goes to where he left off. Taco, handing Fareed their Good Morning Vietnam bullhorn. Then he closes it again. He's not afraid to write about what happened in the funhouse. Exactly. But he doesn't want to do it in installments either. He wants to be in a quiet place where he can pour it out like poison from a bottle. He doesn't think it will take long, but those hours will be intense. He goes to the window and looks out. There's a couple of cheap lawn chairs in front of each unit. Alice is sitting in one of them, staring up at the stars. He looks at her looking for a long time. He doesn't need a psychiatrist to tell him what she means to him. She's a version of Kathy, only grown up. A psychiatrist might try to argue that she is also Robin McGuire, a.k.a. Ronnie Givens, from the House of Everlasting Paint. But that wouldn't be true, because he wanted to fuck Robin. Many was the night he jacked off to that fond fantasy, and he doesn't want to fuck Alice. He cares for her, and that means more than fucking. Is caring for her dangerous? Of course it is. Is the way Alice has come to care for him, to trust him, to depend on him, equally as dangerous? Of course it is. But to see her sitting there and looking up at the stars, that means something. It might not if things go wrong, but right now it does. He gave her the mountains and the stars, not to own, but at least to look at, and that means a lot. 10. They get an early start and are skirting Denver at 8 in the morning. It's flat. They drive through Boulder at 9:15, also flat. Then boom, they're in the mountains. The road is every bit as twisty as Billy thought it would be. Alice sits up straight, her head on a swivel, her eyes wide as she looks from deep gorges on her right to steep wooded upslopes on her left. Billy gets it. She's a New England girl who made one short and ultimately unpleasant side trip to the Mid-South, and this is all new to her, all amazing. He will never believe she had to get raped in order to be here in the Rocky Mountain foothills, but he's glad she can be. He likes her amazement. No, loves it.
I could live here,
she says. They drive through Nederland, a little town that seems to be a mere adjunct to the sprawling shopping center on the outskirts. The parking lot is jammed. Billy, who can believe almost anything, would be hard-pressed to believe that in the early spring of the following year that parking lot would be almost deserted on a business day, with most of its stores closed.
I need to go in there,
Alice says and points. There are spots of color in her cheeks. To the drugstore. He pulls in and finds a parking space. Is something wrong?
No, but I'm going to have a visit from my friend. It's 2 weeks early, but I can feel it coming. Cramps.
He remembers the flyer that came with the morning after pill. Are you sure you don't want me to?
No, I'll do it. I won't be long. God, I hope I don't make a mess in these pants.
If you do, we'll buy some new ones, is how he means to finish, but she's already out of the car and hurrying toward the Walgreens, almost running. She comes back a few minutes later with a bag. He asks if she's okay. She tells him, almost curtly, that she's fine. Outside of town they come to a scenic turnout, and she asks him to stop and park away from the few other cars. Then she asks him to look the other way. He does so, and sees a hang-gliding fool soaring over a ravine as deep as a stab wound. From this distance, the guy hardly appears to be moving. He hears her shifting around, her zipper going down, the rattle of the bag, more rattling as she strips the paper from what she needs. A pad, he assumes. She wouldn't want to try a tampon. Not yet. And then her zipper again.
You can look now.
No, you look, Billy says, and points out the hang glider. The guy is wearing a bright red singlet and a yellow helmet which will do exactly jack shit if he crashes into the side of the mountain.
Oh, my God.
Alice is shading her eyes. Not to mention your sainted hat. Alice grins. A real grin. Very good to see. She repeats,
I could live here.
And do that? Billy points.
Maybe not that.
She pauses, thinking it over.
But maybe.
Ready to roll? You all high and tight?
Roger that,
Alice replies. Smart as you please. 11. Billy is glad he decided not to drive on through yesterday, because it takes him another 2 hours to reach Sidewinder. There's no shopping center here. Just a one-street downtown crammed with souvenir shops, restaurants, clothing stores featuring Western apparel, and bars. Plenty of those, with names like Rough Rider Saloon, Boots and Spurs, Homestead, and 187. There's no Edgewood Saloon, but Billy didn't expect one.
Funny name for a bar,
Alice says, pointing at 187. It is. Billy agrees, but based on the rank of motorcycles parked out front, he doesn't think the name is funny at all. 187 is the California Penal Code designation for murder. Alice is using his phone to navigate, because the Fusion's GPS is jammed along with the locator.
Another mile, maybe a little more, on the left.
A mile takes them out of town. Billy slows and sees the sign for Edgewood Mountain Drive. He makes the turn. They pass nice-looking homes and Swiss-style chalets set back from the street, many with their driveways chained off because ski season is still 6 weeks away. Beyond 108 Edgewood, the paving ends. The previously smooth road becomes first bouncy, then downright jouncy. Billy negotiates a tight S-curve and bulls the Fusion over a washed-out culvert. This time the car bounces so hard their seatbelts lock.
Are you sure this is right?
Alice asks. It's right. We're looking for 199. She consults the phone.
This says there's no such number.
I'm not surprised. Half a mile further on, the dirt runs out, and they find themselves on a grassy track with wildflowers growing on the hump between the ruts. Billy thinks it might be the remains of an old logging road. The trees crowd in. Branches whip the Fusion's sides. The track goes steeper. Billy steers his way around protruding rocks left over from the last ice age. Alice looks increasingly uneasy.
If this just ends, you're going to have to back up for 2 miles because there is no place to...
Billy hauls the Fusion around the tightest curve yet, and the road does end. Dead ahead is a log house, jutting its long length over a steep slope supported by posts that look like cut-off telephone poles. A Jeep Cherokee is parked underneath an open porch. Billy can hear a generator somewhere out back, the sound low but strong and steady. Billy and Alice get out and look up at the porch, shading their eyes. Bucky Hansen rises from the rocking chair he's been sitting in and comes to the shake pole railing. He's wearing a New York Rangers gimme cap and smoking a cigarette.
Yo, Billy, I thought you got lost.
She did too. Bucky, this is Alice Maxwell.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Alice. And Billy, look at you. How long has it been since we were face to face?
Gotta be 4 years at least, Billy says. Maybe 5.
Well, come on up. Steps are on the side.
Are you hungry? 12. Billy was afraid his longtime fixer and agent might resent him bringing a stranger to this place, which is pretty clearly an emergency bolt hole. But Bucky treats Alice kindly. He doesn't come right out and say that any friend of Billy's, etc., but he makes it clear, and after her initial shyness, or maybe it's wariness, she relaxes. Still, she's careful to stay near Billy. The kitchen is neat, roomy, sunshiny. Bucky heats up macaroni and cheese in the microwave.
I'd love to make you huevos rancheros. I'm not half bad at it, but I'm still not completely situated here. Need to finish getting supplied. Then I'll just hunker down until this business comes to a conclusion. A happy one would be nice.
I got you into a mess, and I'm sorry, Billy says. Bucky flaps a hand at him.
I brokered the deal and knew the risks.
He sets a steaming bowl before each of them.
Well, what about you, Alice? How'd you meet this vet of Georgie Bush's war?
Alice looks down at her mac and cheese, as if she finds it especially fascinating. Her cheeks turn pink.
I guess you could say he picked me up off the street.
Is that so?
Has he shown you his stupid act yet? That's something to see. Give it to her, Billy.
Billy doesn't want to. Alice is different from mugs like Nick and Giorgio, but Bucky has given them a place to stay for a while, and he doesn't want to refuse such a simple request. Only he doesn't have to do it.
I've already seen it. Alice pauses and adds, in a manner of speaking.
She gives Billy a look before addressing her food again, just a quick one, but it's enough to make him feel sure she's talking about the first part of his story, the part he wrote, knowing Nick and Giorgio were probably reading over his shoulder.
Great, isn't it?
Bucky says, fetching his own bowl and sitting down.
Billy reads all the hard books, but he can also tell you every kid at Riverdale High and how Batman got his cape.
Billy thinks, what the hell? A little won't hurt. He makes his eyes big and slows his speech.
I actually don't know that part.
Bucky laughs and points his fork, a macaroni noodle still caught on one of the tines, at Billy.
Man, you haven't lost a step.
He turns to Alice.
Just picked you up off the street, huh? What's that mean exactly? That he saved my life.
Bucky raises his eyebrows.
Did he now? I want to hear all about it. In fact, I want to hear everything, especially what went wrong.
Billy considers this carefully. Everything but Alice, he says, and starts laughing. He can't help it. 13. He again starts with Frank McIntosh and Polly Logan, picking him up at the hotel, and goes through it to the end, skimping only on the last part, just saying some guys roughed Alice up, and he took care of them. Bucky doesn't ask how. He only collects their dishes, takes them over to the sink, and starts running hot water. The little house at the ass end of Edgewood Mountain Drive has a microwave and a satellite dish on the roof, but there's no dishwasher.
I'll do those,
Alice says, getting up. No, you won't, Bucky says. There are only a few, and I'll leave the casserole dish to soak. That baked-on cheese is a bitch. Billy, how long do you want to stay? I only ask because if you're going to be here long, I'll have to make a run to King Soopers. I don't know, but I'm happy to get the groceries.
I'll go too,
Alice says.
Just give me a list.
She looks in the fridge. You need some vegetables. Bucky ignores that. From the sink, back turned, he says,
They're after you, Billy. Not just Nick's organization. 4 other brands of competition, plus God knows how many independents. It's one of those occasions, rare but not unheard of, where everybody's on the same page. You're a big topic of conversation in certain chat rooms where you're referred to as Mr. Summerlock.
As in Billy Summers and David Lockridge, Billy says.
Right.
Is anybody chatting about Dalton Smith? Please, God, no, he thinks.
So far as I know, Dalton Smith is still good. But these guys have access to all the best investigative agencies, outfits that make the FBI look like rubes. And if you left any loose ends, any at all, Dalton Smith is a goner.
Bucky turns from the sink, and as he wipes his reddened hands on a dish towel, he looks directly at Alice. He doesn't have to say anything to make his point. Billy says, She's not a loose end. When I leave here, she goes her own way as someone else. If you can put together the documentation, that is.
Oh, I can do that. Did one thing already. There's nothing like the internet when it's hooked up to state-of-the-art equipment.
He comes back to the table and sits down.
How do you feel about being Elizabeth Anderson?
Alice looks startled, then gives a tentative smile.
Fine, I guess. I don't get to pick my own name. It's better that you don't. Too easy to pick one that links to your past. I didn't pick it either. Computer did. Site called Name Generator.
He looks at Billy.
If you trust her, that's good enough. What about these Jensens, or the real estate guy? They have any idea you were someone other than Dalton Smith?
Billy shakes his head.
So you're clean, and that's good, because there's a bounty on your head.
How much?
Chat rooms say $6 million.
Billy gapes. Are you shitting me? Why? They're only paying me $2 to do the job in the first place.
I don't know.
Alice is turning her head from one to the other, as if she's watching a tennis match. Bucky says,
Nick's handling the contract, but I don't think it's his money any more than the money you were promised was his.
Billy props his elbows on the table and his loosely closed fists on the sides of his face. Who pays $6 million to kill a shooter who shot another shooter?
Bucky laughs. Save that one. That's right up there with she sells seashells down by the seashore.
Who? And why? Joel Allen was nobody, as far as I can tell.
Bucky shakes his head. Don't know, but I bet Nick Majorian does. Maybe you'll get a chance to ask him. Who's Nick Majorian?
Alice asks. Billy sighs. Benji Compson. The guy who got me into this mess. Which is sort of a lie. He got into it all by himself. 14. In the end, Billy decides he and Alice will stay with Bucky for 3 days, maybe 4. He wants to finish writing about the funhouse. That won't take long, but he also needs time to think about his next move. Does he need another long gun, scope equipped, to go with the Ruger? He doesn't know. Does he need another handgun? Maybe a Glock that holds 17 rounds instead of a measly 6? He doesn't know. But a potato buster for the Ruger might come in handy, little as he likes them. Would he have occasion to use such a thing? He doesn't know that either. But Bucky tells him that a jam and lock silencer for the GP should be no problem. If, that is, He doesn't mind something homemade that might break apart after a few shots were fired through it. Bucky says in the high country, all sorts of accessories are available.
I could get you an M249 if you wanted. I'd have to ask around, but I know some people to ask. Safe people who can keep their mouths shut.
A saw, in other words. Billy has a brief but brilliant memory of Big Joe Klazuski standing outside the funhouse with that very same gun. He shakes his head. Let's stick with the silencer for now.
Silencer for a Ruger GP.
Got it. Alice will have her paperwork in 3 days as well, but when she and Billy go for groceries in Sidewinder, Bucky wants her to pick up some hair dye.
I think you should go blonde for your driver's license. But leave the dark eyebrows. That'd be a good look for you. You think?
She sounds doubtful, but looks interested.
I do. You're in business school, so I'll give you some background to go with that. Can you take shorthand? Yes, I took a summer course in Rhode Island and picked it up fairly fast. And you can answer a phone? Dignam Chevrolet, how may I direct your call?
Alice rolls her eyes.
Okay, entry-level skills at least. And where the economy is roaring, that should be enough. Had nice clothes, good shoes, and a cheery smile, and there's no reason why Beth Anderson can't find her niche.
But Bucky doesn't like it. Alice doesn't pick up on it, but Billy does. He just doesn't know why. 15. They go for groceries. Billy wearing his wig and a pair of dark glasses Bucky finds for him in the clutter of stuff, what he calls Irish luggage he hasn't unpacked yet. At King Soopers, Billy pays cash. They go back up Edgewood Mountain Drive, the Fusion thudding and bumping and forging grumpily ahead over the last 2 miles. Alice helps Bucky put the things away. He looks at the plantains she purchased doubtfully, but says nothing. When the chore is done, she says she's tired of being cooped up and asks if it would be okay for her to take a walk. Bucky tells her that if she goes out the back door, she'll find a path into the woods.
Steep slope, but you look young and strong. Might want to put on some bug dope. Check the bathroom.
Alice comes back with her sleeves rolled up, trucker style, slathering on Cutter. Her cheeks are shiny with it. Don't mind the wolves, Bucky says, then seeing her alarmed expression.
Kidding, kiddo. The old-timers say there haven't been wolves around here since the 1950s. All hunted out. Bears, too. But if you can make it a mile, you're going to come to one hell of a view. You can look across I don't know how many miles of gulch and ravine to a big old flat clearing on the other side. Used to be a resort hotel there, but it burned flat many a moon ago.
He drops his voice.
It was reputed to be haunted.
Watch your step, Billy says. You don't want to break an ankle.
I'll be careful.
When she's gone, Bucky turns to Billy with a smile.
Watch your step. You don't want to break an ankle. What are you, her daddy? God knows you're old enough to be.
Don't get Freudian. She's just my friend. I couldn't tell you exactly how that happened, but it did.
You said they roughed her up. Does that mean what I think it does?
Yes.
All of them?
2 out of 3. One of them just jizzed on her belly. That's what he said anyway.
Jesus Christ. She seems so, okay.
She's not.
Well, no, of course she's not. Probably never will be. Not completely.
Billy thinks that, like too many depressing ideas, it's probably true. Bucky gets 2 beers, and they go out to the front porch. Billy has parked the Fusion beneath, nose to nose with the Cherokee.
Seems to be coping, at least,
Bucky says when he's resumed his rocking chair. Billy has taken another one.
Got some guts?
Billy nods. She does.
And she can read a room, as they say. Maybe she did want to go strolling, but she mostly left so we could talk.
You think?
I do. She can have the spare room while you stay here. Bunch of my stuff's in it now, but I'll clear it out. The bed's stripped, and I don't know if there's any sheets, but I saw a couple of blankets on the shelf in the closet. That'll do for 3 or 4 nights. Since you're not sleeping with her,
You get the attic. Most times a year you'd freeze or boil up there, but right now it should be just about perfect. I've got a sleeping bag somewhere, maybe still in the back of the Cherokee. Sounds good. Thanks. Least I can do for a guy who's promising me $1 million. Unless you've changed your mind about that. I haven't. Billy gives Bucky a sideways look. You don't think I'll get it? You might. Bucky pulls a pack of Pall Mall Straights out of his shirt pocket. Billy didn't know they still made those, and offers it to Billy, who shakes his head. Bucky lights his smoke with an old Zippo, the Marine emblem and Semper Fi embossed on the side. I learned a long time ago not to sell you shortway 'em. They sit for a while without talking. Two men in porch rockers. Billy thought Pearson Street was quiet, but this place makes Pearson Street sound like downtown. Somewhere far off someone is using a chainsaw, or maybe it's a wood chipper. That and a light breeze sighing through the pines and aspens is the whole soundtrack. Billy watches a bird go stiff-wing, gliding across the blue sky. You should take her with you. Billy turns to him, startled. Bucky has an old tin ashtray loaded with filterless butts sitting on his lap. What? Are you crazy? I thought she could stay here with you while I tracked Nick down in Vegas. She could, but you really should take her along. He stubs out his cigarette, sets the ashtray aside, and leans forward. Hear me now, because I'm not sure you did before. Guys are looking for you. Hard guys, like this Dana Edison you mentioned. They know the cops didn't catch you. They know Nick stiffed you, and they know there's a damn good chance you'll be on your way to get what's owing. That you'll take it out of his hide if you can't get it any other way. Like Shylock, Billy murmurs. I don't know about that. Never saw the movie. But if you think that will fool them... He flicks the blonde wig, which has really become bedraggled and needs to be replaced. You're taking dumb pills. They know you've changed your appearance. You never would have gotten out of Red Bluff otherwise. And if you're driving, there are only so many ways into Vegas. They'll be watching all of them. He's making sense. But Billy doesn't like the idea of bringing Alice into danger. The idea was to get her out of it. The first thing you might want to think about is the license plates on that ride of yours. He points down at the deck and the vehicles beneath. There are cars with Dixieland plates in this part of the country, but not that many. Billy doesn't reply. He's struck dumb by his own stupidity. He set up the jammer to block the Fusion's onboard computer, but he's been flashing those Blue Diamond plates all the way across the Midwest, like a sign saying, "Here I am." Bucky doesn't have to read his mind because everything Billy's thinking is on his face. Don't beat yourself up about it. You did most stuff right, especially for someone moving fast. It only takes one thing wrong to put your head in the noose. Bucky doesn't disagree, just lights another cigarette and says he doubts if they're looking for Billy in places like Oklahoma and Kansas. They'll want to concentrate out west, keep it tight. Idaho, Utah, maybe Arizona. But most of all, in Nevada. Until you get to Vegas, things stand out there. Billy nods. Besides, if they'd seen you and tracked you, they'd be here already. Bucky gestures with his hand, leaving a trail of smoke in the air. Isolated spot. Fine for a shooting party. I think you're okay. The odds in your favor. Which is good in another way, because the paperwork on the leased car is in the Dalton Smith name, right? Yes. Do you have ID in any other name? Billy still has his David Lockridge deal and MasterCard, for all the good it will do him. None that's not burned. I can make you some, enough to get by. I use name generator. Just, if I make you a credit card, don't try using it. It'll only be for show. And never mind switching the plates. You need to switch vehicles. That leased car can stay here for the time being. It's butt ugly anyway. Comfy, though, Billy says, and drinks some beer. You got money? You wired me my 10% of your advance, so I'm thinking you do. $40,000 or so, but not in cash. Money manager accounts back in Red Bluff. But in Dalton Smith's name, yeah? Yes. Bucky's cigarette is down to a roach. He butts it. There's a place on the east side of Sidewinder called Ricky's Good Used Cars. Kind of a fly-by-night operation. You can buy something there. No, better. I buy something there. I can pay cash and you can give me a Dalton Smith check for the amount. I'll wait to cash it until you've finished this fuck tub of an operation. And if I get killed, you'll be stuck. Bucky flaps a hand at him. I'm not talking about a BMW. Just something that'll roll for as long as you need it to roll. $1,500, maybe $2,000. Maybe not a car at all. Maybe an old pickup truck would be better. Something rusted out with bad springs, but a worthwhile motor. He looks up into the sun, calculating. Maybe pulling one of those little open trailers, like the landscape guys use to tote their mowers and blowers and shit. Billy can see it in his mind's eye. A truck with paint cracking on the doors, rust on the rocker panels and Bondo around the headlights. Clap a beat-up old cowboy hat on his head and yes, could be good camouflage. He'd look like any day-wage drifter. They'll still be looking for a man alone, Bucky says, and that's where Alice comes in. You two pull into some roadside cafe, where a couple of bounty hunters are drinking coffee and keeping an eye out on Highway 50. They're going to see nothing but some fella and his daughter or niece in a broke-down old Dodge or F-150. I'm not taking Alice into a situation that might get bloody. The worst thing about it is that she might go. Did you take her with you when you dealt with those dinks who raped her? Of course he didn't. He left her in a nearby motel. But before he can say so, the back door opens, and Alice is back. 16. When she comes out onto the porch, her color is high. She's smiling. Her hair is blown into a haystack, and Billy sees, with only minimal surprise, that, today at least, she's actually kind of gorgeous. It's beautiful up there, she says. So windy, it almost blew me off my feet, but, oh my God, Billy, you can see forever. On a clear day, Billy agrees, smiling. Alice either doesn't get the reference or is too full of what she's seen to give it even a token smile. There were clouds in the sky above me, but also some below me. I saw this huge bird. It couldn't have been a condor, but yes, it could, Bucky tells her. We get them up here, although I've never seen one myself. And way across on the other side, this is crazy, but I thought I saw that hotel you talked about. Then I blinked my eyes. The wind was so strong. They were tearing up, and when I looked again, it was gone. Bucky doesn't smile. You're not the only person who's seen that. I'm not a superstitious man, but I wouldn't go anywhere near where the Overlook Hotel used to stand. Bad stuff happened there. Alice ignores that. It was a beautiful view and a beautiful walk. And guess what, Billy? There's a log cabin about 1/4 mile up the path. Bucky is nodding. Kind of a summer house type of thing, I guess, once upon a time. Well, it looks clean and dry, and there's a table and some chairs. With the door open, it gets some sun. You could work on your story there, Billy. She hesitates. If you wanted to, I mean. Maybe I will. He turns to Bucky. How long have you owned this place? Bucky thinks about it. 12 years? No. I guess it's more like 14. How the time slides by, huh? I make sure to come up for a week or a weekend once or twice every year. Get seen around town. It's good to be a familiar face. What name do you go by? Elmer Randolph. My real first name, and my middle. Bucky gets up. I see you got eggs, and I think the time is just about right for huevos rancheros. He goes in. Billy gets up to follow, but before he can, Alice takes his arm just above the wrist. He remembers how she looked when he carried her across Pearson Street through the pouring rain, her eyes dull marbles peeping out between slitted lids. This is not that girl. This is a better girl.
I could live here,
she says again. Chapter 18. 1. In deference to his guests, Bucky has taken to smoking on the porch, although the whole house holds the olfactory ghosts of the hundreds of Pall Malls he smoked since relocating from New York. Billy joins him the next morning while Alice is in the shower, and singing in there, which might be the best sign of recovery yet. She says you're working on a book, Bucky says. Billy laughs. I doubt if it will mount up to that. Says you might like to work on it in the summer house today. I might. She says it's good. I don't think she has much to compare it to. Bucky doesn't chase that. I thought she and I might do some shopping this morning. Give you a chance to get after it. You need a new wig, and she needs some lady things, not just hair dye. You've already discussed this? As a matter of fact, we have. I usually get up around 5, or rather my bladder gets me up, and after I took care of that business, I came out to have a smoke, and she was already here. We watched the sun come up together, talked a little bit. How did she seem? Bucky tilts his head toward the sound of her singing. How does she sound? Pretty good, actually. I think so, too. We might take a ride all the way to Boulder. Better selections there. Stop at Ricky Patterson's used car lot on the backswing. See what he's got. Maybe have lunch at Handy Andy's. What if they're looking for you, too? You're the one in the crosshairs, Billy. I imagine they took a look for me in New York. Maybe checked out my sister's place in Queens. Then gave me up for a lost cause. I hope you're right. Tell you what, the first stop we make will be either Buffalo Exchange or Common Threads. I'll buy a cowboy hat and yank it down to my ears. Yee-haw! Bucky puts out his current Pall Mall. She thinks the world of you, you know. Thinks you're the tomcat's testicles. I hope she didn't put it like that. In the bathroom, the shower keeps on. She's still singing, which is good. But Billy thinks she may be having a hard job getting clean enough to suit her. Actually, Bucky says, she called you her guardian angel. 2. Half an hour later, after the steam has cleared out of the bathroom, Alice comes to the door while Billy is shaving. You don't mind if I go? Not a bit. Have fun. Keep your eyes open. And don't be afraid to tell him to turn the radio down when your fillings start to rattle. He always had a tendency to blast it when Creedence or Zepp came on. I doubt if he's changed. I want to get a couple of skirts and tops as well as the dye for my hair, and a wig for you. A pair of cheap tennies. Also some underwear that's not so... She trails off. The kind of stuff your clueless uncle might pick up for you in a pinch? Don't spare my feelings. I can take it. What you got me was fine, but I could use a little more. And a bra that doesn't have a knot holding one of the straps together. Billy forgot about that. Like the Fusion's license plates. Although Bucky is back on the porch, smoking and drinking orange juice, Billy doesn't know how he can bear the combination. Alice lowers her voice. But I don't have much money. Let Bucky take care of that, and I'll take care of Bucky. Are you sure? Yes. She takes the hand not holding the razor and gives it a squeeze. Thank you. For everything. Her thanking him is simultaneously crazy and perfectly reasonable. A paradox, in other words. He keeps this to himself and tells her she's welcome. 3. Bucky and Alice leave in the Cherokee at 8:15. Alice has done her face and there's no sign of the bruises. They wouldn't show much even without the makeup, Billy thinks. It's been over a week since her date with Trip Donovan, and the young are fast healers. Call me if you need to, he says. Yes, Dad, Bucky says. Alice tells Billy she will, but he can see that in her mind she's already on the road, talking with Bucky the way normal people talk, as if any of this is normal, and thinking about what she will see in stores that are new to her, maybe trying stuff on. The only sign he's gotten this morning of the girl who was raped is the way the shower ran and ran. Once they're gone, Billy walks the path Alice took yesterday. He stops at the little cabin Bucky calls the summer house and looks inside. There's an unpainted plank floor, and the only furniture is a card table and 3 folding chairs. But what else does he need? Just his word cruncher, and maybe a Coke out of the fridge. Oh, for the life of a writer, he thinks, and wonders who said that to him. Irv Dean, wasn't it? The security guy at Girard Tower? That seems long ago, in another life. And it was. His David Lockridge life. He walks up to where the path ends and looks across the gorge to the clearing, wondering if he might see Alice's phantom hotel. He doesn't. Just a few charred uprights where it once stood. There's no condor either. He goes back to the house for his Mac Pro and that can of Coke. He sets them down on the card table in the summer house. With the door wide open, the light is good. He sits in one of the folding chairs gingerly at first, but it seems solid enough. He boots up his story and scrolls down to where Taco was handing the squad bullhorn to Fareed, their terp. He's about to pick up where he left off when Merton Richter interrupted him. Then notices there's a picture on the wall. He gets up for a closer look because it's in the far corner. Weird place for a painting. And the morning light doesn't quite reach there. It appears to show a bunch of hedges that have been clipped into animal shapes. There's a dog on the left, a couple of rabbits on the right, 2 lions in the middle, and what might be a bull behind the lions. Or maybe it's supposed to be a rhinoceros. It's a poorly executed thing. The greens of the animals too violent, and the artist has for some reason plinked a dab of red in the lions' eyes to give them a devilish aspect. Billy takes the painting down and turns it to face the wall. He knows that if he doesn't, his eyes will be continually drawn to it. Not because it's good, but because it isn't. He cracks the can of Coke, takes a long swallow, and gets going. 4. "Come on, you guys," Taco said. "Let's get some." He handed Fareed the bullhorn that said "Good Morning Vietnam" on the side, and told him to give the house the usual loud hill, which came down to, "Come out now and you come out on your feet. Come out later and you'll be in a body bag." Fareed did it, and nobody came out. That was usually our cue to go in after chanting, "We are Dark Horse, of course, of course." But this time, Taco told Fareed to give it to them again. Fareed shot him a questioning look, but did as he was told. Still nothing. Taco told him to go one more time. "What's up with you?" Donk asked. "Don't know," Taco said. "Just feels wrong somehow. I don't like the fucking balcony running around the dome, for one thing. You see it?" We saw it all right. It had a low cement railing. There could be moose behind it, all crouched down. He saw us looking at him. "No, I'm not freaking out, but it feels hinky." Fareed was halfway through his spiel when Captain Hurst, the new company commander, came by, standing up in an open Jeep, legs spread like he thought he was George S. fucking Patton Esquire. On the other side of the street from him were 3 apartment buildings, 2 finished and 1 half-built, all spray-painted with a big C, meaning they had been cleared. Well, supposedly. Hurst was green, and maybe not aware that sometimes the Hajis crept back, and through even bad optics, his head would look as big as a Halloween pumpkin. "What are you waiting for, Sergeant?" he bawled. "Daylight's wasting. Clear that fucking hacienda." "Sir, yes, sir," Taco said. "Just giving them one more chance to come out alive." "Don't bother," Captain Hurst shouted, and on he sped. "The dingbat has spoken," Bigfoot Lopez said. "All right," Taco said. "Hands in the huddle." We grouped in tight, the Hot 8 that used to be the Hot 9. Taco, Din Din, Clue, Donk, Bigfoot, Johnny Caps, Pill Roller with his medical bag of tricks, and me. I saw us as if I was outside myself. It happened to me that way sometimes. I remember sporadic gunfire. A grenade went off somewhere behind us in Block Kilo, that low sound, and an RPG banged somewhere up ahead, maybe in Block Papa. I remember hearing
a helo off in the distance. I remember some idiot blowing a whistle. Christ knows why. I remember how hot it was, the sweat cutting clean trails down our dirty faces, and the kids up the street, always the kids in their rock and rap t-shirts, ignoring the gunfire and the explosions like they didn't exist, bent over their scabbed knees and picking up spent shell casings to be reloaded and redistributed to the fighters. I remember feeling for the baby shoe on my belt loop and not finding it. Our hands all together for the last time. I think Taco felt it. I sure did. Maybe they all did. I don't know. I remember their faces. I remember the smell of Johnny's English leather. He put on a little every day, rationing it out, his own private Lucky Charm. I remember him once saying to me that no man could die smelling like a gentleman. God wouldn't let it happen. "Give it to me, kids," Taco said. So we did. Stupid, childish. Like so many things in war are stupid and childish. But it pumped us up. And maybe if there are moods waiting for us in that big domed house, it gave them a moment's pause, time to look at each other and wonder what the fuck they were doing, and why they were probably going to die for some elderly, half-senile imam's idea of God. "We are Dark Horse, of course, of course. We are Dark Horse, of course, of course." We gave our knotted hands a shake, then stood up. I had an M4, and my M24 slung over my shoulder as well. Next to me, Big Clue held the saw over one arm, 25 pounds or so fully loaded, and the belt slung over one massive shoulder like a necktie. We clustered at the gate in the outer courtyard. Crisscross shadows from the unfinished apartment building across the street made the mural on the wall into a checkerboard. Children in some squares, the watching women, and the mutawayin in others. Bigfoot had his M870 breaching tool, a doorbuster shotgun meant to blow the lock on the gate to smithereens. Taco stood aside so Foot could do his thing, but when Pablo gave the gate an experimental push, it swung open with a horror movie creak. Taco looked at me, and I looked at him, two lowly jarhead bullet sponges with but a single thought. How fucking dinky-dow is this? Taco gave us a little shrug as if to say, "It is what it is," then led us across the courtyard at a run, head down, and bent at the waist we followed. There was a single lonely soccer ball in the cobbles. George Dinnerstein gave it a side-foot kick as he went by. We crossed, without a single shot fired from the house's barred windows, and finished against the cement wall, 4 on either side of the double doors, which were heavy wood and at least 8 feet high. Carved into each were crossed scimitars over a winged anchor, the symbol of the Ba'athist battalions, another hoodoo sign. I looked around for Fareed and saw him back by the gate. He saw me looking and shrugged. I got it. Fareed had a job, and this wasn't it. Taco pointed to Donk and Clue, signaling them to go left and check the window there. Me and Bigfoot went to the right. I snuck a peek in the window on my side, hoping to pull back in time if some mooch decided to blow my head off, but I saw no one, and no one shot at me. I saw a big, circular room with rugs on the floor, a low couch, a bookcase now containing just one lonely paperback book, a coffee table on its side. There was a tapestry of running horses on one wall. The room was almost as high as the nave of a small Catholic church, rising at least 50 feet to that dome, which was lit by lasers of sunlight made almost solid by dancing dust motes. I ducked back for Bigfoot to take my place. Since I hadn't gotten my head blown off, he looked a little longer. "Can't see the doors from here," Foot said to me. "Angle's wrong." "I know." We turned back to talk. I rocked my hands back and forth in a gesture that meant maybe okay, maybe not. From beside the window, on the other side, Donk conveyed the same message with a shrug. We heard more gunfire, some distant and some closer, but there was none on Block Lima. The big domed house was quiet. The soccer ball Din kicked had come to rest in the corner of the courtyard. The place was probably deserted. But I kept feeling my belt loop for that fucking shoe. The 8 of us drew back together, flanking the door. "Got a stack," Taco said. "Who wants some?" "I do," I said. Taco shook his head. You went first last time, Billy. Quit grubbing for 10. Give someone else a chance. I want some, Johnny Caps said. And Taco said, You're it then.
And that's why I'm walking today, and Johnny isn't. Simple as that. God doesn't have a plan. He throws pickup sticks.
Taco pointed to Bigfoot, then at the double doors. The one on the right had an oversized iron latch sticking out like an impudent black tongue. Foot tried it, but the latch stayed firm. The courtyard had been open, maybe because the kids came in here to play in better times, but the house was locked. Taco gave Bigfoot the nod, and Foot shouldered his shotgun, which was loaded with special door-busting shells. The rest of us moved in a line, the ever-popular stack, behind Johnny. Clue was second, because he had the saw. Taco was behind Clue. I was fourth in line. Pill was at the back of the stack, as he always was. Johnny was hyperventilating, psyching himself up. I could see his lips moving. Get some, fucking get some. Foot waited for Taco, and when Taco signaled, Foot blew the lock. A good chunk of the right-hand door went with it. It shuddered inward. Johnny didn't hesitate. He hit the left-hand door with his shoulder and burst into the room, yelling, Banzai, motherfucker! And that was as far as he got before the Mooj, who had been waiting behind the door on that side, opened fire with an AK aimed not at Johnny's back, but at his legs. His pants rippled as if in a breeze. He gave a shout, surprised probably, because the pain hadn't hit yet. Clue backed into the room, shouting, Get back, Marines! We did, and when we were clear, he opened fire with the saw. He had set it for rapid fire rather than sustained, and the door blew back against the guy behind it, splinters flying, and the crossed scimitars vaporizing. The Mooj fell out with nothing but his clothes holding him together. And still, he was grabbing for one of the grenades taped to his belt. He got it, but it fell from his fingers with the spoon still in. Clue kicked it away. I could see Johnny over Taco's shoulder. Now he was feeling the pain. He was screaming and weaving around, blood pouring onto his boots. Get him! Taco said to Clue, and then he yelled, Corman! Johnny took one more step and then went down. He was screaming, I'm hit! Oh my God, I'm hit bad! Clue started forward with Taco right behind him. And that was when they opened up on us from above. We should have known. Those dusty rays of sunlight high in the dome should have told us, because we had observed no windows from the outside. Those were loopholes, busted in the concrete, down low, where the waist-high wall around the outside balcony hid them. Clue was hit in the chest and staggered backward, holding on to the saw. His body armor stopped that one, but the next round took him in the throat. Taco looked up at the sunbeams, then grabbed for the saw. A bullet hit him in the shoulder. Two more pinged off the wall. A fourth hit him in the lower face. His jaw turned, as if on a hinge. He spun toward us, spraying out a fan of blood, waving us back, and then the top of his head came off. Someone thumped me, and for a second I thought I'd been shot from behind, and then Pill ran past, his medical pack now off his back and dangling from his hand by one strap. No, they're up top, Bigfoot shouted. He grabbed the pack's other strap and yanked our corpsman back, which is the only reason Clayton Pillroller Briggs is still in the land of the living. Bullets hit the big room's floor, sending chips of tile flying. Bullets hit the rugs, raising puffs of dust and fiber. A bullet hole appeared in the tapestry, taking one of the running horses in the chest. A bullet hit the coffee table and sent it spinning. The Mujahideen on the balcony were firing steadily now. I saw the bodies of Taco and Clue jerk again and again as they shot them some more, maybe to make sure, maybe venting their rage. Probably both. But they stayed away from Johnny, who lay in the middle of the floor in a spreading pool of blood and screaming his head off. They could have taken him out easily, but that wasn't what they wanted. Johnny was their staked goat. All of this, from Foot blowing in the door to the Mooj on the balcony pouring fire into the bodies of Taco and Clue, happened in a minute and a half, maybe less. When things go wrong, they don't waste time. We have to get Capsy, Dunk said. That's what they want, Din Din said. They ain't stupid. Don't you be. He'll bleed to death if we leave him, Pill said. I got him, Foot said, and ran to the door, bent almost double. He grabbed the back hook on Johnny's body armor and started dragging, bullets hitting all around him. He made it as far as the body of the dead Mooj and then took one in the face, and that was the end of Pablo Lopez of El Paso, Texas. He went over on his back, and the insurgents above switched to him for their target practice. Johnny continued to scream. "I can reach him," Din Din said. "That's what Foot thought," Donk said. "Those assholes can shoot." He turned to me. "What do we do, Billy? Call for air?" We all knew that a Hellfire missile could take care of the Hajis on the balcony, but it would end Johnny Caps in the process. I said, "I'm going to take them out." I didn't wait for any discussion. We were way past that. I ran past the courtyard, dropping my M4 on the cobbles. "You guys pull back now, boss?" Fareed asked. I didn't answer, just ran across the street to the unfinished apartment building. There was no door. Inside it was shadowy and smelled of wet cement. The lobby was a treasure trove of canned goods, snack packs, and Hershey bars. There was a pallet of Coca-Cola and a pile of magazines with a Field and Stream on top. Some enterprising Iraqi tajir had been using this as his trading post. I started running up the stairs. There was a lot of trash scattered on the first flight. On the second landing, someone had spray-painted "Yankee Go Home," an old favorite that never loses its charm. I could still hear fusillades of gunfire from across the street, and Johnny Caps screaming. I didn't hear Pete Cashman get it, but he surely did. Din Din said Donk's last words were, "I can get him no problem. He's so close now." The walls stopped on the fourth floor, and the sunlight hit me like a fist. I dodged around a wheelbarrow filled with hardened cement, shoved aside a pile of boards, and kept going. I was panting like a dog, and sweat was pouring off of me. The stairs ended at the 6th floor, and that was okay. I was even with the top of the dome across the street, and able to look down on the balcony. There were 3 of them. They were on their knees with their backs to me. I looped the strap of the M24 over my right shoulder nice and tight, and laid the barrel on the handy piece of rebar jutting out of an unfinished wall. All 3 were laughing and cheering each other on like it was a soccer match, and their side was winning. I aimed for the middle guy's head. It wasn't as big as a Halloween pumpkin, but it was plenty big enough. I squeezed the trigger, and presto, the head was gone. Nothing but blood and brains coming down the curved side of the dome where it had been. The other 2 looked at each other, bewildered. What just happened? I took out the second one, and the third threw himself against the cement railing, maybe thinking it would give him cover. It didn't. It was too low. I shot him in the back. He lay still, no body armor. He probably believed that Allah had his 6, but Allah was busy elsewhere that day. I ran back down the stairs and across the street. Fareed was still standing there. Din Din and Pill were in the funhouse. Pill was on his knees beside Johnny. He had already cut away the legs of Johnny's pants. Bone fragments were stuck to the fabric and poking out of Johnny's skin. Din Din was yelling into Pill's walkie, telling someone that we had casualties, many casualties. Block Lima, big domed house, evac, need a dust off, etc. "Hurts," Johnny screamed. "Oh, Christ, it hurts so fucking bad." "Take these," Pill said. He had the morphine tablets. "Oh, God, I wish I was dead. I wish they would kill me. Oh, my God, make it stop." Pill 2-fingered Johnny's mouth open and dumped in the tabs. "Chew on those and you're going to see God." "What happened here, Marines?" I looked around and saw Hurst, standing spread-legged trying to do his best General Patton thing, but he looked pretty fucking green around the gills. "What does it look like?" Din Din said. "Fallujah happened, sir." Pill said, "If he doesn't get some blood ASAP, he's gonna—"
5. What brings Billy back from Iraq could have been in Iraq. Part of Lala Fallujah's endless soundtrack. Angus Young's guitar snarling its way through Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Bucky and Alice must be back from their shopping trip. Billy looks at his watch and sees it's 3:15 in the afternoon. He's been here for hours with no sense of passing time at all. He finishes that dangling last sentence, saves his work, cases up his lappy, and is about to leave when he happens to glance at the picture he took down. Not neglecting to turn it to the wall so he wouldn't be distracted by those bright, primitive colors, he puts it back up on its hook. Maybe, probably, because he's still in Marine mode and remembering Sergeant Upyours Uppington's dictum, "Leave no trace when you leave the space!" He studies the painting, frowning. The hedge dog is on the right. The hedge rabbit's on the left. Weren't they the other way around before? And aren't the lions closer? I got it wrong. That's all, he thinks. But before leaving the summer house, he takes the picture down again, not neglecting to turn it so it faces the wall. 6. The music gets louder as he approaches the house. With no neighbors, Bucky can really crank it if he wants to. It must be a mixtape, because as Billy approaches the house, AC/DC gives way to Metallica. They brought back a new vehicle, new to them, at least, and Billy pauses before going up the steps to look it over. There not being any more space under the porch, they've parked it at the end of the driveway. It's a Dodge Ram, the quad cab model, from early in the 21st century. Once blue, now mostly gray. There's no Bondo around the headlights, but the bench seat has been mended with a strip of black tape, and the rocker panels are mighty rusty. So is the bed of the pickup, which contains a lawn boy mower, maybe older than the truck itself. There's a trailer hooked up behind, a two-wheeler, pretty battered, nothing in it. By the time Billy starts up the steps to the porch, Metallica has been replaced by Tom Waits, croaking 16 shells from a .30-06. Billy stops in the doorway. Bucky and Alice are dancing in the middle of the big room. She's wearing a new shell top. Her color is high, and her eyes are bright. With her hair in a ponytail, really a horsetail, it goes all the way down to the middle of her back. She looks like a teenager. She's laughing, having a ball. Maybe because Bucky is a pretty fucked up dancer. Maybe just because she's having a good time. Bucky gives Billy a double V and keeps shuffling off the buffalo. He does a twirl, and Alice spins the other way. She sees Billy leaning in the doorway and laughs some more, and gives a hip shake that makes her tied-back hair flip from side to side. Tom Waits ends. Bucky goes to the stereo and turns off Bob Seger before he can get a grip on that song about Betty Lou. Then he collapses on the couch and pats his chest. I'm too bush to boogaloo. Alice, years for being too bush to boogaloo, turns to Billy, almost popping with excitement. Did you see the truck? I did. It's perfect, isn't it? Billy nods. Nobody would remember it 5 minutes after it passed them by. He looks at Bucky over her shoulder. How does it run? Ricky says it's fine for an old girl that's already made one trip around the clock. Burns a little oil is all. Well, maybe a little more than a little. Alice and me took it for a test drive and it seemed okay. Suspension's rough, but you gotta expect that in a truck that's been around as long as this one. Ricky let it go for $3,300. I drove it back, Alice says. She's still high on the shopping, or the dancing, or both. Billy is so glad for her. It's a standard, but I learned on a standard. My uncle taught me. 3 on the tree, up to the side when you want a backwards ride. Billy has to laugh. He learned to drive at the House of Everlasting Paint, so he could be of more help with the chores after Gad, Glenn Dutton, in his story, left to go to the service. Mr. Stepanek, Mr. Speck in his story, taught him those same 2 rhymes. I got you something, she says. Wait until you see. She runs to the other room to get it, and Billy looks at Bucky. Bucky nods and makes a quick thumbs-up sign. A-OK. Alice comes back with a box that has Specialty Costumers embossed on the top in scrolly letters. She holds it out to him. Billy opens it and lifts out a new wig. Probably twice as expensive as the one he mail-ordered from Amazon. This one isn't blonde. It's black, threaded with plenty of gray, and longer than the Dalton Smith wig, thicker too. His first thought is, if he's wearing it and gets stopped by a cop, it won't match his DL photo. Then another thought comes, a much bigger one that drives all thoughts from his mind. You don't like it? Alice says, her smile is fading. Oh, but I do. Very much. He risks a hug. She hugs him back. So that's all right. 7. The day Billy and Alice came was like summer, but their second night at Bucky's is cooler. and the wind hooting around the house is downright cold. Billy brings up some split chunks of maple from under the porch, and Bucky fires up the little yodel stove in the kitchen. Then they sit at the table, looking at the pictures Bucky has printed, some from Google Earth and others from Zillow. They show the exterior grounds and the interior rooms and amenities of a house at 1900 Cherokee Drive in the town of Paiute, which is actually a northern suburb of Las Vegas. It is the residence of one Nikolai Majarian. The house backs up against the Paiute foothills. It's snow-white and built on 4 levels, each one stepped back from the one below, so it looks like a giant staircase. The view of downtown Vegas must be pretty spectacular at night, Billy thinks, especially from the roof. On Google Earth, they can see a high wall surrounding the property, the main gate, and the driveway. Actually a road. It's got to be almost a mile long, leading to the compound. There's a barn about 200 yards from the house, a paddock, and an exercise ring for horses nearby. 3 other outbuildings, 1 big and 2 smaller. Billy thinks the help must stay in the biggest one, which would have been called a bunkhouse in the old days, and maybe still is. The other 2 are probably for maintenance and storage. He sees nothing that could be a garage, and asks Bucky about it. "Built into this first slope would be my guess," Bucky says, tapping the wooded rise behind the house. "Only it's probably more like a hangar. Room for a dozen cars or more. Nick's got a taste for the classics, or so I heard. I guess everybody's got an itch that only money can scratch." There are plenty that money can't scratch, Billy thinks. Alice is examining the pics from Zillow. God, there has to be 20 rooms. And look at the pool out back. Nice, Bucky agrees. All the mods and cons. And he might have added more because these pictures have to be from back before Nick bought it. He paid $15 million. I saw it on Zillow. And stiffed me out of a measly $1.5 million, Billy thinks. The Zillow photos of the exterior show what Google Earth can't. The vistas of lawn, for instance, brilliant green and dotted with flower beds. The paddock is equally green. There are groves of palms, some with groupings of outdoor furniture in their kindly shade. How many hundreds of thousands of gallons of water must it take to keep the estate looking like Eden in the desert? How many groundskeepers? How many on the domestic staff? And how many hardballs are hanging out on the off chance that a hired assassin named Billy Summers might come looking for the rest of his blood money? He calls it Promontory Point, Bucky says. I did some digging. It's amazing what you can find with a computer these days if you know how to dip into the darker regions. Nick's been there since 2007, and with his back to the mountains, nobody's ever bothered him. Maybe he's gotten a little careless, but I wouldn't count on that. No, Billy thinks. It wouldn't do to count on it. Someone who could get rid of a valued long-time associate like Giorgio Piglielli can't be taken lightly. The only assumption he can make is that Nick is looking for him, waiting for him. What Nick maybe doesn't understand is how angry Billy is. There was a bargain. He held up his end of it. Instead of holding up the other end, Nick stiffed him, then tried to kill him. Face to face, Nick might deny that. But Billy knows. They both do. Bucky taps a spot on the Google Earth aerial photo of the grounds. This little square here is the gatehouse, and it'll be manned. Guarded. You can count on that. Billy has no doubt. He wonders again how many men Nick will have guarding his little kingdom. In a Sylvester Stallone or Jason Statham movie, there would be dozens, armed with everything from gas-powered light machine guns to shoulder-mounted missile launchers. But this is real life. Maybe 5, maybe only 4, carrying automatic pistols or shotguns, or both. But there's only one of him, and he's no Sylvester Stallone. Alice pulls one of the photos from Google Earth to the middle of the table. What's this? I don't see it on any of the Zillow pics. Bucky and Billy look. It's where the west side of the wall ends against a rocky rise. After a bit, Bucky says, I think it must be a surface entrance. You wouldn't bother showing that on a real estate site. any more than you'd show the shed where the trash gets stored for pickup. Real estate sites stick to the glamour. What do you think, Billy? I don't know, but he's starting to. The more he thinks about the beat-up old truck, the more he likes it. And the new wig. That too. 8. After supper, Alice commandeers the bathroom to dye her hair. When Bucky offers her a beer, just to keep up your strength, she accepts. They both hear her lock the door behind her. Billy's not surprised. He doubts that Bucky is either. Bucky gets 2 more bottles of beer from the fridge. After Bucky puts on a light jacket and tosses Billy a sweatshirt, they go out to the porch and settle, side by side in the rockers. Bucky clinks the neck of his bottle against the neck of Billy's. Here's to success. Good toast, Billy says, and takes a drink. I want to thank you again for having us. I know you didn't expect guests. You serious about wanting a silencer for the Ruger? Yes. Can you also get me a Glock 17 and ammunition for both? Bucky nods. Shouldn't be a problem. Not around here. What else do you need? A mustache to match the wig she bought me. I don't have time to grow one. There's more, but Alice will have ideas about finding the rest. What are you thinking of doing? Maybe it's time to tell me so I can try to argue you out of it. Billy tells him. Bucky listens closely and after a while starts to nod. Going out to his place is risky. Bearding the lion in his den type of thing. But it could work. Any bounty hunters looking for you are apt to be downtown, especially around Nick's Casino, Double Deuce, or whatever. Double Domino. Bucky leans forward, looking at him. Look, if you're worried about the money you promised me, I'm not. You can let it go. I'm doing all right for money. And I'm glad to be out of the city. I have no idea why I stayed so fucking long in the first place. Someday, somebody's going to blow up a dirty bomb on Fifth Avenue. Or a communicable disease will come along that turns everything from Manhattan to Staten Island into a giant petri dish. Billy thinks Bucky has been listening to too much talk radio, but doesn't say so. It's not about your money, or mine, although I'll take it if he has it. He cheated me. He fucked me. He's a bad person. Billy hears himself falling into the speech patterns of the dumb self and doesn't care. He killed Giorgio, or had him killed. He meant to do the same to me. All right, Bucky says quietly. I get it. A matter of honor. Not honor. Honesty. Stand corrected. Now drink your beer. Billy takes a swig and tilts his head toward the house where the shower is running. Again. How was she on the shopping trip? Okay? Mostly. Before we went into Common Threads to buy you a cowboy hat. Forgot to show it to you. It's a fucking beaut. She had a little bit of a breathing problem and sang something under her breath. I couldn't make out what it was, but after that, she was all right again. Billy knows what it was. At the used car lot, she rocked the house. Spotted that truck and bargained Ricky down from 4,400 to 33. When he tried to hold steady at 35, she grabbed me and said, "Come on, Elmer. He's nice, but he's not serious." You believe that? Actually, I do, Billy says. He laughs. But Bucky doesn't laugh with him. He's grown serious. Billy asks him if something's wrong. Not yet, but there could be. He puts his beer bottle down and turns to look Billy square in the face. The two of us are outlaws, okay? People don't use that word so much these days, but that's what we are. Alice isn't, but if she keeps running with you, she will be. Because she's in love with you. Billy puts his own bottle down. Bucky, I'm not. I don't. I know you don't want to jump in the sack with her, and maybe she doesn't want to jump in the sack with you, not after what she's been through. But you saved her life and put her back together. I didn't put her back. Okay, maybe you didn't. But you gave her the time and space to start doing it herself. That doesn't change the fact that she's in love with you and she'll follow you as long as you let her. And if you let her, you'll ruin her. Having delivered himself of what Billy now believes he came out here to say, Bucky pauses for breath, picks up his beer, downs half of it, and gives a ringing belch. Argue me back if you want. Giving you a place to stay for a few days doesn't give me the right not to hear opposing arguments. So go on and argue me back. But Billy doesn't. Take her to Nevada with you, sure. Find a cheap place to stay outside the city, and leave her there while you take care of your business. If you get out clean, and with your money, give her a bunch of it and send her back east. Tell her to stop and see me, and remind her those false papers are just short-term camouflage. She can go back to being Alice Maxwell again. He raises a finger, which is starting to show the first twist and gnarls of arthritis. But only if you keep her out of it. Capiche? Yes. If you don't get out clean, you probably won't be getting out at all. That'll be hard for her to hear. But she has to know. Agreed? Agreed. Tell her that if a few days go by and she hasn't heard from you, you pick how many. She should come back here. I'll give her some money. 1,000, 1,500 maybe. You don't have to. I want to. I like her. She's not a whiner. And given what happened to her, she'd have a right to whine. Besides, it'd be money you made for me. You're my only client now. Have been for the last 4 years. No bankrolling stick-ups for this kid. Too easy for one of them to come back on me if something went wrong. And I'm too old for prison. All right. Thank you. Thank you. The shower goes off. Bucky leans toward Billy again, over the arm of his rocker. You know a baby kitten will take to a dog that decides to groom it, instead of chasing it or eating it. Hell, a baby duck will. They imprint. She's imprinted on you, Billy, and I don't want her to get hurt. The bathroom door opens, and Alice comes out on the porch. She's wearing an old blue bathrobe that must be Bucky's. It's so long it brushes the tops of her bare feet. Her hair is put up, held with what looks like a dozen barrettes, and covered in transparent plastic. She's not going to be even close to platinum, maybe because her hair was so dark to begin with, but it's still a big change. What do you think? I know it's hard to tell right now, but... Looks good, Bucky says. I was always partial to a dirty blonde. My first ex was a dirty blonde. Saw her hanging by the jukebox, and I knew I had to have her. More fool me. She gives that a distracted smile, but it's Billy she's looking at. His opinion that matters. Billy knows exactly what Bucky is talking about. He remembers a video he saw on YouTube, one that showed a bird taking a bath in a dog's water dish while the dog, a Great Dane, sat and watched. And he thinks of that old saying about how if you save someone's life, you're responsible for them. You look terrific, he says. And Alice smiles. Chapter 19. 1. Billy and Alice stay with Bucky for 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, the one where God reputedly created the beasts of the field and fowls of the air, they pack up the Dodge Ram and get ready to leave. Billy is wearing the blonde wig and the fake glasses because the truck is the quad cab model. They can stow their scant luggage behind the bench seat. The ancient mower is still in the truck bed. It has been joined by a hedger, a leaf blower, and an old steel chainsaw. The trailer, empty when Billy first saw it, now contains 4 cardboard barrels purchased at Lowe's. The two men kicked them around a while to give them the right battered look and filled them with hand tools bought for a song at a bank foreclosure auction in Nederland. The barrels have been secured to the sides of the trailer with bungee cords. You want to look like the 21st century version of a saddle bum, Bucky said while they were playing Kick the Barrels. God knows there's plenty of them in the West Nine. They drift around, find a little work, and move on. Alice asks him what the West Nine are, and Bucky named them off. Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Idaho, Oregon, and, of course, Nevada. Billy thinks the truck is okay. It might be a needless precaution on their road trip anyway. Bucky's right. Any bounty hunters will be concentrated in the Vegas metro area. Later, though, when it comes to Promontory Point, the way the truck looks could be vital. This has been a good visit, Bucky says. He's wearing bibballs and an old 97's t-shirt. I'm glad you came. Alice gives him a hug. Her new blonde hair looks good in the morning sun. Billy. Bucky holds out his hand. You be safe now. Billy almost hugs him. That's the way things are done these days. But he doesn't. He's never been much for bro hugs, even in the sand. Thanks, Bucky. He takes Bucky's hand in both of his and squeezes lightly, mindful of Bucky's arthritis. For everything. Welcome. They get in. Billy fires up the engine. It's rough at first, but smooths out. Bucky has agreed to find someone to drive the Fusion back to its home base, thus protecting the Dalton Smith name. Something else on my tab, Billy thinks. He gets the old truck's nose pointed down the road. Just as he puts it in first gear, Bucky makes a whoa, whoa gesture and comes over to the passenger side. Alice rolls down her window. I want to see you back here, he tells her. In the meantime, stay out of his business and stay clean. You hear? Yes, she says, but Billy thinks she may only be telling Bucky what Bucky wants to hear. Which is okay, Billy thinks. She'll listen to me, I hope. He gives a final blip of the horn and gets rolling. An hour and a half later, they turn west on I-70 toward Las Vegas. 2. They stop for the night in Beaver, Utah. It's another motel of the no-tell variety, but not too bad. They get chicken baskets at the Crazy Cow and a couple of cans of Bud at Ray's 66 on the way back. Later, they sit outside their adjoining rooms, draw the obligatory lawn chairs close, and drink the cold beer.
I read the rest of your story while we were driving,
Alice says.
It's really good. I can't wait to read more.
Billy frowns. I hadn't planned on going on after Fallujah.
Lollapalooza, she says, and smiles. Then, but aren't you going to write about how you got into the business of killing people for money?
That makes him wince, because it's so bald, and of course so true. She sees it.
Bad people, I mean. And how you met Bucky. I'd like to know that.
Yes, Billy thinks.
I could write about that. And maybe I should. Because dig, if that mooge hiding behind the door had shot Johnny Caps to death instead of just blowing his legs apart, Billy Summers wouldn't be here now. Neither would Alice. It comes to him as sort of a revelation, although maybe it shouldn't, that if Johnny Caps hadn't lived, Alice Maxwell might well have died of shock and exposure on Pearson Street. Maybe I will write it, if I get a chance. Tell me about you, Alice. She laughs, but it's not the free and easy one that he's come to like so much. This one's a warding off laugh. There isn't much to tell. I've always been a fade into the woodwork person. Being with you is the only interesting thing that's ever happened to me. Other than getting gang raped, I guess. She utters a sad little snort. But he's not going to let it go at that. You grew up in Kingston. Your mother raised you and your sister. What else? There must be more. Alice points to the darkening sky. I've never seen so many stars in my life. Not even at Bucky's place. Don't change the subject. She shrugs. Okay, just prepare to be bored. My father owned a furniture store, and my mother was his bookkeeper. He died of a heart attack when I was 8. And Jerry, she's my sister, was 19 and going to beauty school. Alice touches her hair. She'd say I did this all wrong. Probably she would, but it looks fine. Go on. I was a B student in high school. Had a few dates, but no boyfriend. There were popular kids, but I wasn't one of them. There were unpopular kids, you know, the ones who always get pranked and laughed at. But I wasn't one of them either. Mostly, I did what my mom and my sister said. Except about going to beauty school. I almost said yes to that too, because I sure wasn't going to a smart people's college. I didn't take many of the courses that you need for that. She thinks about it. Billy lets her. Then one night, I was lying in bed, almost asleep, and I all at once came full awake, snapped awake, almost fell out of bed. Did that ever happen to you? Billy thinks about Iraq and says, many times. I thought, if I do that, If I do what they want, it will never end. I'll be doing what they want for the rest of my life, and one day I'll wake up old, right here in little old Kingston. She turns to him. And do you know what my mom and Jerry would say if they knew what happened to me in Tripp's apartment? And what I'm doing now, being here with you, they'd say, "See what it got you?" Billy puts out a hand to touch her shoulder. She turns to him before he can, and he sees the woman she might be if time and fate are kind. And do you know what I'd say? I'd say, I don't care, because this is my time. I deserve to have my time, and this is what I want. Okay, he says. Okay, Alice, that's fine. Yes, it is. You bet it is. As long as you don't get killed.
That's something he can't promise, so he says nothing. They look at the stars a while longer and drink their beer, and she says nothing until she tells him she thinks she'll go to bed. 3. Billy doesn't go to bed. He has a pair of texts from Bucky. The first says the landscaping company that does the work at Promontory Point is called Greens and Gardens. The man who runs the crew might be Kelton Freeman or Hector Martinez, but it might be someone else entirely. It's a high turnover business. The following text says that Nick often stays at the Double during the week, but also tries to get back to his estate in Paiute for the weekend, especially for Sundays. Never misses the Giants during football season, Bucky adds. Everybody who knows him knows that. You can take the boy out of New York, Billy thinks, but you can't take New York out of the boy. He texts back, "Any luck with the garage?" Bucky's response is quick. No. Billy has brought the pictures, both Google Earth and Zillow. He studies them for a while. Then he opens his laptop and looks up a handful of Spanish phrases. He won't have to say them when and if the time comes, but he says them now, over and over, committing them to memory. He almost certainly won't need all of them. He might need none of them. But it's always best to be ready. Me llamo Pablo López. Esta es mi hija. Estos son para el jardín. Mi es sordo y mudo. I am a deaf mute. 4. They go back to the Crazy Cow for breakfast, then get on the road. Billy wouldn't want to push the old truck, and he doesn't have to. It's only a couple of 100 miles to Vegas, and he won't move against Nick until Sunday, when the pros play football and the compound at the end of Cherokee Drive is apt to be at its most quiet. No groundskeepers or landscapers, and hopefully no hardballs. He checked the schedule, and the Giants play the Cardinals at 4 p.m. Eastern, which will be 1 p.m. in Nevada. To pass the time, he tells Alice how he got into the business, from which he now considers himself retired. Johnny Caps was the first link in the chain that ends. So far, there's at least one more link still to be forged. On Interstate 70 heading west.
He's the one that got shot in the legs in that house? The one they left alive to try and lure the rest of you in?
Yes. Clay Briggs, pill roller, got him stabilized, and he was airlifted out. Johnny spent a long time in a shitty VA hospital. Got hooked on dope while they were trying to rehab what couldn't be rehabbed. Eventually, Uncle Sam sent him back to Queens in his wheelchair, hooked through the bag.
That's so sad.
Well, Billy tells her, at least the dope addict part of Johnny's story had a happy ending. His cousin Joey reached out to him, a guy who'd kept the Italian family name of Capizano, although he was still, of course, called Joey Caps. With permission from one of the larger New York organizations, and of course the Sinaloa cartel, who controlled the dope business, Joey Caps ran his own little organization, one so modest it was really more of a posse. Joey offered his wounded warrior cousin a job as an accountant, but only if he could get clean.
And he did?
Yes. I got the whole story from him when we reconnected. He went into a rehab, his cousin paid, and then he went to NA meetings 3 or 4 times a week, until he died a few years ago. Lung cancer got him. Alice is frowning.
He went to NA meetings to get off dope, but his day job was pushing dope?
Not pushing it. Counting and washing the money from the trade. But yeah, it comes to the same thing. And once I pointed that out to him, you know what he said? That there are recovered alcoholics tending bar all over the world. He sponsored people, he said, and some of them got clean and resumed their lives. That's how he put it. They resumed their lives.
God, talk about the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing.
Billy tells her he almost signed up for another tour in the suck. Decided he'd be crazy to do it. Suicidal crazy. And took off the uniform. Kicked around, trying to decide what came next for a guy whose job for a lot of years had been shooting other guys in the tee box. That was when Johnny got in touch. There was a Jersey guy, he said, who liked to pick up women in bars and then beat them up. He probably had some kind of childhood trauma he was trying to work out, Johnny said, but fuck a bunch of childhood trauma. This was a very bad guy. He put the last woman in a coma, and this woman happened to be a Capizano. Only a second cousin or maybe a third, but still a Capizano. The only problem was this guy, this beater of women, was part of a larger and more powerful organization headquartered across the river in Hoboken. Joey took Johnny Caps along for a sit-down with the head of this organization, and it turned out the New Jersey guys didn't have much use for this shitpoke either. He was trouble, a nasty stranzo madre, with rings on fingers of both hands. The better to beat the living crap out of women instead of taking them home to fuck them as any natural man would want to do. Or even fotimi nel culo, which some men liked, and even some women. But no woman likes to get her face beat off. The upshot was that the capo couldn't give Joey Caps permission to off the stranzo madre, because there would have to be retribution. But if an outsider did it, and if both outfits, the Hoboken organization and the much smaller Queens crew, paid for it, then the thorn could be pulled. Call it mob diplomacy.
So Johnny Caps called you?
He did.
Because you were the best.
The best he knew, anyway. And he knew my history.
The man who killed your little sister.
That, yes. I looked into the guy before I agreed to take the job. Got a little of his history. Even went to see the woman he put in a coma. She was on life support machinery, and you could tell she was never coming back. The monitor, Billy draws a straight line above the steering wheel. So, I did 'em. It really wasn't much different from what I did in Iraq.
Did you like it?
No, Billy says with no hesitation. Not in the sand, and not back here. Never.
Johnny's cousin got you other jobs?
2 more, and there was one I turned down because the guy, I don't know.
Didn't seem bad enough?
Something like that. Then Joey introduced me to Bucky, and Bucky introduced me to Nick, and that's where we are.
I'm guessing there's quite a lot more to it.
She's guessing right, but Billy doesn't want to say any more, let alone go into the details of the jobs he did, for Nick and for others. He has never said any of this, not to anyone, and he's appalled to hear that part of his life told out loud. It's sordid and stupid. Alice Maxwell, business school student and rape survivor, is sitting in an old truck with a man who killed people for a living. It was his fucking job. And is he going to kill Nick Majarian? If he gets the chance, very likely. So a question. Is killing for honor better than killing for money? Probably not. But that won't stop him. Alice is silent for a bit, thinking it over. Then she says,
You told me that because you think you might never get a chance to write it down. Isn't that right?
It is, but Billy doesn't want to say so out loud.
Billy?
I told you because you wanted to know, he says finally, and turns on the radio. 5. They register at another off-brand motel. There are a lot of them in a rough ring around the outskirts of Vegas, while Billy registers them as Dalton Smith and Elizabeth Anderson. Alice plugs $4 in one of the lobby slots. On the 5th, 10 fake cartwheels drop into the trough with a clatter, and she squeals like a kid. The desk clerk offers her a choice, $10 or motel credit in that amount.
"How's the restaurant here?"
Alice asks.
"Buffet's pretty good."
Then he lowers his voice and says,
"Take the money, honey."
Alice takes the money, and they get to go at the Sirloin Super Burger down the road. She insists that it be her treat, and Billy doesn't argue. Back in Billy's room, she sits at the window and watches the endless traffic streaming toward downtown, and the lights of the hotels and casinos coming on.
"Sin City," she marvels. "And here I am, in a motel room with a good-looking guy who happens to be twice my age. My mother would just shit."
Billy throws back his head and laughs. "And your sister?"
"Wouldn't believe it."
She points.
"Are those the Paiute Mountains?"
If that's north, those are them. I think they're actually called foothills, if it matters. She turns to him, no longer smiling.
"Tell me what you're going to do."
He does, and not just because he needs her help with the prep. She listens carefully.
"It sounds awfully dangerous."
If it looks hinky, I'll back off and reconsider.
"Will you know if it's hinky? The way your friend Taco knew outside that house in Fallujah?"
You remember that, huh?
"Will you?"
I think so, yes.
"But you'll probably go in anyway. The way you went into the funhouse, and look what happened there."
Billy says nothing. There's nothing to say.
"I wish I could go with you."
He says nothing to that either. Even if the idea didn't fill him with horror, the plan wouldn't work if she were with him, and she knows it.
"How badly do you need that money?"
I could get along without it, and most of it's going to Bucky anyway. The money's not the reason I'm going. Nick treated me badly. He needs to pay a price, just like the boys who raped you needed to pay a price. It's Alice's turn to be silent. There's something else. I don't think it was Nick's idea to kill me after the job was done, and I know it wasn't his idea to put a $6 million price on my head. I want to know who that person is.
And why?
Yes, that too. 6. The first thing Billy does the next morning is to check the back of the old Dodge truck, because the tools were only tied down, not locked down. Everything is present and accounted for. He's not surprised, partly because everything in the truck bed and trailer is old and pretty clapped out, but also because his experience over the years has taught him that the great majority of people are honest. They don't take what isn't theirs. People who do, people like Trip Donovan, Nick Majarian, and whoever is behind Nick, piss him off mightily. He almost texts Bucky to ask if Bucky can find out what car Nick is driving. It would probably be in the VIP area of the Double Domino's parking garage. Undoubtedly something fancy with a vanity plate. Then doesn't do it. Bucky probably could find out, and it might raise a red flag. That's the last thing Billy wants. He hopes that by now Nick has started to relax. Once the stores are open, he and Alice go to the nearest Ulta Beauty. This time he's the one who needs makeup, but he lets Alice do the buying. After that, she wants to go to a casino. It's a bad idea, but she looks so excited and so hopeful that he can't say no. But not the big hotels, and not the Strip, he says. Alice consults her phone and directs them to Big Tommy's Hotel and Gambling Hall in East Las Vegas. She's carded before she's allowed in, and flashes her new Elizabeth Anderson DL with aplomb. As she wanders around gawking at the roulette, craps, blackjack, and the ever-spinning money wheel, Billy checks around him for guys with a certain look. He doesn't see any. Most of them out here in the boonies are moms and pops that could stand to lose a few. He reflects again that Alice is a different girl from the one he brought in out of the pouring rain, on the way to being a better girl. And if what he's planning goes wrong, and she's damaged more than she has been already, that's on him. He thinks, I should just quit this shit and take her back to Colorado. Then he remembers Nick pitching him on the so-called safe house, all the time knowing the ride to Wisconsin was going to last about 6 miles until Dana Edison put a bullet in his head. Nick needs to pay, and he needs to meet the real Billy Summers. It's so noisy, Alice says. Her cheeks are bright, and her eyes are trying to look everywhere at once. What should I do? After checking out the roulette table, Billy guides her there and buys her $50 worth of chips, all the while telling himself, bad idea, bad idea. Her beginner's luck is phenomenal. In 10 minutes, she's up $200 and people are cheering her on. Billy doesn't care for that, so he guides her to a bank of $5 slots where she spends half an hour and wins another $30. Then she turns to him and says, push the button and look. Push the button and look. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of stupid, isn't it? Billy shrugs, but he can't help smiling. He remembers Robin McGuire saying, it's only a grin when your teeth show, and then it's nothing else. You said it, not me, he says, and shows his teeth. 7. After the casino, they go to the Century 16 and see not one movie, but 2, a comedy and an action flick. When they come out of that one, it's almost dark. How about something to eat? Alice asks. Happy to stop somewhere if you want, but I'm full of popcorn and Sour Patch Kids. Maybe just a sandwich. Want to hear something nice about my mom? Sure. Every now and then, if I was good, we'd have what she called a special day. I could have pancakes with chocolate chips for breakfast and then do almost anything I wanted, like have an egg cream at the Green Line Apothecary or get a stuffed animal if it was cheap, or ride the bus to the end of the line, which I like to do. Stupid kid, huh? No, Billy says. She takes his hand, natural as anything, and swings it back and forth as they walk to the truck. This day has been like that. Special. Good. Alice turns to him. You better not get killed. She sounds absolutely fierce. You just better not. I won't, Billy says. Okay? Okay, she agrees. All okay. 8. But that night she isn't. Billy is sleeping just below the surface of wakefulness, or he never would have heard Alice's knock. It's light and tentative, almost not there at all. For a moment or two, he thinks it's part of the dream he's having, something about Shanice Ackerman. Then he's back to the motel room on the outskirts of Vegas. He gets up and goes to the door and looks through the peephole. She's standing there in the baggy blue pajamas she bought on her shopping trip with Bucky. Her feet are bare, and her hand is at her throat, and he can hear her gasping. The gasping is louder than her knock was. He opens up, takes her by the hand that's not clasping her throat, and leads her into the room. As he closes the door, he sings, If you go down to the woods today. Sing it with me, Alice. She shakes her head and tears in another breath. Can't. Yes, you can. If you go down to the woods today. You better go in this. She's swaying on her feet, close to fainting. Billy thinks it's a wonder she didn't pass out in the hall. He gives her a shake. Nope, that's wrong. Try again. Next line. You're sure of a big surprise? She's still gasping, but looks a little less likely to collapse. Right. Now let's do it together. And don't talk it. Sing it. If you go down to the woods today. She joins him. You're sure of a big surprise? If you go down to the woods today, you better go in disguise. She pulls in a deep breath and lets out a series of jerks. Need to sit down. Before you fall down, Billy agrees. He still has her hand. He leads her to the chair by the window, the drape now drawn. She sits, looks up at him, brushes her newly blonde hair off her forehead. I tried in my room, and it didn't work. Why did it work now? You needed someone to duet with. Billy sits on the edge of the bed. What was it? Bad dream. Horrible. One of those boys, those men,
was stuffing a dish rag in my mouth to make me stop yelling, or maybe I was screaming. I think it was Jack. I couldn't breathe. I was sure I was going to choke to death.
Did they do that? Alice shakes her head.
I don't remember.
But Billy knows they did. And she does too. He has experienced this sort of thing himself, although not as badly or as often as some. He didn't keep up with the jars he knew in Iraq. Johnny Caps was the exception. But there are websites, and sometimes he checks them out. It's natural. How the minds of combat survivors deal with trauma, or try to.
Is that what I am? A combat survivor?
That's what you are. The song may not work every time. A wet cloth across your face may not work every time. There are other tricks to getting through panic attacks. You can read about them on the internet. Sometimes, though, you just have to wait it out.
I thought I was better,
Alice whispers. You are. But you're also under stress. And I put you there, Billy thinks.
Can I stay here tonight? With you?
He almost tells her no, then looks at her pale, pleading face and thinks again. I put you there. Okay. He wishes he was wearing more than just a pair of loose boxers, but they will have to do. She gets in, and he gets in next to her. They lie on their backs. The bed is narrow, and their hips touch. He looks up at the ceiling and thinks, I am not going to get an erection. Which is like telling a dog not to chase a cat. Their legs are also touching. Hers is warm and firm through the cotton. He hasn't been with a woman since Phil, and he doesn't want to be with this one. But oh God.
Can I help you?
Her voice is quiet, but not timid.
I can't make love to you. You know, the real way. But I could help you. I'd be glad to help you.
No, Alice. Thank you, but no.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right.
She rolls on her side, away from him and toward the wall. Billy waits until her breathing grows long and mild and steady. Then he goes in the bathroom and helps himself. 9. Days go by. Just a few, almost like a vacation. And then it's almost time. There's a Target down the road, and after breakfast, they stop there. Alice buys a big plastic jug of moisturizer and a spray bottle. Also bathing suits. Hers is a modest blue tank. His are billowy trunks with tropical fish on them. She also buys him a pair of pre-washed bib overalls, yellow work gloves, a denim barn coat, and a T-shirt with a very Vegas slogan on it. They swim in the motel pool, which they discover is the best part of their current accommodation. Alice plays water volleyball with some kids, while Billy lies on a chaise, watching. It all feels natural. They could be a father and daughter on their way to Los Angeles, maybe looking for work, maybe looking for relatives they can touch up for a long-term loan, or a place to stay. The motel clerk was right about the buffet. It's heavy on mac and cheese and prehistoric roast beef au jus. But after almost 2 hours in the pool, Alice eats everything on her heaped plate and goes back for more. Billy can't keep up with her, although there was a time, basic training for instance, when he could have eaten her under the table. After lunch, she says she wants a nap. Billy isn't surprised. Around 4 o'clock, they go shopping again, this time at a farm and garden store called Grow Baby Grow. Alice's great mood of the morning has darkened, but she makes no effort to change his mind about the next day. Billy is grateful. Persuasion might lead to argument, and arguing with Alice is the last thing he wants, not on what could be their last day together. When they park at the motel, Billy reaches into his back pocket and brings out a folded piece of paper. He unfolds it, smooths it gently, and then attaches it to the dashboard with Scotch tape from Target. Alice looks at the little girl hugging the pink flamingo.
Who is that?
Shanice's careful crayon work has blurred a little. but the hearts rising from the flamingo's knotty head to Shanice's are still clear enough. Billy touches one of them. The little girl who lived next door to me in Midwood. But tomorrow she's going to be my daughter, if I need her to be. 10. Billy trusts people not to steal, but only so far. The old tools and the dirty barrels are safe enough, but someone might see the stuff they bought at Grow Baby Grow and decide to filch some, so they carry the bags inside and store them in Billy's bathroom. There are 4 50-pound sacks of Miracle Grow potting soil, 5 10-pound sacks of Buckaroo worm castings, and a 25-pound sack of Black Cow fertilizer. Alice lets Billy tote the Black Cow. She wrinkles her nose and says she can smell it even through the bag. They watch TV in her room, and she asks him if he will stay the night with her. Billy says it would be better if he didn't.
I don't think I can sleep alone,
Alice says. I don't think I can either, but we're going to try. Come here, give me a hug. She gives him a good one. He can feel her trembling, not because she's afraid of him, but because she's afraid for him. She doesn't deserve to be afraid at all, but if she has to be, Billy thinks, this way is better. A lot. Set your phone alarm for 6, he says when he lets her go.
I won't have to.
He smiles. Do it anyway. You might surprise yourself. In his room next door, he texts Bucky. Have you heard anything about N? Bucky's reply is immediate. No, he's probably there, but I don't know for sure. Sorry. It's okay, Billy texts back, and then sets his own phone alarm for 5. He doesn't expect to sleep either, but he might surprise himself. He does, a little, and dreams of Shanice. She's tearing up the picture of Dave the Flamingo and saying, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. He wakes up at 4, and when he goes outside with the new gloves in one hand, Alice is sitting in the Eternal Motel lawn chair, bundled up in an I Love Las Vegas sweatshirt and looking up at a rind of moon. Hey, Billy says.
Hey.
He goes to the edge of the cement walk and scrubs the new gloves in the dirt. When he's satisfied they look right, he claps the dust off them and stands up.
Cold, Alice says. That will be good for you. You can wear the coat.
Billy knows it will warm up fast once the sun rises. It may be October, but this is the desert. He'll wear the barn coat anyway. You want something to eat? Egg McMuffin? The Mickey D's down the road is 24-hour. She shakes her head.
Not hungry.
Coffee?
Sure. That would be great.
Cream and sugar?
Black, please.
He goes down to the deserted lobby and gets them each a cup from the Eternal Motel bun. When he comes back, she's still looking at the moon.
It looks close enough to reach out and touch. Isn't it beautiful?
It is, but you're shivering. Let's go inside. She sits in his chair by the window and sips her coffee, then sets it on the little table and falls asleep. The sweatshirt is too big, and the neck slips to the side, bearing one shoulder. Billy thinks it's at least as beautiful as the moon. He sits and drinks his coffee and watches her. He likes her long, slow breaths. The time passes. It's got a knack for that, Billy thinks. 11. When he wakes her up at 7:30, she scolds him for letting her sleep.
We need to get you sprayed up. That goo takes at least 4 hours to work.
It's okay. The game starts at 1, and I'm not going to move on him until at least 1:30.
Still, I wish we'd have done this an hour ago, just to be safe.
She sighs.
Come in my room. We'll do it there.
A few minutes later, his shirt is off, and he's rubbing moisturizer over his hands, forearms, and face. She tells him not to neglect his eyelids and the back of his neck. When he's done, she goes to work with the tanning spray. The first coat takes 5 minutes. When she's done, he goes into the bathroom and takes a look. What he sees is a white man with a desert tan. Not good enough, he says.
I know. Moisturize again.
She uses the spray a second time. When he goes into the bathroom for another look, it's better, but he's still not satisfied. I don't know. He tells Alice when he comes out, this might have been a bad idea.
It's not. Remember what I said? For the next 4 to 6 hours, it will continue to darken. With the cowboy hat and the bib overalls,
she gives him a critical look.
If I didn't think you could pass for Chicano, I'd tell you.
This is where she asks me again to just give it up and come back to Colorado with her, Billy thinks. But she doesn't. She tells him to get dressed in what she calls your costume. Billy goes back to his room and puts on the dark wig, t-shirt, bib overalls, barn coat, work gloves stuffed in the pockets, and the battered cowboy hat Bucky and Alice bought in Boulder. It comes down to his ears, and he reminds himself to raise it up a little when the time comes, to show that long black hair streaked with gray. You look fine. All business, red-rimmed eyes notwithstanding. Got your pad and pencil? He pats the front pocket of his biballs. It's capacious, with plenty of room for the silenced Ruger, as well as the writing stuff.
You're getting darker already.
She smiles, wanly.
Good thing the PC police aren't here.
Needs must, Billy says. He reaches into the side pocket of the biballs, the one that doesn't hold the Glock 17, and brings out a roll of bills. It's everything he has left, except for a couple of 20s. Take this. Call it insurance. Alice pockets it without argument. If you don't get a call from me this afternoon, wait. I have no idea what kind of cell coverage they have north of here. If I'm not back by 8 tonight, 9 at the outside, I'm not coming back. Stay the night, then check out and get a Greyhound to Golden or Estes Park. Call Bucky. He'll pick you up. All right?
That would not be all right, but I understand. Let me help you carry those bags of fertilizer out to the truck.
They make 2 trips, and then Billy slams the tailgate. They stand there looking at each other. A few sleepy-eyed people, a couple of salesmen, a family, are toting out their luggage and preparing to move on.
If you don't need to be there until 1, you can stay another hour, she says. 2 even.
I think I better go now.
Yeah, maybe you better,
Alice says.
Before I break down.
He hugs her. Alice hugs back fiercely. He expects her to say be careful. He expects her to tell him again not to die. He expects her to ask him one more time, maybe plead with him not to go. She doesn't. She looks up at him and says, "Get what's yours." She lets go of him and walks back toward the motel. When she gets there, she turns to him and holds up her phone.
Call me when you're done. Don't forget.
I won't. If I can, he thinks. I will if I can. Chapter 20. 1. An hour north of Vegas on Route 45, Billy comes to a Dougie's Donuts, made it to an Arco gas station and a convenience store with the unlikely name of Terrible Herbst. It's a truck stop surrounded by great expanses of parking, big rigs on one side, snoring like sleeping beasts. Billy gasses up, grabs a bottle of orange juice and a cruller, then parks around back. He thinks about calling Alice, only because he'd like to hear her voice, and he thinks she might like to hear his. My hostage, he thinks. My Stockholm Syndrome hostage. Only that's not what she is now, if she ever was. He remembers how she said, "Get what's yours." Not fearless. She hasn't morphed into some comic book warrior queen, at least not yet, but plenty fierce. He has his phone in his hand before remembering she got as little sleep as he did last night. If she's gone back to bed with the "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on the door, he doesn't want to wake her. He drinks his juice and eats his cruller and lets time pass. There's enough of it for doubts to creep in. In some ways, many, actually. It's like the funhouse all over again, only with no squad to back him up. He can't be sure Nick went to Promontory Point for the weekend. He has no idea how many men he may have brought back with him if he did. Some, for sure. Not bounty hunters from some other outfit, but his own guys. And Billy has no idea where they might be placed. He has an idea of the interior layout from the Zillow photographs, but there might have been changes made after Nick bought the place. If Nick is there, rooting on the Giants, Billy doesn't know where he'll be watching. He doesn't even know if he can get in through the service entrance. Maybe see, maybe no. There's a line of porta-johns, and he uses one to offload his coffee and juice. When he comes out, a black chick in a halter and denim skirt short enough to show the edges of her panties is standing nearby. She looks like she's been up all night, and the night was a hard one. The mascara around her eyes reminds Billy, dumb self Billy, of the Beagle Boys in the old Donald Duck and Uncle Scrooge comics he sometimes picks up at rummage and yard sales.
"Hey, good-looking man,"
the lot lizard says.
"Want to date me?"
This is as good a chance as any to try out his cover story. He takes his pad and pencil from the front pocket of his biballs and writes, "Mi es sordo y mudo."
What the fuck does that mean?
Billy touches his ears with both hands, then pats his mouth with the other.
"Forget it,"
she says, turning away.
"I ain't sucking no wetback cock."
Billy watches her go. Delighted. No wetback cock, huh? He thinks. Doesn't exactly make me John Howard Griffin, but I'll take it. 2. He stays parked behind the donut shop until 11. During that time, he sees the black chick and a few of her co-workers chatting up truck drivers, but none of them come near him, which is fine with Billy. Every now and then he gets out of the truck, pretending to check his goods, actually just wanting to stretch his legs and stay loose. At 11:15, he starts up the truck. The starter doesn't catch at first, giving him a scare, and continues north on 45. The Paiute foothills draw closer. From 5 miles out, he can see Promontory Point. It's different from the house Nick rented in the city where Billy did his job, but every bit as ugly. As his GPS is informing him that his turn onto Cherokee Drive is a mile ahead, Billy comes to another rest area. This one, just a turnout. He parks in the shade and uses another porta-john, thinking of Taco Bell's dictum.
"Never neglect the chance to piss before a firefight."
When he comes out, he checks his watch. 12:30. In his big white hacienda, Nick is probably settling in to watching the pregame show with a couple of his hardballs, maybe eating nachos and drinking Dos Equis. Billy punches up Siri, who tells him he's 40 minutes from his destination. He forces himself to wait a little longer and forces himself not to call Alice. Instead, he gets out, grabs a crowbar from one of the dirty barrels, and punches a couple of holes in the Ram's muffler, which is already distressed. If he comes up to the service entrance with his old truck farting and backing off, so much the more in character. "Okay," Billy says. He thinks of giving the Dark Horse chant and tells himself not to be ridiculous. Besides, the last time they all chanted that, their hands in the huddle, things didn't work out so well. He turns the key. The starter spins and spins. When it starts to lag, he clicks it off, waits, gives the gas pedal a single pump, then tries again. The Dodge fires right up. It was loud before. It's louder now. Billy checks for traffic, merges onto 45, then turns off at Cherokee Drive. The grade grows steeper. For the first mile or so, there are other, more modest houses on either side of the road. But then they're gone, and there's only Promontory Point, looming ahead of him. I was always coming here, Billy thinks, and tries to laugh at the thought, which is not just omanish, but pretentious. The thought won't go, and Billy understands that's because it's a true thought. He was always coming here. Yes. 3. The air is bell clear outside the smog bowl of Las Vegas, and maybe even has a slight magnifying effect, because by the time Billy is closing in on the compound's main gate, the house looks like it's rearing back so it won't fall on him. The wall is too high to see over, but he knows there's a lookout post just inside, And if it's manned, his old beater is probably already on video. Cherokee Drive ends at Promontory Point. Before it does, a dirt track splits off to the left. There are two signs flanking this track. The one on the left says, Maintenance and Delivery. The other says, Authorized Vehicles Only. Only is in red. Billy turns onto the track, not neglecting to set his hat a little higher on his head. He also pats the front pocket of the overalls, silenced Ruger, and side pocket, Glock. Sighting the guns in would be a joke. Handguns are really only good for close work. But he realizes he hasn't test-fired either of them or examined the loads. It would be a fine joke on him if he had to use the Glock and it jammed. Or if the Ruger's silencer, maybe made in the garage of some guy with a taste for meth, plugged the gun's barrel and caused it to blow up in his hand. Too late to worry about any of that now. The compound's wall is on his right. On the left, piñons grow, close enough for their branches to thwop the side of the truck. Billy can't imagine bigger vehicles, trash haulers, propane gas delivery, a septic pumper, waddling their way along, their drivers cursing a blue streak every time they have to make this trip. Then the wall makes a right-angle turn, and the trees end. The 20-degree grade does too. He's now on a plateau, probably bulldozed flat, especially for the house and grounds. The maintenance road loops out, then curves back toward the much humbler gate Billy is looking for. Beyond the wall he can see the upper 15 feet or so of the barn, painted rustic red. The roof is metal, heliographing the sun. Billy keeps his eyes off it after one quick look, not wanting to compromise his vision. The gate is open. There are flower beds on either side of it. There's a security camera mounted on the wall, but it's hanging down like a bird with a broken neck. Billy likes it. He thought Nick might be relaxing, letting down his guard a bit, and here's proof. In the flower bed on the left, a Mexican woman in a big blue dress is down on her knees, digging in the dirt with a trowel. A wicker basket half filled with cut flowers is nearby. Her yellow gloves might have been purchased in the same place Billy bought his. She's wearing a straw sombrero so big it's comical. Her back is to him at first, but when she hears the truck, how can she miss it? She turns to look, and Billy sees she's not Mexican at all. Her skin is tanned and leathery, but she's Anglo, an old lady Anglo at that. She gets to her feet and stands in front of the truck with her feet spread, blocking the way forward. She only moves to the driver's side when Billy slows to a stop and powers down the window.
Who the fuck are you? And what do you want?
And then, another good thing to go with the broken security camera.
Que deseas?
Billy holds up a finger. Wait one. And then takes the pad from his front pocket of his bibballs. For a moment he blanks, but then it comes to him, and he writes, Estos son para el jardín. These are for the garden.
Got it. But what are you doing here on Sunday? Talk to me, Pedro.
He flips a page and writes, Mi es sordo y mudo. I'm a deaf mute.
You are, huh? Do you understand English?
Moving her lips with exaggerated care. Her eyes, dark blue in her narrow face, are studying him. Two things come to Billy. The first is that Nick may have let his guard down, but not all the way. The security camera is broken, and his guys may be in the house watching the football game with him, but this woman is here with her trowel and her basket of blooms. Maybe that's what his old friend Robin used to call a coinky-dink, but maybe it's not. Because there's a bottle of water and a sandwich wrapped in wax paper in the shade of a nearby tree, which suggests she might be meaning to stay for a while, maybe until the game is over and she's relieved. That's one thing. The other is she looks familiar. God damn if she doesn't. She reaches into the cab and snaps her fingers in front of his nose. They stink of cigarettes.
Lo entiendes?
Billy holds his thumb and forefinger a smidgen apart to indicate that, yes, he understands, but only a little.
Bet if I asked to see your green card, you'd be shit out of luck.
She gives a laugh, as raspy as her speaking voice.
So why are you here on Sunday, mi amigo?
Billy shrugs, then points at the barn, looming over the wall.
Yeah, I didn't think you came for tea and cookies. What have you got to put in the barn? Show me.
Billy likes this less and less, partly because she could look in the truck bed herself and see the bags of gardening stuff, mostly because of that troubling sense that he's seen her before, which can't be true. She's too old to be one of Nick's guard dogs, and he'd never hire a woman for that kind of job anyway. He's old school, and she's just old. A domestic they shoved out here to keep an eye on the service gate while they watched the game, and she decided to pass the time by cutting some flowers for the house. But he still doesn't like it.
Andale! Andale!
More finger snapping in front of his face. Billy doesn't like that either, although her assumption of superiority, her very Trumpian prejudice, if you like, is another sign that his disguise is working. Billy gets out, leaving the door open, and walks her to the back of the truck. She ignores that and goes on to the little trailer. She looks in the barrels, gives a disdainful sniff, then comes back to look in the truck bed.
How come you've only got one bag of black cow? What good is that going to do?
Billy shrugs, that he doesn't understand. The woman stands on tiptoes and slaps the bag. Her sombrero flops.
Only one! One! Solo uno!
Billy shrugs that he's only the delivery guy. She sighs and flicks a hand at him.
Well, what the fuck? Go on. I'm not going to call Hector on Sunday afternoon and ask him why he sends a deaf mute out to deliver a piddling load of shit. He's probably watching the fucking game too. Or a different one.
Billy shrugs that he still doesn't intend there.
Take that crap in. Tamalo. Then fuck off to the nearest cantina. Maybe you'll be in time for the second half.
That is when he should have known. Something in her eyes. But he doesn't. He only gets lucky. He sees her coming in the driver's side mirror as he climbs into the cab and slides behind the wheel. He pulls back just in time, dipping his shoulder, and the trowel only scrapes his upper arm below the t-shirt he's wearing, under the overalls. He slams the door, catching her arm in it, and the trowel drops on the floorboards beside his left foot.
Ow, fuck!
She pulls her arm free so fast and hard that it flies up and knocks off the sombrero, revealing gray hair piled high and pinned that way. That's when Billy understands where he's seen her before. She's reaching into one of the big side pockets of her gardening dress. Billy gets out of the truck in a hurry and roundhouses her on the left side of her face. She goes sprawling on her back in the flower bed. The thing she was reaching for falls out of her pocket. It's his cell phone. It's the first time in his life he's hit a woman, and when he sees the bruise rising on her cheek, he thinks of Alice, but doesn't regret the blow. It could have been a gun. And she recognized him. Not at first, but yeah, she did. Covered it up well, too, until the end. So much for the Biballs, tanning spray, wig, and cowboy hat. So much for Shan's picture, taped to the dashboard. The one he could write, with a fatherly smile of pride, was his daughter's work. Was it because the woman had seen and studied his picture, as well as meeting him once in Red Bluff? Or because she's a woman, and they tend to see past disguises quicker? That could be sexist bullshit, but Billy kind of doubts it.
You fucking fuck. You're him.
He thinks. She seems so nice at Nick's rented house, almost refined. Of course, then she was in serving mode. He remembers now that Nick gave her a wad of cash for Alan, the chef who lit up their baked Alaska, but none for her, because she was on the payroll. She was, in fact, family. Pretty funny. She looks dazed, but that could be another shuck and jive. Either way, he's glad the trowel is in the truck. He puts an arm around her shoulders and helps her sit. Her cheek is puffing up like a balloon, making him think of Alice again. But Alice never looked at him like this woman is looking at him now. If looks could kill, and all that. With the hand not supporting her, Billy takes the Ruger out of his coat pocket and presses the muzzle lightly against her wrinkled forehead. Frank McIntosh is known, never to his face, as Frankie Elvis sometimes solar Elvis, hair piled up high in front, like hers. Same hair, same narrow face, same widow's peak. Billy thinks he might have made the connection sooner and saved himself a lot of trouble, if not for the oversized sombrero. Hello, Marge. You're not as polite as you were when you were serving us our dinner that night.
You fucking traitor,
she says, and spits in his face. Billy feels a well-nigh insurmountable urge to hit her again, but not because she spat on him. He arms it off his face, leaving her to support herself. She looks perfectly able to do so. She may be in her 70s and a lifelong smoker, but there's no quitting her. Billy has to give her that much. You've got it backwards. Nick's the fucking traitor. I did the job, and instead of paying me, he stiffed me and planned to kill me.
Nick would never do that. He stands up for his people.
That might be true, Billy thinks, but I'm not one of them, and never was. I'm your basic independent contractor. Let's not argue, Marge. Time is tight.
I think you broke my fucking arm.
And you tried to open my jugular vein. As far as I'm concerned, that makes us even. How many men are in there watching the game? She doesn't answer. Is Frank in there? She doesn't reply, but the flicker he sees in those dark eyes tells him what he needs to know. He picks up her cell phone, knocks off the dirt, and holds it out to her. Call him and tell him a guy from Greens and Gardens is dropping off some fertilizer and potting soil. Nothing to worry about. Say,
no.
Say you told the guy to go ahead and put it in the barn.
No.
Billy has lowered the muzzle of the Ruger. Now he puts it back between her eyes. Tell him, Marge.
No.
Tell him, or I'll blow your brains out. Then Frank's. She spits in his face again. At least tries to. There isn't much to it, because her mouth is dry, Billy thinks. She's scared, but she's not going to do it. Even if she does, she'll either tip them off by how she sounds, or just go whole hog and scream, "It's him! It's that fucking fuck of a traitor, Billy Summers!" Helpless not to think of Alice, but reminding himself this isn't her, and never could be, he hits Marge in the temple. Her eyes roll up to whites, and she flops back into the flowers. He stands over her for a minute to make sure she's still breathing, then tosses her phone into the truck. He starts to get in himself, then rethinks, and dumps the cut flowers out of her basket. Under them is a walkie-talkie and a short-barreled .357 King Cobra revolver. So she wasn't just gardening. And they didn't just put her out here as an afterthought. This one's got a lot of hard bark on her. He tosses the gun and the walkie in the truck. The starter turns over without catching for 10 long seconds, and Billy thinks, why now? Oh, Lord, why now? At last, the engine fires up, and he drives onto the estate. He stops 10 feet inside the wall, leaving the truck in neutral, and closes the gate. There's a huge steel bolt. He runs it through the double catch and heads back to the truck, which is bellowing through its perforated muffler. Doing that seemed like a good idea at the time. Not so much now. As he climbs into the cab, Marge McIntosh starts pounding on the gate and shouting,
Hey! Hey! It's Summers! It's Summers in the truck!
Billy can't believe anyone could hear her, even if the Dodge's muffler was intact. But he's amazed by her vitality. He hit her as hard as he could, and she's already back for more. Except you didn't hit her as hard as you could, he thinks. You thought of Alice and held back a little. Too late now, and he doesn't think it matters. She'd have to run all the way around the wall, shoving her way through the pines to alert anyone in the little guardhouse by the main gate, assuming anyone is actually in there. And of course there is. As Billy drives past the barn in the paddock, a guy comes out. He's got a rifle or a shotgun, but for the time being it's slung over his shoulder. He looks relaxed. He raises his hands to his shoulders with the palms out. ¿Qué pasa? Instead of heading toward the house as he intended, Billy reaches out the driver's side window, gives the guy a thumbs up, and turns down the main driveway toward the guardhouse. He pulls up. The guy walks toward him with the gun. It's a Mossberg, still slung over his shoulder. Billy realizes he knows him. Billy has never been here, but he's been in Nick's penthouse suite at the Double Domino 3 or 4 times. And on a couple of them, this guy was there. Sal something. But unlike Frank's sharp-eyed mother, Sal doesn't recognize him.
"What's up, partner?" he says. "Old lady let you through."
She did. Billy makes no attempt at a Spanish accent. He'd sound like Speedy fucking Gonzales. "I got something for someone to sign. Can you do it?"
"I don't know,"
Sal says. He's starting to look troubled. Billy thinks, too late, amigo. Too late.
"Let's see what you got."
Billy's deaf-mute pad is sticking up from the front pocket of his overalls. He pats it and says, "It's right here." He reaches past the pad and grabs Don Jensen's Ruger. For a wonder, it comes out smoothly, even with the bulb-shaped silencer on the end. He fires. A hole appears between 2 of the pearl buttons up the front of Sal's Western-style shirt. There's a bursting balloon sound, and wouldn't you know it, the silencer falls in 2 smoking pieces, one half on the ground, the other in the cab.
"You shoved me,"
Sal says, staggering back a step. His eyes are wide. Billy doesn't want to shoot the guy again because the second one would be a lot noisier. And he doesn't have to. Sal folds up, knees on the ground and head lowered. He looks like he's praying. Then he falls forward. Billy thinks about taking the Mossberg, but decides to leave it. As he told Marge, time is tight. 4. He drives up to the main house. There are 3 cars parked on the apron, a sedan, a compact SUV, and a Lamborghini that must belong to Nick. Billy remembers Bucky saying, Nick has a thing for cars. Billy turns off the noisy truck and walks up the main steps. He has his deaf-mute pad in one hand. He's holding the Glock behind it. He just killed a man, and Sal was probably a bad guy who has done many bad things at Nick's behest, but Billy doesn't know that for a fact. Now he will kill more, assuming he doesn't get killed himself. He'll think about it later, if there is any later. He puts his finger on the bell, then hesitates. Suppose a woman comes to the door. If that happens, Billy doesn't think he'll be able to shoot her. Even if everything turns to shit as a result, he doesn't believe he'll be able to. He'd like a chance to go around the house instead, scope it out a little, but there's no time. Mommy Elvis is on the warpath. He tries the door. It opens. Billy is surprised but not shocked. Nick has decided he's not coming. Also, it's Sunday afternoon. The sun is out. It's football day in America. Billy believes the Giants have just scored. The crowd is whooping, and so are several men. Not close, but not far away. Billy puts the pad back in the front pocket of his overalls and walks toward the sound. Then, just what he was afraid of. Down the main hall comes a pretty little Latina maid with a tray of steaming franks and buns, balanced on top of an igloo cooler that's probably full of beer. Billy has time to think of an old Chuck Berry lyric. She's too cute to be a minute over 17. She sees Billy. She sees the gun. Her mouth open, the igloo tilts, the tray, the frank starts to slide. Billy pushes it back to safety. Go, he says, and points at the door. Take that and get out of here. Go far. She doesn't say a word. Carrying the tray, she walks down the hall and out into the sunlight. Her posture, Billy thinks, is perfect, and the sunlight on her black hair suggests that God may not be all bad. She goes down the steps, back straight and head up. She doesn't look back. The crowd cheers. The men watching do too. Someone shouts, "Fuck 'em up, Big Blue!" Billy walks partway down the tiled corridor. Between the 2 Georgia O'Keeffe prints, mesas on one side, mountains on the other, a door is standing open. Through the gap between the hinges, Billy can see stairs going down. There's a commercial on for beer. Billy stands behind the open door, waiting for it to end, wanting their attention back on the game. Then Nick, from the foot of the stairs. "Maria! Where are those dogs?" When there's no answer. "Maria! Hurry up!" Someone says, "I'll go see." Billy isn't sure, but it sounds like Frank. Footsteps thumping up the stairs. Someone comes out into the hall and turns left, presumably toward the kitchen. It's Frank, all right. Billy recognizes him even with his back turned. The pomp trying to cover the solar sex panel. Billy steps out from behind the door and follows him. Walking on the sides of his feet, glad he wore sneakers. Frank goes into the kitchen and looks around.
Maria, where are you, honey?
We need... Billy hits him in the bald spot with the butt of the Glock, raising it high and giving it everything he has. Blood flies, and Frank collapses forward, smacking his forehead on the butcher block table in the middle of the room on his way down. His mother's head was hard, and maybe Frank has inherited that from her along with the widow's peak, but Billy doesn't think he's coming back from this. Not for a while, anyway. And maybe never. Guys are always getting clonked on the head in films and getting up a few minutes later with little or no damage done. But that's not the way it works in real life. Frank McIntosh could die of a cerebral edema or a subdural hematoma. It could happen 5 minutes from now, or he could linger in a coma for 5 years. He might also come back sooner, but probably not before Billy finishes his day's work. Still, he bends and frisks him. No gun. Billy walks quietly back down the hall. The game must have resumed, because the crowd is roaring again. One of the men down there in Nick's man cave yells,
Fucking clothesline him! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about!
Billy descends the stairs. Not fast and not slow. 3 men are watching a TV screen that's beyond big. 2 of them are in bucket chairs. A third bucket chair, probably Frank's, is empty. Nick is sitting in the middle of the couch with his legs spread. He's wearing shorts that are too short, too tight, and too loud. His belly is bulging out in front of the New York Giants shirt and supporting a bowl of popcorn. The other 2 also have popcorn bowls, which is good, because it keeps their hands occupied. Billy knows them both. One he's seen in Nick's suite, and in the Domino's main offices an accountant, maybe. A numbers guy for sure. Billy doesn't remember his name. Mikey or Mickey or maybe Marky. The other was one of the fake Department of Public Works guys with the transit van. Reggie something.
Well, it took you long enough,
Nick says. The other 2 have seen Billy, but Nick only has eyes for the play in progress on television.
Just set it on the...
He finally registers the shocked expressions of his companions, turns his head, and sees Billy standing 2 steps from the carpeted floor. The look of fear and amazement that dawns on Nick's face gives Billy a great deal of satisfaction. It isn't payback for the last 5 months of his life, not even close, but it's a step in the right direction.
Billy!
The bowl balanced on Nick's stomach overturns, and popcorn goes pattering to the rug. Hello, Nick. You're probably not glad to see me, but I'm glad to see you. He gestures with the Glock at the accountant guy who has already raised his hands. What's your name?
Mark Abramowitz.
Get down on the floor, Mark. You too, Reggie, on your stomachs. Arms and legs spread, like you're making snow angels. They don't argue. They set aside their popcorn bowls carefully and get down on the floor.
I've got a family,
Mark Abramowitz says. That's good. Behave yourself and you'll see them again. Are either of you armed? He doesn't have to ask about Nick, because in that ridiculous game day outfit, he's got no place for a hidden weapon, not even an ankle gun. The 2 men, face down, shake their heads. Nick says Billy's name again, this time not as a question, but as an exclamation of delight. He's striving for his old Lord of the Manor bon ami, and not finding very much of it.
Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Billy wouldn't bother to answer this ridiculous lie, even if he didn't have a more pressing concern. There's a 4th chair, and a half-empty bowl of popcorn beside it. They keep it on the ground with Barkley, the play-by-play announcer is saying, with Jones leading the way, and turn it off, Billy says. Nick is king of the house, and king of the couch, so of course the controller is beside him.
What?
You heard me. Turn it off. As Nick points the remote at the television, Billy is happy to see a slight tremble in his hand. The game goes away. Now it's just the four of them. But that fourth empty chair with the popcorn bowl beside it says there's an unaccounted-for fifth. Where is he? Billy asks.
Who?
Billy points at the empty chair.
Billy, I have to explain why I had to wait and get in touch with you. There was a problem at my end.
Shut up. What a pleasure to say that. And what a pleasure not to have to play dumb. Mark. The accountant jerks his legs, as if he's just had an electric shock. Where is he? Mark replies promptly, which is wise.
He went to the bathroom.
Shut up, asshole, Reggie says, and Billy shoots him in the ankle. He doesn't know he's going to do it until it's done, but his aim is as good as ever, and he regrets it no more than he regrets cold-cocking Frank in the kitchen. Reggie was part of the plan to get rid of dumb old Billy Summers. Get him in the back of the fake DPW van, drive him a few miles out of town, put a bullet in his head, case closed. Besides, this little man-cave trio needs to know who is in charge. Reggie screams and rolls on his back, trying to clutch his ankle.
You fuck! You fucking shot me!
Shut up, or I'll shut you up. If you don't believe me, give it a try. He turns the gun on Abramowitz, who's looking at him with bulging eyes. Where's the bathroom? Point. Abramowitz points behind the couch. 3 pinball machines are lined up against the wall, their lights flashing, but all the boops and beeps silenced because of the game. Just beyond them is a closed wooden door. Nick, tell him to come out.
Come on out, Dana!
So that's who the missing man is, Billy thinks. Reggie's DPW partner, the little redhead with the dork knob, who talked smack to me in the Gerard Tower. Maybe not the guy who got rid of Ken Hoff, but Billy thinks there's a good chance that he was. Of course it's Edison, because every character in a story must be used at least twice. Dickens' rule, and Zola's. He doesn't come out.
Come on out, Dana,
Nick calls.
It's okay.
No answer. He armed? Billy asks Nick.
What? Are you kidding? You think when I invite friends over to watch a football game, they come strapped?
Billy says, I think we're going to find out about that. Nick, do your 2 friends there on the floor understand that I can shoot? That it's what I do?
He can shoot,
Nick says. His normal olive complexion has gone yellow.
He learned it in the Marines. Sniper.
I'm going to go over to the bathroom and convince Dana to come out. I guess you can't run, Reggie. But you still could, Mr. Abramowitz. Do it, and I'll kill you. Same goes for you, Nick.
I'm not going anywhere,
Nick says.
We'll work this out. I just have to explain why.
Billy tells him again to shut up and goes around the couch. Nick is now back to him. An easy headshot if Billy needs to take it. Reggie and the accountant are blocked by the couch, but Reggie has a shattered ankle, and he doesn't think Abramowitz, the family man, is going to be a problem. It's Dana Edison he's concerned with. He stands beside the pinball machine closest to the closed door. He says, Come on out, Dana. If you do that, you might live. Otherwise, no. Billy doesn't expect a reply, and doesn't get one. Okay, coming in. Like hell I am, he thinks, but he bends, reaches forward, and grabs the doorknob. The second he rattles it, Edison fires 4 times, the shots so rapid Billy can hardly differentiate them. It's a thin door, and there are no holes, only wood, flying in big splinters. Billy senses movement behind him, but doesn't look. Nick and Abramowitz may be on the run, but neither is going to run into Edison's field of fire to tackle him, any more than that pair of mokes would have run into the funhouse to try and rescue Johnny Caps. Edison will expect Billy to hesitate if he's still alive, so he doesn't. He steps in front of the splintered door and pumps 6 rounds into it. Edison shrieks. There's a clatter, and then only reality can serve up such absurdities. The toilet flushes. From the corner of his eye, Billy sees Abramowitz heading to the first floor in a series of gazelle-like leaps. Billy has no idea what Nick is up to, but he's not following Abramowitz up the stairs, and this is the wrong time to check further. He raises a foot and kicks the remains of the door beside the lock. It flies open. Dana Edison is lying across the toilet, bleeding from the head and throat. His own Glock is lying in the shower, along with his little rimless spectacles. He apparently struck the toilet's flush lever when he went down. His eyes roll up to look at Billy. "Doctor." Billy looks at the blood, spilling down the side of the toilet. A doctor isn't going to help Dana. Dana has bought that place they call the farm. Billy bends over him, gun in hand. "Do you remember the last thing you said to me when you came to my office in the Girard Tower?" Edison makes a hoarse, huffing sound. A spray of blood comes out with it. "I do." Billy puts the muzzle of the Glock against Edison's temple. "You said, 'Don't miss.'" He pulls the trigger. 5. When he comes out, Reggie is on his knees in front of the couch. Billy can see the top of his head. He sees Billy and raises a small silver pistol that must have been stashed under one of the cushions. Nick wasn't unarmed after all. Billy puts 2 rounds in the back of the couch before Reggie can fire, and Reggie flops backward, out of sight. Billy goes to the couch in 3 running steps and peers over. Reggie is on his back, the gun on the rug beside one of his outstretched hands. His eyes are open and starting to glaze. You should have settled for the shattered ankle, Billy thinks. Doctors might have been able to fix that. Something falls over deeper in the man cave. Glass shatters, and there's a curse.
"Mashif's current."
Billy hurries that way, bent low. The lights in the area beyond the TV room are off, but Billy can see Nick in the gloom. His back is turned. He's pushing buttons on a lighted keypad beside a steel door. There's a billiards table in this adjoining room, and a few vintage slot machines, and a rolling bar that's lying on its side in a glitter of broken glass, and the eye-watering smell of spilled whiskey. Nick stabs frantically at the buttons, still cursing in Albanian, or whatever language he learned as a child and has otherwise forgotten. He only stops when Billy tells him to quit it and turn around. Nick does as he's told. He looks like a man on the precipice of death, which is fair, because that's where he is. But he's smiling, just a little. But yeah, that's a smile.
"I went the wrong way. I should have taken the stairs, like Marky, but..."
He shrugs. "That's your safe room?" Billy asks.
"Yeah, and do you know what? I forgot the fucking combination."
Then he shakes his head.
"Nah, that's bullshit. I blanked on the combination. It's just 4 numbers, and all I can remember is the second one's a 2.
"What about now?" Billy asks.
6247,
Nick says, and actually laughs. Billy nods. "It happens to the best of us, and it happens to the rest of us." Nick studies him. He wipes his lips, which are shiny with spit.
"You sound different. You even look different. You were never as stupid as you made out, were you? Giorgio told me that, and I didn't believe him."
"Before you had him killed," Billy says. Nick's eyes widen with what Billy could swear is genuine surprise.
"Giorgio isn't dead. He's in Brazil."
He studies Billy's face.
"You don't believe me?"
"After the shit you pulled, why would I believe a word that comes out of your mouth?" Nick shrugs, as if to say, point taken.
"Can I sit down? My legs are weak."
Billy gestures with the barrel of the Glock to the 3 spectators' seats beside the pool table. Nick walks unsteadily to the one in the middle and sits down. He reaches behind him and flips a switch that turns on the 3 hanging lights over the green felt.
"I never should have taken that contract, but all that money, it blinded me."
Billy reckons he has some time. It would be a mistake to push it too far, but he may do so anyway, because he wants answers. The money seems secondary, not to mention unlikely. It's only in movies that the gangster has a wall of cash in his safe room. These days it's all computer transfers. Money hardly exists at all. Money has become the ghost in the machine.
"Biggs has got liver disease. You ought to put money on his heart going, fat as he is. But it was his liver that turned out to be the problem. He needs a transplant. Doctor said no way, Unless he loses some weight, like 200 pounds. If he doesn't, he'll die on the operating table. So he went to Brazil.
A fat farm.
Special clinic. The kind where once you sign in, you can't sign out until you reach your target weight. And they let you sign out. He knew that's the only way it could work. Otherwise, he'd be gone the first time he got a yen for a triple whopper with cheese.
Billy's starting to believe it. Nick is talking about Giorgio mostly in the present tense, and he hasn't slipped up. In a way, it's like Edison flushing the toilet as he fell, mortally wounded. Some things are too bizarre not to be true. Georgie Pigs in a fat farm gulag is surely one of those things.
Georgie knew he'd be ID'd after you killed Joe Allen. He's a fucking whale. But he was okay with that. He said it was a way of making sure he wouldn't back out at the last minute, new liver or no new liver. Plus, he wanted to retire.
Really? Billy would have believed Giorgio was one of those guys who would die in harness.
Yeah.
Sunset years in Brazil.
I think Argentina.
Sounds expensive. What kind of retirement bonus did he get for helping to set me up? Nick hesitates, then says,
$3 million.
3 for Giorgio, and 6 for bringing me down. Nick's eyes widen, and he sags in the chair. He's thinking that if Billy knows that, any chance he might have had of getting out of this alive just flew away. He's probably right. But you stuck at paying me a lousy $1.5 million you owed? I knew you were cheap, Nick, but I didn't peg you for a chiseler.
Billy, we were never going to.
You were. I want to hear you say it, or I'll kill you right now.
You're going to kill me anyway,
Nick says, and although his voice is steady enough, a single tear rolls down one plump and beautifully shaved cheek. Billy doesn't reply.
Okay. Yeah, we were going to kill you. That came with the deal. Dana was going to do it.
I was going to be your Oswald.
It wasn't my idea, Billy. I told the client you'd stand up, no matter what. He insisted. And like I said, the money blinded me.
Billy could ask how much money Nick got. But does he want to know? He does not. Who's the client? Instead of answering, Nick points to the door leading to the panic room.
I've got money. Not $1.5 million, but at least 80,000. Probably more like 100. I'll give it to you, and I'll get you the rest.
I believe that completely, Billy says. I also believe we won in Vietnam, and the moon landing was staged. Something else occurs to him. Did you know about the fire? Nick blinks at the change of subject.
Fire? What fire?
Those flashpots weren't the only diversion that day. There was a warehouse fire in a nearby town not long before I took the shot. I knew about it ahead of time because Hoff told me.
Hoff told you? At Budala?
You sure you didn't know about it?
No.
Billy believes him, but he wanted to hear him say it, and watch his face as he did. It doesn't matter anyway. He's downriver from all that. Who is the client?
Are you going to kill me?
I should, Billy thinks. You richly deserve it. Who is the client? Nick raises his hand to his face and brings it down slowly, wiping away sweat from his brow and more spit from his lips. His eyes say he's given up hope, and he never had much to begin with.
If I tell you, will you at least let me pray before you do it? Or is killing me not enough? Do you want me in hell for eternity too?
Now there's more tears. You can pray. Client's name first.
Roger Clerk.
At first, Billy thinks he's saying clerk, like the guy who takes your money in a convenience store. But then Nick spells it. The name has a slightly familiar ring, but it's not one he associates with Nick's world, or Bucky Hanson's for that matter. More like a name Billy has seen in the newspapers, or blogs, or heard on a podcast. Maybe on TV. Politics. Business. Billy has little interest in either.
Worldwide Entertainment,
Nick says.
It's okay if you don't recognize it. WWE's only one of the 4 biggest media conglomerates in the world.
Nick tries to smile, a man on his deathbed telling a feeble joke. But Billy hardly notices. He's rewinding, almost all the way back to the beginning, to his first meeting with Ken Hoff, who was certainly not looking forward to retirement in South America. Tell me. Nick does, and Billy is so totally amazed by what he hears, and horrified, that too, that he loses track of time. He doesn't remember that not everyone at Promontory Point has been neutralized until he hears a desolate howl from upstairs. It is the sound only a mother can make when she discovers her son stretched out, unconscious, and maybe dying. Maybe already dead. Do you want to live, Nick? A rhetorical question.
Yes, yes. If you let me, I'll see that you get your money, every cent of it. That's my solemn promise.
His tears stopped while he was telling his tale, but at the possibility of reprieve they start again. Billy's not interested in Nick's promises, solemn or otherwise. He points to the unadorned steel door to the safe room. Upstairs there's another howl, then words.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Are there guns in there? Nick is no longer the guy in charge, no longer the host with the most who welcomed Billy with outstretched arms 5 months ago, no longer the drinker of champagne who just wanted to help Billy with his getaway. He has been broken down to his basic humanity, which is a desire to continue drawing breath, and so Billy accepts his look of surprise as genuine.
In the safe room? Why would I have guns in there?
Go in. Close the door. Look at your watch. Wait an hour. If you come out before then, I might be gone, or I might still be here. As if, Billy thinks. If I'm here, I'll kill you.
I won't. I won't. And the money?
I'll be in touch about that. Maybe, Billy thinks. Or maybe I no longer want any of it, considering what I did, and who I did it for. Not knowing at the time may be an excuse, but not a good one. Call off the bounty hunters. Tell them I came here, there was a shootout, and I got killed. If there's still guys on the prod for me, you better hope they kill me, because if they don't, I'll come back here and kill you. Tell Clerk the same thing. I'll ask him, and if he says anything different, I'll come back and kill you. Got it?
Yes, yes.
Billy gestures toward the TV part of the man cave. And clean up this mess. Make it go away. Do you understand?
Help me! He won't wake up!
From upstairs. Do you understand?
Yes. What are you planning to...
Get in there. Nick has no trouble with the combo this time. The door must be sealed as tight as the airlock of a spaceship, because there's a faint whoosh when it opens. Nick goes in. He gives Billy a final look from eyes that no longer believe they are master of all they survey, and maybe that's revenge enough, or would be if it were to last. Billy knows it won't. For once in your life, be honorable, Billy says. Nick closes the door, and there's a thud as it relocks. Billy sees a cheesecloth bag full of billiard balls hanging from a hook beside the chair. He takes it and spills the balls onto the green felt of the table. He gets Edison's Glock from the bathroom and Nick's hideout gun from where it lies next to Reggie's dead hand. He puts both guns in the bag. Then he searches Reggie's pants pockets, an unpleasant task that has to be done because he has no intention of driving out of here in the old pickup with its unreliable starter. He finds the key to Reggie's vehicle. Billy has tucked his own Glock in the bib pocket of his overalls. As he mounts the stairs, he takes it out. Now he can hear Frank's mother, who Billy has started to think of as the bride of Terminator, on the telephone.
Nix! Yes, you idiot! Nix! Why do you think I'm calling you instead of the hospital?
Billy goes down the hall to the kitchen, once more walking on the sides of his feet. He can't see Marge, a.k.a. Mommy Elvis, but he can see her shadow pacing back and forth in the shadow of the landline's cord. He can also see a Mossberg shotgun lying beside Frank McIntosh's splayed feet. It's got to be the one Sal, the gate guard, had slung over his shoulder. Should have taken it, when I had the chance, Billy thinks.
Get here fast. He's barely breathing.
Billy drops to his knees and leans forward, hand outstretched. She has used a towel to sop up the blood from the back of Frank's head and left it on the nape of his neck. Billy snags the shotgun by the trigger guard and pulls it toward him slowly, hoping she won't hear it and turn. He wants no more to do with Marge. He feels a sudden cold prickling along the back of his neck and knows it's Nick. He had a gun in the safe room after all. He came out. He's climbed down the stairs and now he's aiming the gun at the back of Billy's head. Billy turns, hearing his neck creak. Sure, it will be the last sound he ever hears. At least in this world. No one is there. He gets to his feet. His knees pop. Frank's mother hears it and comes around the fridge, not as big as the TV, but almost, and stares at him. Her face is one big bruise, and Billy thinks of Alice again. Marge is still holding the phone, but the cord has reached its limit, all the curls now straight. Her lips part in a snarl. Billy points the Glock at the prone figure of her son, then raises the barrel to his lips. Shh. The snarl stays, but she nods. Billy leaves, backing down the hall until he gets to the front door. 6. The SUV parked on the tarmac has a triple diamond logo on the grille that matches the one on Reggie's key. When he gets inside, it still has that new car smell, although it's fighting a losing battle against the smell of its late owner's cigarettes. There's an aluminum table talk pie tin on the console full of butts. Billy rolls down the window and tosses it out. Something else for Nick to clean up. Marge comes out the door. In bright sunlight, she looks like death on a cracker.
If my son dies, I'll get you, she hollers. If he dies, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth.
And she probably would, Billy thinks. But Frank got what was coming to him. And so did you, ma'am. He never got a chance to show Nick the slogan on his T-shirt, but now he calls it out to her. He drives past Sal's body and through the open gate. Once he's on Route 45, he phones Alice and tells her he's all right. Against all odds, this is true. His only wound is a scrape from Marge's trowel.
Thank God,
Alice says.
Did you?
I'll be there in a couple of hours, maybe sooner. I've upgraded my ride. I'm driving a green Mitsubishi Outlander now. I want you to pack up. We're leaving. I'll tell you everything on the way. Nor will he omit anything. She deserves to know the whole thing, especially if he's going to ask her for help with the rest. He hasn't completely made up his mind about that. Has only the vaguest intimations of a plan. But he's leaning in that direction. It will be her decision, but there are powerful reasons for wanting her in on the rest, and she'll know it, he thinks.
Are we going back to, your friend's place?
To start with, you can stay there, or you can come back east with me to finish this business. Your choice. Her reply is instant.
I'll come.
Don't decide now. Wait until you hear where I'm going, and why. He ends the call. Ahead of him is the Las Vegas Smog Bowl, which he will be happy to leave behind. The slogan on his shirt, the very Vegas slogan that he didn't get to show Frank, but called out to Frank's mom, is, "If you want to play, you have to pay." Someone else needs to pay. Roger Clerk. He is a very bad man. Chapter 21. 1. When he pulls in, Alice is waiting for him at the head of the space where the old truck was parked. She hugs him as soon as he's out of the car, really throws herself into it. No hesitation. He hugs back the same way. When that's done, he's partly amused and partly saddened by her first question, because it comes from a young woman who is now living in an outlaw frame of mind.
Is that car safe to drive? We won't be stopped by the police?
It's safe. The vehicle's tracker was already disabled, which didn't surprise me. Also, the owner is dead, and Nick isn't going to call the cops. He would have far too much to explain, and Billy now has information that could blow him and his whole operation sky high.
I packed everything. There wasn't much.
Okay, let's go. While we're driving, you can make us a reservation at a motel in Wendover. That's just over the Utah state line. Alice looks around at their current lodgings.
I'm not sure the kind of places we've been staying have websites. Maybe, but...
She shrugs. Book us into a chain. The Dalton Smith name is still clean, and the pressure's off. Nobody is going to be looking for us.
Are you sure?
Billy thinks about it, and decides he is. The last thing he said to Nick was, "For once in your life, be honorable." And he thinks that Nick, who was sure he was going to die in his man cave, will do that. At least for a while. There's something else as well. If Billy succeeds in getting to Clerk, Nick Majarian will be off the hook, and quite possibly with the $6 million bounty in one of his numbered accounts. Meanwhile, Alice is looking up at him and waiting. I'm sure. Let's go. 2. It's a long story, but it's a 5-hour drive to Wendover, and that will be plenty of time for Billy to tell her what he knows, and what he's deduced. But before they roll, he powers up his cell phone and Googles Roger Clerk. The thumbnail biography says he was born in 1954, which makes him 65. But in the accompanying photo, he looks at least 10 years older. He's pasty, balding, wrinkled, jowly. His eyes are bright little animals living in sagging pockets of flesh. It's the face of hard living and indulgence. He's the man behind the whole shit show, Billy says, and hands her the phone. She types and sweeps with her finger as Billy pulls out and heads for the 15. She bends over the phone, brushing her hair impatiently away from her face.
Holy crap! According to Wikipedia, he practically owns the world, at least media-wise.
Billy again thinks back to his first meeting with Ken Hoff, the two of them, sitting at the umbrella-shaded table outside the Sunspot Cafe, right across from the building where Billy would eventually take the shot. Hoff with a glass of wine. Billy with a diet soda. Hoff broadcasting a slightly desperate vibe even then, although along with it, like a fraternal twin, was the mindset that had gotten him in so much trouble and was about to get him in even more. It was the core belief, maybe inculcated in childhood, that he was the star of a movie called The Fabulous Life of Ken Hoff. And no matter how bad things got, in the end, he would come out with the girl, the gold watch, and everything.
Newspapers, websites, a movie studio, 2 streaming services?
And TV, Billy says. Don't forget that. Including Channel 6 in Red Bluff, the only station that got footage of the courthouse killing.
Are you thinking?
Yes.
Fuck,
Alice says softly.
I'm a little bit tight this year.
Wasn't that what Hoff said?
Cash flow problems since I bought into WWE. But 3 of Phil's. How could I say no? He owns Worldwide Entertainment, Alice says. That's a network plus about 12 cable channels. One of them is that news station that loves Trump. There's this bunch of rabid commentators.
I know the ones you're talking about. He's seen WWE News 24. Everybody has. It plays all the time in hotel lobbies and airport terminals. Billy sometimes stops for a few minutes to absorb some right-wing pundit's bilge. Then either moves on or changes to one of the movie channels if he has access to the controller. He had no idea they franchised local TV stations, though. Had no idea, at least at first, what Hoff was talking about and didn't care. He hadn't thought it was important, but it was. Very. It was how Hoff got into this. It was why the Channel 6 news crew didn't go chasing the fire in Cody. It was how Ken Hoff ended up dead in his own garage.
This guy wanted you to kill Joel Allen? This guy? He's old and rich.
Yes, Billy thinks. Old and rich, and used to being emperor. Ken Hoff had only thought he was starring in a movie. Roger Clerk really has been, He's the man who thinks he deserves everything, and that it should not just be brought to him, but that it should be served to perfection, which included film footage of Joel Allen's death. And I was the waiter, Billy thinks.
Tell me what happened at Promontory Point.
Billy does, as she asks, skipping over only what Nick told him before Billy sent him into his safe room like a bad kid, grounded and confined to his bedroom. When he finishes, she says,
You did what you had to do.
This is true, but it's the verdict of a young woman barely old enough to buy a legal drink. He's sure Ken Hoff thought the same thing. Yes, but it was wrong choices that got me to the point where I had to do it.
That old lady,
Alice says, and shakes her head.
Amazing. Do you think she'll be all right?
Not if her son dies. She gives Billy a look he's actually glad to see. If she feels safe enough to be pissed at him, she's probably still getting down the road to being all right.
Don't you think she bears some of the responsibility for the job he was doing? Working for a gangster?
Billy can't answer that.
Now tell me what you're leaving out. What the gangster told you. Tell me why.
They're on the interstate now. The shadows are starting to lengthen. The game between the Giants and the Cardinals will be over. One team won, and the other team didn't. A cleanup crew will be on its way to Promontory Point. Billy's got the cruise control pegged just below 70. Nick hired Joel Allen to do a killing, but Nick was just the go-between. He even told me that, although he called himself the agent. It was Roger Clerk who wanted the job done and paid millions for it. They met on an island in Puget Sound and struck the deal there.
Who did he want killed?
His son. 3. Alice jumps like a person startled by a slamming door.
Peter. Paul. Something like that. He was supposed to take over from his father.
It was Patrick, Billy says. You knew?
Just kind of, sort of. Because my mother has News 24 on all the time.
Alice's mom, and probably 70% of the cable-watching news junkies in America, Billy thinks.
I'd mostly leave the room. I hate that drivel, but it's not worth arguing about with her. Only, it was like their top story for almost a week. Even ahead of Trump.
She looks at him.
Now I know why. Clerk owns News 24.
Correct.
They said it was a gang thing, and Patrick Clerk got mistaken for somebody else.
It was no gang thing, and no mistake. Clerk's apartment was in a building with all sorts of security. A gangbanger could have never made it past the gate guard, let alone into the building. Plus, no one heard the shot. Allen must have used a potato buster.
A what?
A silencer.
24 was all over the cops to catch the guy, but they never did. Because by then, Allen was probably out of town.
Sure, over the hills and far away, Billy agrees. And if he hadn't shot those 2 men because he lost big at poker, he'd probably still be over the hills and far away. Maybe even then. If he hadn't come back to L.A. and mistaken some lady rider for a hooker.
Why would Clerk? His own son. Why?
I can only tell you what Nick told me. There's probably more to it, but I didn't have a whole lot of time.
Because of that man's mother, Marge.
Yes, Marge, I knew she'd head for the main gate. I had to believe she knew the code to open it and left the gate guard.
Sal.
Right, him. I left him with his shotgun, so I only had time for the abridged version.
Then tell me that.
Clerk was old. Not old, but old for his age and with a host of medical problems. He needed to name a successor to keep the board happy, I guess. And most people expected it would be Patrick, the elder son. But Patrick was a drug user and a party animal who used to get through his yearly stipend before the end of April and then come to Daddy the 1st of May begging for more. Alice smiles.
He maybe should have gone to his mother. They can be a softer touch.
Patrick's mother died of an overdose, pills, or maybe it was suicide, maybe even murder. Clerk's divorced from the younger son's mother. That's Devin.
I think he was on TV too. Made a statement or something?
Billy nods. What Nick told me reminded me of the story of the grasshopper and the ant, with the addition of a father smart enough to tell the difference. Patrick was the grasshopper. Devin, his younger brother by 4 years, was the ant, industrious and smart, nose to the grindstone, shoulder to the wheel. Clerk called his sons together and told them his decision. Patrick was furious. As far as he was concerned, he was the one with the brilliant ideas to move WWE forward, and his brother was nothing but an office drone. Billy thinks of the mean little eyes in the photograph and imagines Clerk saying something delicate like, "You picked up most of your brilliant ideas from your libtard, hip-hop wannabe friends while you were snorting dope." However he put it, he'd driven his older son into a rage. In most cases, it would have been an impotent rage, but Roger Clerk had an Achilles heel. And Patrick either knew about it then or found out shortly thereafter. I don't know how he knew about it. Nick didn't tell me. Maybe he didn't know either. Maybe Patrick got a clue from someone in his lifestyles of the rich and foolish circle of friends. Maybe overheard something. But he wasn't entirely dumb, because he was able to follow the dots to a certain small house outside of Tijuana.
A whorehouse?
Not exactly. It was privately funded by Clerk himself, Nick said, for his exclusive use. He paid tribute money, a lot of it, each year to the Felix brothers, who basically run the Tijuana cartel. There may have been certain other inducements as well. Money laundering would be my guess. It doesn't matter. Nick said Clerk never brought friends, because word gets around.
Was Patrick doing business with the cartels?
Alice asks.
Moving dope for them? There's a word for it.
Muling, Billy says. He might have been.
He could have heard about it from one of them. That might have been his loose end.
Billy pats her shoulder. That's good. We'll never know for sure, but it makes more sense than the learning it from a friend idea. She smiles at the compliment, but only a little. She knows where this is going, Billy thinks. A girl a little less intelligent might not. A girl who hadn't been recently raped might not. But this girl checks both boxes. Clerk has a taste for young girls.
How young?
She asks. Nick said 13 or 14.
Jesus.
It gets worse. Do you want to hear?
No, but tell me anyway.
There was at least one occasion. He told Nick it was only one for what it's worth. When there was a girl who was a lot younger.
12?
Her face says that no matter how much of a shit that jolly old lizard may be, she wants to believe that's the limit of his depravity. According to Clerk, she was no more than 10, and Patrick had the pictures to prove it. What Roger Clerk told Nick at the meeting on the island was that he was pretty drunk and just wanted to see what it was like.
Dear God.
The rest of it is as simple as dominoes falling over. Patrick had the pictures on a thumb drive, swore they existed nowhere else, that the man who took them was dead and buried in the desert. He told his father that he wanted to be CEO. He also wanted a transfer of most of his father's voting stock, which would render meaningless any objections the board might have to the new direction he wanted to take WWE in. He wanted his brother, my asshole brother, is what he called him, according to Nick, transferred to the Chicago offices, which I guess in the media business is like Siberia. He wanted those changes effective as of January 1st, 2019, and he wanted it all in writing. Then, and only then, would he turn over the flash drive with the pictures.
How could Clerk be sure there weren't more pictures?
Billy shrugged. Maybe there were. In any case, what choice did he have? And Patrick must have been bright enough to know that if the pictures came out, the company stock would tank no matter who was CEO. Alice thinks that over and says,
like mutually assured destruction, in a way.
I guess. What I know from Nick is that Clerk agreed, and once his lawyer had a letter announcing his intentions to basically retire and turn the company over to his older son, and once that letter was published in the board minutes, Patrick gave the thumb drive to his father, who destroyed it. Patrick never foresaw his father going to Nick Majarian and hiring a man to kill him. His imagination just didn't stretch that far.
It isn't like the grasshopper and the ant. More like a Shakespeare play, one of the bloody ones.
With Patrick dead, when Clerk steps down, given his health, it won't be long. Devin will take over. He pulls into a service area because the Mitsubishi needs gas, and because his throat is dry and he wants a cold drink. Alice checks out the quick-pick shelves and uses the restroom while he pays. When she gets back into the car, she's crying.
I'm sorry.
Her purchases are in a little white bag. She takes out a pack of Kleenex, wipes her nose, and tries on a smile.
But while I was in the bathroom, I made us a reservation at the Ramada Inn in Wendover. It's supposed to be nice.
Good. And you don't have to be sorry.
I keep thinking about that horrible man with a child. He deserves to die.
Billy thinks. That's the plan. 4. By the time he finishes, again weaving what he knows from Nick into what he deduced on his drive back from Promontory Point, some of the cars on the highway are showing headlights. Clerk told Nick he wanted the best man for the job, a guy who'd do it and get away clean and not talk about it afterward. Nick said he knew a guy.
You?
He said he thought of me first, but never even went to Bucky with it. He said he was pretty sure I wouldn't do it because Patrick Clerk was maybe not bad enough to fit my scruples. He put it to Alan as an ordinary cleaning job.
That's what he called it? Cleaning?
Yes. The figure they settled on was $80,000, $20 before and the rest afterward. Basically the same method of payment I was promised, but on a smaller scale. Alice is nodding.
He didn't want Alan to know what a big deal this was. How much was involved?
Sure. Nick felt okay about it. Because Alan was what I always pretended to be. Just your basic mechanic who fixed problems with a gun, instead of socket wrenches and a timing computer. He gave Alan photos of Patrick's apartment building, photos of the apartment itself, the code to the service entrance, the car exchange, after the job was done, anything he might need to do the job clean and quick. Billy pauses. Nick didn't tell me all that, but I've worked for him before. I knew the drill. What he didn't tell Alan was why, and Alan didn't ask.
But he asked Patrick, didn't he, before he killed him?
Billy thinks that over. It's possible, but it seems unlikely for a guy like Joel Allen. He'd be a lot more likely to just do the job, no conversation, just point and shoot.
Maybe Patrick offered him the thumb drive in exchange for...
Alice stops.
Except he couldn't, could he? He didn't have it. Thought he was home free once his appointment was announced to the board.
Nick doesn't know what happened, and Alan can't tell us how he found out about Roger Clerk and the kid in Tijuana. But I have an idea. Alan was told to make it look like a robbery, maybe committed by some fellow user who met Patrick along the Los Angeles drug trail. He was told to take any money or jewelry he found. He was supposed to toss the jewelry, watches and gold chains and shit like that, but he could keep the money as a little bonus. So after he killed Patrick, he searched the place and might have found a picture, maybe more than one, that Patrick kept in reserve. At least one that showed his father's face nice and clear while he was doing what he was doing. Does that make sense? Alice nods, hard enough to make her hair bounce.
I bet it happened just that way. Even if the picture, or the pictures, were in the safe, Alan could have been given the combination with the rest of his background info. Would he have really recognized the man in the picture?
Based on what he knows about Joel Allen, Billy doesn't see him as the sort of guy who watched the WWE Business Channel or read the Bloomberg Report. Probably not at first, but it wouldn't have taken him long to find out. A few Google searches would have shown him that he'd killed the son of a billionaire, who also happened to be a pedophile. Alice's eyes are intent. She's totally into this now. Billy thinks again that a rinky-dink business school in Red Bluff would have wasted a lot of potential. And hairdressing school? Forget it.
So this paid killer, this mechanic, this cleaner, had two things worth money. That the father was almost certainly the one who paid to have the son killed, and the father also raped a child because he just wanted to see what it was like.
Some of the light goes out of her eyes when she says that. I doubt if he tried to turn what he knew into cash. Although he might have down the line. He would have known that blackmailing someone as rich and powerful as Roger Clerk would be a tremendous risk. I think he kept it as a hole card, which he eventually had to play, not for money, but because of his own stupidity. Double stupidity, Billy thinks, if you count in the lady writer.
It's almost like he wanted to be caught, Alice says. Some repeat killers do.
She rewinds what she said and puts a hand on his wrist.
Ones without a moral code, I mean.
Is that what you call it? Billy wonders. I doubt if Alan wanted to get caught, and if he was able to figure out what made that picture such a valuable commodity, I guess he wasn't completely stupid either.
If he wasn't completely stupid, why kill that man over a poker game? And why attack that woman in L.A.?
Well, Billy thinks, Alan believed the poker game guy was cheating, and the lady writer pepper-sprayed him. But neither of those things goes to the heart of Alice's question. My guess? Simple arrogance. Do you want to stop somewhere for dinner? She shakes her head.
Let's drive straight through and eat when we get there. I want to hear the rest.
5. Billy feels sure about this part, even though it's still mostly guesswork. After Alan was arrested for assault and attempted rape in L.A., he must have known he'd be connected almost immediately with the murder and attempted murder back east in Red Bluff. There was a lively trade in cell phones in the county lockup, most of them burners. Alan could have gotten a hold of one, called Nick, and said that if he had to go back to Red Bluff and stand trial for murder in a death penalty state, a very rich man, initials R.K., was probably going to spend the rest of his life in jail, possibly getting buggered by Harvey Weinstein. And if anything happened to Alan in L.A. lockup, R.K. was going to be very, very sorry. Nick got in touch with Roger Clerk. Clerk almost certainly went through an intermediary, hired an expensive lawyer to fight extradition. Nick and Clerk had another meeting at that island and laid out any number of possible scenarios. I imagine they had the expensive legal talent on speed dial. If so, he would have told them what Nick probably knew already, that he could draw out the extradition fight for quite a while, but in the end, Alan was going to be put on a plane and sent back to face trial, because first-degree murder trumps aggravated assault.
That's when Margerian hired you.
Around then, yes, to get me placed where I could eventually take the shot. By then, Alan was out of Gen Pop because he'd been attacked. By arrangement, I'd guess. Maybe his idea, probably his lawyer's. Either way, he wound up having his own private accommodation while the extradition fight was ongoing. He met regularly with the expensive lawyer, who told him everything was under control, or would be, once he was back east. Either an escape would be arranged along with a completely new identity, or certain wheels would be greased, certain witnesses would be bribed, certain key evidence would disappear, and Alan would walk free as himself.
And he had no reason to doubt it.
Billy shakes his head. Guys like Alan doubt everything, but he had no choice.
What about the picture, or pictures, his whole card?
I think both Nick and Clerk had people looking for that all the time the extradition fight was going on. That was one reason why the extradition fight was going on, and I think they eventually found it, or them. All I know for sure is that no federal marshals have turned up to arrest Roger Clerk.
Maybe we'll turn up first,
Alice says. Billy hates that pronoun, but he doesn't correct it. He only has a ghost of a plan, and when it comes more into focus, maybe he can leave Alice out of it. He remembers what Bucky said.
She's in love with you, and she'll follow you as long as you let her. And if you let her, you'll ruin her.
6.
Oh, look, it's a palace.
So says Alice when they pull into the Wendover Ramada Inn at 9:15 that Sunday night.
I mean, compared to the last 3 motels.
Their adjoining rooms are far from palatial, but they're nice, and the hallway carpet looks as if it's been vacuumed recently.
Will you be able to sleep?
She asks. Yes. He doesn't actually know if that's true. Her eyes are fixed on his.
I'll sleep with you, if you want.
Billy thinks of Roger Clerk's taste for the young ones. On at least one pestiferous occasion, a very young one, and shakes his head. It's a kind offer, and much appreciated, but better not.
Are you sure?
Still looking directly at him. And is he tempted? Of course he is. Thank you, Alice, but no. Will you be able to sleep?
Will we be back at Bucky's tomorrow?
Should be.
Then I'll be able to sleep. I like him. He's, safe.
Billy isn't sure she'd feel that way if she knew even half the deals Elmer Bucky Hansen has been involved in over the years. But he knows what she means, and thinks she's right. She and Bucky have made a connection. Good night. He kisses her for the first time on the corner of the mouth.
Good night. Oh, and here.
She hands him the white quick-pick bag.
Baby oil and handy wipes. Clean off as much of that goop as you can, then get in the shower. You won't get it all, but you can get most of it.
She goes to the door, uses her key card, then turns back.
And leave a good tip, because more of it will come off on the sheets.
Okay. He wouldn't have thought of that himself, although he probably would have tomorrow when he looked at the bed. She starts to go in, and then looks over her shoulder. Her face is solemn, but calm.
I love you.
Billy doesn't even think of lying. He tells her he loves her too, then goes into his room. 7. He calls Nick. He's not sure Nick will answer, but he does.
Who's this?
And then, without waiting for a reply,
Is it you?
It's me. Are you getting things right there?
They will be, by tomorrow.
I didn't cool anybody that I didn't have to. A long pause, with just the sound of breathing. Then Nick says,
I know.
What's up with Frank?
In the hospital. His mother called my pet medic. Doc Rivers sent a private ambulance. She went with him.
That's a hard woman.
Marge?
Nick gives a short laugh.
You don't know the half of it.
I believe I do, Billy thinks. If I'd hit her in the back of the head with that Glock instead of Frank, it probably would have bounced right off. Is our fat friend still in the land of the living?
He was, as of an hour ago when I called to tell him about what happened. He said I should have taken you more seriously. I said I thought 4 made guys, plus Marge, was pretty serious. Why do you ask?
Did he procure for Mr. K when he came to Vegas? It seems like the kind of job you'd delegate to him.
You are a lot smarter than I thought,
Nick says, as if talking to himself.
Smarter than anybody thought, except maybe for pigs.
Did he, or didn't he?
Well, yeah, kinda. Pigs would get with Judy Bladner when he knew Kay was coming. They'd go over our picture books, try to find one he liked. 10, 12 years ago he would have wanted 2, but his stamina declined. He ain't what you call a gentleman, but he does prefer blondes.
And they have to be young.
Well, duh,
Nick says.
But the girls he went with in Vegas were never under 18. Judy's been around a long time, runs a legal escort service. That meant she can't say the girls are for sex, but she doesn't have to. Everyone knows. She steers clear of jailbait, though, like it was poison, which it is.
The thought of that jowly toad, even with a girl Alice's age, makes Billy's stomach turn. When he wanted jailbait, he crossed the border.
True.
I want the fat man's number. Will you give it to me?
Are you going after Mr. K?
He is, but he's not going to say so, even on a burner phone, and believing Nick makes sure his personal phone is whistle clean. He only reiterates his request for Giorgio's number. Nick gives it to him. Will he talk to me?
If I tell him to. If I say you're going to keep it business. He would have never gone along with this if he didn't need to do something that would force him to change how he's been living. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I didn't need to lose 200 pounds, so the docs would give me a new liver. Like I told you, the money blinded me.
Billy thinks it's as honest a confession as Nick will ever give anyone. Tell him I'm going to keep it business. Joel Allen is water under the bridge.
When should I tell him to expect your call?
Not tonight. Maybe not for a while. When's the transplant scheduled?
It's not. It won't be until December at least. Pigs has got to drink a lot of protein shakes and eat a lot of kale between now and then.
All right. Billy tucks the cell number into his Dalton Smith wallet, behind his Dalton Smith credit cards. Take care of yourself, Nick.
Wait.
Billy waits, curious about what else Nick has to say.
It was never because Kay didn't want to pay you the $1.5 million. That's pocket change to him. It was because he insisted you be hit once the job was done. Said he wasn't going to make the same mistake he made with Alan. You get that, right?
Yes. And Nick went along with it. He gets that too.
Does your Edward Woodley name still work? The account in Barbados?
Yes. Although it's been dormant except for token deposits and withdrawals since 2014 or 2015.
Check it tomorrow. Thank God you didn't kill Mark Abramowitz. He ain't great and he ain't made, but he's what I got since Pigs went to S.A. All I can transfer right now and be safe is $300,000, but I'll put in more when I can. You'll eventually get your $1.5 million.
For once in your life, be honorable, Billy told him when he gave Nick back his life. And damned if the man isn't trying, in the only way he knows how. Money.
You're not going to say thank you, and I don't need you to,
Nick says.
You're a good workman, Billy. You did the job.
Billy pushes end call without saying goodbye. 8. He cleans himself up with the wipes and baby oil as well as he can, then showers until the brown water running down the drain is mostly clear. But he still gets more smeg on the 2 bath towels he uses to dry off. Alice asked him if he'd be able to sleep, and he said yes, but for a long time he can't. The time he spent at Promontory Point, probably only an hour, maybe even less, but it seems like 5, keeps running through his mind, especially going for Edison, the flying splinters, the flushing toilet.
I thought Four Made Guys was pretty serious,
Nick had said, but Sal the gate guard never got the mossy off his shoulder. Frank never turned around, and Reggie wasn't carrying. Had to go for the boss's hideout gun instead. Only Dana Edison was serious. He took his gun into the crapper with him. And Marge, of course, she was very serious, and she had seen through his disguise almost immediately. Leave a good tip for the housekeeper, he thinks. Leave a 20. He rolls over and is on the edge of sleep when something comes over him that he doesn't like, and he rolls on his back again, staring up into the darkness. No, he doesn't like it at all. He left Shan's picture of Freddie the Flamingo, a.k.a. Dave the Flamingo, taped to the dash of that old truck. He had time to take it, but it never even crossed his mind. All he wanted right then was to get the fuck gone. Forget it, he tells himself. It means nothing. This may be true, but it doesn't help. Because it is. Was, he guesses that's the correct tense now. Pink, like the baby shoe in Fallujah. The one he didn't have when they were ambushed in the funhouse. He's lost another good luck charm. He can tell himself that's nothing but superstition. No different than folks believing there were ghosts in that old hotel in Sidewinder that burned. But it makes him feel bad. All else aside, that picture was made for him, out of love. Go to sleep, asshole, Billy thinks. He finally does, but he wakes up in the dead ditch of the morning, mouth dry, hands clenched. The dream was so vivid that at first he's not sure if he's in the Ramada Inn or his Gerard Tower office. He was working on his story, and it must have been early days because he was still writing in his dumb self persona. There came a knock at the door. He answered it, expecting Ken Hoff or Phil Stanhope, more likely Hoff. But it was neither of them. It was Marge, in the big blue house dress she was wearing when he approached the Promontory Point service entrance. Only instead of a sombrero, she had a Vegas Golden Knights gimme cap jammed down over her hair, and instead of a trowel, she'd got Sal's Mossberg.
You forgot the flamingo, you fucking fuck,
she said, and raised the shotgun. The barrel looked as big as the entrance to the Eisenhower Tunnel. I pulled out of the dream before she could fire, Billy thinks, as he walks to the bathroom. While he pees, he thinks of Rudy Bell, a.k.a. Taco Bell. Bad dreams were common currency in Iraq, especially during the battle for Fallujah, and Taco believed, or said he believed, that if you died in a nightmare, you could actually die in your rack.
Frightened to death, my man,
Taco said.
What a way to go, huh?
But I got out of this one before she could pull the trigger, Billy thinks as he trudges back to bed. She was a piece of work, though. Made Dana Edison with his prissy little man bun look like a street corner hood. The room is cold, but he doesn't bother turning on the heater because it will probably rattle. Motel wall units always rattle. He snuggles under the blankets and goes to sleep almost at once. There are no more dreams. 9. Alice votes for fried egg sandwiches from a drive-thru instead of a sit-down breakfast because she wants to get on the road right away.
I want to see the mountains again. I really love them, even though I had to gasp for air until I got used to the altitude.
Billy smiles and says, "Okay, let's go." Shortly after they cross the Colorado line, Billy hears his laptop give a single ding-dong chime for the first time in he can't remember how long. Maybe years. He pulls over at the next turnout, gets out of the back seat, and opens it. The ding-dong means he's gotten an email from one of his several blind accounts. This one, woodyed667@gmail.com. The message is from Travertine Enterprises. It's an outfit he's never heard of, but he has no doubt who's behind it. He double-clicks and reads. "What?" Alice asks. He shows her. Travertine Enterprises has put $300,000 in the account of Edward Woodley at the Royal Bank of Barbados. The only notation is, "For services rendered."
Did that come from who I think it came from?
Alice asks. No doubt, Billy says. They get rolling again. It's a beautiful day. 10. They get to Bucky's place around 5 in the afternoon. Billy is called ahead from Rifle with an ETA along with a heads-up about their new ride, and Bucky's standing in the doorway waiting for them. He's dressed in jeans and a fleece jacket, looking nothing at all like the man who used to live and work in New York. Maybe he's his better self out here, Billy thinks. He knows that Alice is. She's out of the car almost before Billy can come to a stop. Bucky holds his arms wide and shouts, "Hey, Cookie." She runs into them, laughing as he enfolds her. Look at that, Billy thinks. Would you look at that? Chapter 22. 1. They stay with Bucky at his mountain retreat long enough to get snowed in, for a day, by an early-season blizzard. The ferocity of the storm amazes, delights, and terrifies Alice all at the same time. Yes, she says, she's seen snow in Rhode Island, plenty of it, but never snow like this, with drifts higher than her head. When it stops, she and Bucky go out and make snow angels in the backyard. After extended pleading, the hired assassin joins them. 2 days later, the temperatures are back in the 60s and the snow is melting. The woods are full of birdsong and the sound of meltwater. Billy never meant to stay so long. It's Alice's doing. She tells him that he needs to finish his story. Her words are one thing. The quiet tone of conviction in which they are spoken is another, and more convincing. It's too late to turn back now, she says, and after some consideration, Billy decides she's right. There's no electricity in the little log cabin where he wrote about the funhouse and what happened there, so he lugs in a battery-powered space heater that warms the place up enough so he can write, if he leaves his jacket on at least. Someone has hung up that picture of the hedge animals again, and Billy could swear that the lions are closer now, their eyes redder. The hedge bull is between them instead of behind them. It was that way before, Billy insists. It must have been, because pictures don't change. This is true, In a rational world, it must be true. But he still doesn't like the picture. He takes it down, again, and turns it face to the wall, again. He opens his story document and scrolls down to where he left off. At first, the work is slow, and he keeps glancing into the far corner as if expecting that picture to be magically hanging there again. It's not. And after half an hour or so, it's only the words on the screen he's looking at. The door of memory opens, and he goes through. For most of October, he spends his days on the far side of that door, even trudging up to the cabin in a pair of boots borrowed from Bucky on the day of the big snowstorm. He writes about the rest of his tour in the desert, and how he decided, almost literally at the last moment, not to re-up. He writes about the culture shock of returning to America, where nobody worried about snipers and IEDs, and nobody jerked and put his hand to his head if a car backfired. It was like the war in Iraq didn't exist, and that things his friends died for didn't matter. He writes about that first job, assassinating the Jersey guy who liked to beat up women. He writes about how he met Bucky, and he writes about all the jobs that followed. He doesn't make himself sound better than he was, and writes it all too fast to come out clean, but it mostly does anyway. It comes out like the water running downhill through the woods when the snow melts. He's vaguely aware that Bucky and Alice have formed a firm bond. He thinks that for Alice, it's like finding a fine replacement for the father she lost early. For Bucky, it's like she's the daughter he never had at all. Billy doesn't detect the slightest sexual vibe between them, and he's not surprised. He's never seen Bucky with a woman. And while, granted, he never saw Bucky face to face that often, the man rarely talked about women when they were together. Billy thinks Bucky Hansen might be gay, his 2 marriages notwithstanding. All he knows, all he cares about, is that Alice is happy. But Alice's happiness isn't his priority during that October. The story is. And the story is now a book. No doubt about it. That no one will ever see it, except maybe for Alice Maxwell, doesn't faze Billy in the slightest. It's the doing that's important. She was right about that. A week or so before Halloween, on a day of brilliant sunshine and strong upcountry winds, Billy writes about how he and Alice, he has changed her name to Catherine, arrived at Bucky's cabin, name changed to Hal, and how Bucky held out his arms. "Hey, Cookie!" And she ran into them. It's as good a place to stop as any, he thinks. He saves his copy to a thumb drive, closes up his laptop, goes to turn off the space heater and stops. The picture of the hedge animals is back on the wall in that far corner of the cabin, and the hedge lions are closer still. He'd swear to it. That night over dinner he asks Bucky if he put it back up. Bucky says he didn't. Billy looks at Alice, who says, "I don't even know what you're talking about." Billy asks where the picture came from. Bucky shrugs. "No idea. But I think those hedge animals used to be in front of the old Overlook, the hotel that burned. I'm pretty sure the picture was in the cabin when I bought this place. I don't go up there much when I'm here. I call it the summer house, but it always seems cold, even in the summer." Billy has noticed the same thing, although he chalked it up to the late season. Still, he has done amazing work there. Almost 100 pages. Creepy picture and all. Maybe a chilly story needs a chilly writing room, he thinks. It's as good an explanation as any, since the whole process is a mystery to him anyway. Alice has made peach cobbler for dessert. As she brings it to the table, she says, "Are you finished, Billy?" He opens his mouth to say he is, then changes his mind. "Almost. I have a few loose ends to tie up." 2. The next day is cold, and when Billy gets to the log cabin, he doesn't turn on the space heater, and he doesn't take the picture down either. He has decided that Bucky's so-called summer house is haunted. He's never believed in such things before, but he does now. It's not the picture, or not just the picture. It's been a haunted year. He sits down in the room's only chair and thinks. He doesn't want to use Alice in what's ahead. the end of his business. But in this cold room with its strange atmosphere, he sees that he must. He sees something else as well. She will want to. Because Roger Clerk is not only a bad man, he is almost certainly the worst one Billy has ever been hired to take out. The fact that this time he's hired himself is beside the point.
I keep thinking about that horrible man with a child,
Alice said.
He deserves to die.
She didn't want Trip Donovan dead, and she might not have wanted Clerk dead either, if he'd stuck to girls who were 17 or 16, maybe even 15. She would have wanted him to pay a price, yes, but not the ultimate one. Only Clerk didn't stick to those. Clerk had wanted to see what it was like. Billy sits with his hands on his knees and growing numb at the fingertips, his breath frosting the air with each exhale. He thinks of a girl not much older than Shanice Ackerman, brought to that little house in Tijuana. He thinks of her holding a stuffed animal for comfort, probably a teddy bear instead of a pink flamingo. He thinks of her hearing heavy footsteps coming down the hall. He doesn't want to think about those things, but he does. Maybe he needs to, and maybe this haunted room with its haunted picture on the wall helps him do it. He takes out his wallet and finds the slip of paper he wrote Giorgio's phone number on. He makes the call knowing the chances of actually reaching the man are small. He may be in the gym of his fat farm prison, or in the pool, or dead of a heart attack. But Giorgio answers on the second ring. Hello? Hello, Mr. New York agent. It's Dave Lockridge. Guess what? I finished my book.
Billy, Jesus Christ. You might not believe this, but I'm glad you're alive.
Damned if he doesn't sound younger, Billy thinks, and stronger, too. I'm also glad I'm alive, Billy says.
I didn't want to screw you over that way. You have to believe that, but
You had to make a choice, and you made it, Billy says. Did I like being fucked over by someone I trusted? Do I now? No. But I told Nick it was water under the bridge, and I meant it. Only you owe me something, and I'm hoping you're man enough to pay up. I need some information. There's a brief pause, then,
my phone's secure. How about yours?
It's okay.
I'll trust you on that. We're talking about Clerk, right?
Yes. Do you know where he is?
He doesn't come to Vegas anymore, so it'll either be Los Angeles or New York. I can find out. He's not hard to keep track of.
Do you know who supplies him with girls in L.A. and NYC?
I used to do it with Judy before I retired.
He says it with no discomfort that Billy can detect. Judy Blattner. Nick says she doesn't touch jailbait.
She doesn't. Nothing under 18. And that used to be good enough for Clerk. Then he wanted younger. He'd call. Say he wanted dumplings. That was the code word.
Dumplings, Billy thinks. Jesus.
Judy knows guys that are willing to find girls like that. Sometimes I deal with Clerk. Sometimes she would do it herself.
Does Judy also know guys in Tijuana? Giorgio lowers his voice, even though his phone is secure.
You're thinking of that little girl. That didn't have anything to do with Judy, or Nick, or me. That was something the cartel arranged, at Clerk's request.
Let me be sure I have it straight. If he's in L.A. and got the itch for a dumpling, he'd call you or Judy, or one of you would put him in touch with someone there. Except what we're really talking about is a pimp. Billy hunts for the phrase he wants. It goes with dumplings, which isn't surprising. A chicken rancher.
Right. And if he's on the East Coast, at his place in Montauk Point, he'd get the guy from New York. How many dates Clerk's arranged since I left? I don't know.
Dates, Billy thinks. He actually gets concierge service.
You could call it that. It's what he pays for. Much money changes hands, Billy.
Now comes the big question. Does Judy ever call him? Like if she's heard about someone who'd be in his sweet spot.
It happens from time to time, sure. More often now that he's reached an age where getting his noodle to stand up is a little more difficult.
If you called Judy and said you had a girl he'd like, someone really special, would she pass it on? There's silence while Giorgio thinks it over. Then he says,
She would. She'd smell a rat. Her nose is what you'd call exquisite. But she'd do it. She hates that guy because of what he did in TJ. And if she thought someone was trying to fuck him up, maybe even arrange a hit on him, she'd shout hooray. I feel about the same.
Although it never stopped you from doing biz with him, Billy thinks, or her. Okay, I'm going to call you back.
I'll be here. I have no place to go, and don't want to. I hated it at first, but now I love it. Like alcoholics love sobriety. Wants to get a hold on it, I guess.
How much weight have you lost?
110 pounds,
Giorgio says with perhaps justifiable pride.
I got another 90 to go.
You sound good. Not so wheezy. Maybe if you lose the weight, you can skip the operation.
Nope. My liver's shot, and it's not coming back. They've scheduled the op for 2 days after Feliz Navidad. So you better finish whatever business you have with me before then. The doc down here is so honest it's brutal. He's saying my odds are 60-40 against coming true.
I'll get back to you. But I won't bother praying for you, Billy thinks.
I hope you get that child-molesting perv.
Who you worked for, Billy thinks again. He doesn't have to say it, because Giorgio says it for him.
Sure, I carried his water. It was a lot of money, and I wanted to live.
Understood, Billy thinks. But hell will still be waiting for you, Georgie. And if there is such a place, I'll probably meet you there. We'll have a drink. Brimstone on the rocks.
I always had an idea that stupid act of yours was a shuck,
Billy says. We'll talk soon.
Just don't wait too long,
Giorgio says. 3. It's time to fill Alice in on what he has in mind. And Bucky deserves to be a part of the conversation. He tells them at the kitchen table, over coffee. When he finishes, he advises her to think about it. Alice says she doesn't need to. She's in. Bucky gives Billy a reproachful look that says, You turned her to the dark side after all. But he doesn't say anything. You said you got carded in bars, didn't you? Billy asks her.
Yes, but I've only been in a couple. I only turned 21 the month before you met me.
Never had a fake ID.
Wouldn't have worked,
Bucky says.
I mean, look at her.
They both look at her. Alice blushes and casts her eyes down. How old would you say? Billy asks Bucky. I mean, if you didn't know. Bucky considers.
18, 19 at a stretch. Probably not 20.
Billy says to her, How young could you make yourself look if you really tried? The question interests her enough to forget she's being studied, face and body, by two men. Of course the question interests her. At 21, she has undoubtedly considered how she might make herself look older and more sophisticated. But younger? Why would she?
I could get an elastic binder to make my boobs smaller, I guess. The kind that trans men wear.
The flush returns.
I know they're not big anyway, but a binder would make me look, almost flat. Isn't that what Clerk likes? And my hair,
she clasps it in one hand.
I could cut it. Not pixie short, but enough to put it in a little ponytail. Like a high school girl.
Clothes?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. No makeup, or not much. Maybe some pink bubblegummy lipstick?
Billy says, Do you think you could get down to 15?
No way,
Bucky says.
17, maybe. I might be able to do better than 17,
Alice says, getting up.
Excuse me, I need a mirror.
When she's gone, Bucky leans across the table and speaks very quietly.
Don't get her killed.
I'm not planning on it. Plans go wrong. 4. The next day, Billy calls Giorgio again from the chilly summer house. It has occurred to him that he might not have to use Alice at all. He's a sniper, after all. Long-distance delivery his specialty. He keeps his eyes on the picture as they talk, half expecting the hedge animals to move. They don't. He begins by asking Giorgio if he could put his sniper skills to work in the matter of Roger Clerk.
Not a chance. His place on Montauk Point is a 40-acre estate. Makes Nick's place in Nevada look like a tenement.
Billy is disappointed, but not surprised. That's where he is now.
That's where he is. Calls the place Eos, after some Greek goddess. According to page 6 in the Post, he'll stay there until just before Thanksgiving, then whistle up his Gulf Stream and head back to La La Land for the holidays with his remaining son and heir.
Lollapalooza, Billy thinks. Will he have an entourage with him? Giorgio laughs, and the laugh turns into a wheeze, so maybe he isn't an entirely new man after all.
You mean like Nick does? No way. Clerk's got a TV in every room, I hear, all on mute and all tuned to different channels. That's his entourage.
No security. Billy can't believe it. Clerk is one of the richest men in America.
Guys on the estate, you mean? Not if he thinks you're dead. And as far as he knows, you had no idea who paid for the Allen job anyway.
He'd think I went to Nick's place just to collect my payday.
Right. I'm sure he has a security company on call if he needs them, and he's probably got a panic button. But the only full-time guy is his assistant, William Peterson. You know, like the CSI guy.
Billy has heard of the show, but never watched it. Is Peterson a bodyguard as well as an assistant?
Don't know if he's got judo or Krav Maga skills, stuff like that. But he's young and in shape, and you can assume he's good with firearms. Although he might not actually be packing on his hip or in a shoulder rig on the estate.
Billy files the information away. Here's what I need from you. One thing you'll have to send. Do it, and we're square.
Hold on a second. Okay.
All business now.
I'll do what you want if I can. If I can't, I'll tell you.
Give it to me. Billy gives it to him. Giorgio listens and asks a couple of questions, but he doesn't raise any problems that Billy hasn't already foreseen.
It might actually work, assuming you've got a girl that can pass muster. I need you to email me some photos. Better send a couple of dozen, actually. Mostly face. A few full body, but dressed modest. I'll pick the ones where she looks the youngest.
He pauses.
We're not talking about a real teenager, are we?
No, Billy says. Just almost a teenager. One whose only sexual experience was a nightmare, muffled, most likely, mercifully, by Rohypnol or some similar drug.
Good. Judy's man in New York is Darren Byrne. Clerk's done business with him before, so obviously you can't be him. But you could be his brother or cousin.
Yes, I could. Although he supposes he'll need something pimp appropriate. Will Clerk expect her to spend the night?
God, no. You park and wait. He does his thing, assuming the Viagra works, and then she's out and back in the car. An hour, 2 at most.
Not going to be that long, Billy thinks. Not nearly. And any Viagra he takes will go to waste. Okay, we're going to roll east from where we are now.
You and Bucky?
Me and the girl, when we get placed somewhere close to Montauk.
Try Riverhead, Hyatt, or Hilton Garden Inn.
You haven't lost a step, Billy thinks. He almost expects Giorgio to say he'll make them a reservation. When we get placed, I'll call you.
Okay, but start by sending me some stills of your swing.
Swing?
The girl, Billy. And she's got to be the right kind of girl. Young, yeah, but also wholesome. If she looks trampy, forget it.
Understood. Something else occurs to him. Do you know anything about Frank McIntosh? He was alive when I left, but I hit him pretty hard.
Doc Rivers got him stabilized, But after that, there was nothing he could do. He had a brain bleed, and Nick said he might have had a heart attack to go with it. His ma took him to Reno. He's in a long-term facility. Palliative care, they call it. I'm sorry to hear that, Billy says, and he really is. Margie took an apartment nearby. Nick's paying for the whole deal. He's in a coma. It might be better if he was. Nick says Marge told him he sleeps a lot, but when he comes around, he talks nothing but gibberish, has seizures, and screams a lot. Billy says nothing. He can think of nothing to say. Giorgio says, and not without admiration, "You must have hit him really hard. Elvis has left the building." 5. Billy, Bucky, and Alice go to Boulder, where Alice trawls through 3 different malls, shopping at stores with names like Deb, Forever 21, and Teen Beat. She discusses every choice with Bucky, who will be taking the pictures Giorgio or Judy Blattner will send to Clerk. Billy mostly follows them around, garnering suspicious looks from some of the sales staff. Alice buys a lightweight quilted parka, 4 skirts, 2 shirts, a blouse, and 3 dresses. One of the dresses has a boat-neck top, but that's as close to sexy as any of the clothes get. Bucky vetoes a pair of low heels in favor of sneakers. He also vetoes some low-rise jeans she likes, at least for the pictures. Buy the jeans for yourself if you want, but he'll want to see you in a dress. Once the shopping is done, $400 worth, she gets her hair cut at Great Clips. While she's occupied with that, Billy buys shoes, slacks, and a bomber jacket with inside pockets. He shows Bucky a lime green silk shirt, and Bucky clutches his head. "You're not going for the street corner pimp daddy look. Concierge service, remember?" Billy puts the green shirt back on the rack and selects a gray one instead. Bucky looks it over and nods. "Collar's a little Rick James for my taste, but never mind." "Rick who?" "Never mind." As they walk back toward Great Clips, both of them carrying bags, Alice comes bouncing out. Her hair is shorter and styled. She's wearing a Colorado Rockies hat with a ponytail threaded through the back. She breaks into a run, the ponytail swishing, and Billy thinks, "Holy God, I think this really might work."
The stylist tried to argue me out of cutting it. She asked me why I wanted to lose such beautiful hair that must have taken me years to grow. But the best part, she asked me if I liked high school so much I wanted to look like I was still there. She laughs and raises a hand, palm out. Bucky gives her a high five. Billy does the same, but his enthusiasm is fake. In the excitement of the shopping expedition, Alice has forgotten why they're shopping. He thinks Bucky has too, because he's drafting off her happiness. But Billy remembers. He's thinking of that little girl in TJ, clutching a toy and listening to the sound of approaching footsteps. 6. Alice wants to take the pictures as soon as they get back, but Bucky tells her to wait until the next morning, when she's looking her youngest and freshest. He calls it the September morn look. "Neil Diamond, right?" Alice asks. "My mom's a big fan." And to Billy, "Don't even ask. I called her last night." Maybe Bucky is thinking of Neil Diamond, but Billy is thinking of Paul Shabbos and the girl in the house on the outskirts of TJ and Shanice Ackerman. In his mind, the 2 girls have become a pair. 7. Bucky sets up their little photo shoot the next morning. He wants to use the east-facing window for natural light. The sofa is there, but he says they should move it and put a chair there instead. When Billy asks why, Bucky says it's because sofas say sex, and that's not the look they're going for. Innocent young girl is the look they're going for. Maybe selling herself just this once to help her poor old broke-ass mother. When Alice comes out in one of the new skirts and tops, Bucky tells her to go back in the bathroom and scrub off most of the makeup. "You want just a little blush on your cheeks, and enough mascara to make your eyelashes look good. Tiny touch of lipstick. Got it?" "Got it." Alice is excited. A kid playing dress-up. When she's gone, Billy asks Bucky how he knows about this stuff.
Don't get me wrong. I'm glad because I couldn't do half as good a job. Just the clothes go a long way towards selling it. No, Bucky says. The clothes are good, but it's mostly the hair, the ponytail. How did you learn that stuff? You didn't ever... Billy trails off. What does he know about Bucky Hansen, really? That he brokered stick-up guys? That he's good at getting fugitives out of the country? That he has contacts in the legal profession and maybe even some top echelons of the New York judiciary? If so, Billy doesn't know who any of those guys are. Bucky is discreet, which is probably one reason why he's still alive. Did I ever take pictures of young women dressed up to look like jailbait? No, but it was a thing for a while in porno mags like Penthouse and Hustler, back in the 80s, when there were porno mags. As for taking pictures, I learned at my father's knee. I thought you told me once your father was a mortician, somewhere in Pennsylvania. He was, so I learned a lot about makeup at my daddy's knee. Photography was his sideline. Yearbook photos and weddings mostly. Sometimes I was his assistant, in both jobs. I came to the right place, Billy says, smiling. You did, but Bucky isn't smiling back. Don't you get that young woman hurt, Billy. And if you do, don't come back here, because the door will be closed to you. Before Billy can answer, Alice comes back, in her white blouse, blue skirt, and knee socks. She looks very young indeed. Bucky seats her in the chair, tilts her head this way and that until the muted morning light is shining on her face to his liking. He's using Billy's phone to take the pics. He said he has a Leica and would love to use it, but that would be a little too pro. Clerk might not register that and be suspicious. But then again, he might. TV and movies are a big part of his business, after all. Okay, let's get this party started. No big grin, Alice, but a little smile's okay. Remember what we're going for. Sweet and demure. Alice tries for sweet and demure, then dissolves in a fit of giggles. Okay, Bucky says. That's fine. Get it out of your system. Then remember that the man who's going to be looking at these is a fucking pedophile. That sobers her up, and he goes to work. For all his pre-shoot fussing, the actual photography doesn't take long. He shoots 16 or 18 of Ponytail Alice in various outfits, but always, even in the boat-neck dress with the low-top sneakers. He shoots a dozen more of Barrette Alice and finishes with a dozen of Alice Band Alice. He makes 3 sets of 8x10s on his color printer, so they can each look at a stack. Bucky tells Billy and Alice to pick a half a dozen they think are the best, and says he'll do the same. At one point, Alice cries out in a mixture of glee and dismay, Jesus Christ! I look about 14 in this one! Mark it, Bucky says. When they're done, they have all agreed on 3 of the shots. Bucky adds 2 more and tells Billy to email those 5 to Giorgio. He's pimped for the nasty old lizard before, so he'll probably know whether or not Clerk will bite. Not yet, Billy says. I'll do it once we're on the road and headed to New York. What if Clerk tells Giorgio he's not interested? We'll go anyway, and I'll find a way in. We will, Alice says. You're not leaving me behind in a motel this time. Billy doesn't reply. He thinks it's a decision he'll make when and if the time comes. Then he thinks of what Alice has been through and what Clerk has done to girls even younger than this one, and realizes it might not be his decision to make. 8. That night he calls Nick for the last time. You still owe $1 million, too. I know, and you'll get it. Our friend paid off. As far as he knows, you're dead. Add another $200,000. Call it a bonus for the shit you put me through, and send it to Marge. Frank's mother? Are you serious? Yes. Tell her it's from me. Tell her to put it toward Frank's care. Tell her I did what I had to do, but I'm sorry. I don't think your apology will cut much ice. Marge is... He sighs. Marge is Marge. You could also tell her that what happened to him ultimately comes back to you, Not me, but I don't really expect that. There's a silence for a few seconds. Then Nick asks about the rest of what Billy's owed. Billy tells him exactly how he wants it handled. After some discussion, Nick agrees. Does that mean he'll actually do it, if Billy isn't around to make sure? Billy has his doubts, because he has no idea how long Nick's gratitude at being spared will last. But he intends to make sure his wishes are carried out, because he has no intention of dying in New York. It's Roger Clerk who's going to do the dying.
Good luck,
Nick says.
I mean that.
Uh-huh. Just see that Frank is taken care of. And the other thing.
Billy, I just want to tell you.
Billy ends the call. He has no interest in what Nick wants to tell him. The books are balanced. He and Nick are done. 9. Billy is ready to go early the next morning, but Bucky asks him to wait until 10 o'clock because he has an errand to run. While he does it, Billy visits the summer house one final time. He takes the picture of the hedge animals off the wall and carries it to the end of the path. He looks out over the gorge for a minute or two, across to the place where the reputedly haunted hotel once stood. Alice thought she saw it, but Billy sees only a few charred remnants. Maybe, he thinks, the site is still haunted. Maybe that's why no one's rebuilt on it, although the location looks prime. He throws the picture over the edge. He peers over the lip of the drop and sees it caught in the top of a pine tree about 100 feet down. Let it rot there, he thinks, and goes back to the house. Alice has put their little bits of luggage in the Mitsubishi. There's no reason not to drive it east. It's a good vehicle. It can't be tracked, and Reggie won't miss it.
Where did you go?
Alice asks. Just for a walk. Wanted to stretch my legs. They're sitting in the rockers on the porch when Bucky comes back.
I saw a friend and bought you a little going-away present,
he says, and hands Alice a pistol.
Sig Sauer P320 subcompact. 10 in the mag plus 1 in the pipe. Small enough to carry in your purse. It's loaded, so be careful how you grab it if you have to take it out.
Alice looks at it, fascinated.
I've never fired a gun before. It's simple enough, just point and shoot. Unless you're standing close, you'll probably miss your target anyway. But you might scare someone off.
He looks at Billy.
If you have a problem with our carrying, speak up.
Billy shakes his head.
One more thing, Alice. If you need to use it, use it.
Promise me.
Alice promises. Okay. Now give me a hug.
She hugs him and starts to cry. Billy thinks that's good, actually. She's feeling her feelings, as they say in the self-help groups. It's a long, strong hug. Bucky lets loose after 30 seconds or so and turns to Billy. Now you. Little as he cares for man hugs, he does it. For years, Bucky has just been a business associate, but over the last month or so he's become a friend. He gave them shelter when they needed it, and he's on board with what lies ahead. More important than those things, he's been good to Alice. Billy gets behind the wheel of the Mitsubishi. Bucky walks around to the passenger side, looking very Colorado in his jeans and flannel shirt. He makes a cranking gesture, and Alice powers down the window. Bucky leans in and kisses her on the temple. I want to see you again. Make sure I do.
I will,
Alice says. She's crying again.
I sure will.
Okay. Bucky straightens and stands back. Now go get that son of a bitch. 10. Billy stops at the Walmart Supercenter in Longmont, getting as close to the building as possible to improve the Wi-Fi connection. Using his personal laptop, which is VPN-equipped, he sends the pictures of Alice to Giorgio and asks him to post them onto Clerk ASAP. Tell him the girl's name is Rosalie. She has a window. It opens 3 days from now and will close 4 days after that. Price is negotiable, but floor is $8,000 for 1 hour. Tell him Rosalie is prime stuff. Tell him to check with Judy Blattner if he doubts that. If you want, Tell him that you will make the arrangements free of charge to compensate for the unavoidable complications on the Allen job. Tell him the delivery rep will be Darren Byrne's cousin, Stephen Byrne. Let me know as soon as you hear. He signs it, B. They stay that night at a Holiday Inn Express in Lincoln, Nebraska. Billy is bringing in the luggage on a courtesy trolley when his phone dings with a text. He observes with zero nostalgia that it's from his old literary agent.
Giorgio?
Alice asks. Yes.
What does it say?
Billy hands her the phone. G. Russo. He wants her. November 4th, 8 p.m. 775 Montauk Highway. Text me thumbs up or down. Are you sure you want to do this? Your call, Alice. She finds thumbs up and sends it. Chapter 23. We left Lincoln early and drove east on I-80. For the first hour or so, we didn't talk much. Alice had my lappy open and was reading everything I'd written in the summer house. On the outskirts of Council Bluffs, a car blipped past us with a clown and a ballerina looking at us from the back seat. The clown waved. I waved back. Alice, I said, do you know what today is?
Thursday?
She didn't look up from the screen. It made me think of Derek Ackerman and his friend Danny Fazio back on Evergreen Street, hypnotized by whatever they were looking at on their phones. Not just any Thursday. It's Halloween.
Okay.
Still not looking up. What did you go as? Your favorite, I mean.
Once I was Princess Leia.
Still not looking up from what she's reading.
My sister took me around the neighborhood.
In Kingston, right?
Right.
Get much swag? She finally looked up.
Let me read, Billy. I'm almost done.
So I let her read, and we rolled deeper into Iowa. No big changes there, just miles of flatland. At last she closed the laptop. I asked her if she'd read it all.
Just to where I came into the story. The part where I threw up and almost choked. That was hard to read about, so I stopped. By the way, you forgot to change my name.
I'll make a note.
The rest I knew.
She smiles.
Remember The Blacklist on Netflix? Remember how we watered the plants?
Daphne and Walter.
Do you think they lived?
I'm sure they did.
Bullshit. You don't know if they did or not.
I admitted that was true.
And neither do I. But we can believe they did, if we want to, can't we?
Yes, I said. We can.
That's the advantage of not knowing.
Alice was staring out the window at miles of cornfields, all brown now and waiting for winter.
People can choose to believe any old thing they want. I choose to believe that we'll get to Montauk Point and do what we came here to do and get away with it and live happily ever after.
Okay, I said. I'll choose to believe that too.
After all, you've never been caught yet. All those killings, and you got away with them all.
I'm sorry you had to read about that, but you said I should write down everything. She shrugged.
They were bad people. They all had that in common. You didn't shoot any priests or doctors or crossing guards.
That made me laugh, and Alice smiled a little, but I could tell she was thinking. I let her do it. The miles rolled by.
I'm going back to the mountains,
she said at last.
I might even live with Bucky for a while. What do you think of that?
I think he'd like that.
Just to get started, until I can find work and get my own place and start saving up money to go back to school. Because you can start college whenever you want. Sometimes people don't start college until they're in their 40s or even their 60s, right?
I saw a thing on TV about a man who started when he was 75 and got his diploma when he was 80. My spidey sense tells me it's not business school you're thinking about.
No, regular school. Maybe even the University of Colorado. I could live in Boulder. I like that town.
Any idea what you'd want to study? She hesitated, as if something had occurred to her and she'd changed her mind.
History, I think. Or sociology. Maybe even theater arts. Then, as if I'd objected to the idea. Not for acting. I wouldn't want to do that. But the other stuff, sets and lighting and all that, there's so much I'm curious about. I said that was good. What about you, Billy? What's your happily ever after? I didn't have to think about it. Since we're dreaming, I'd like to write books. I tapped the laptop which she was still holding. Until I wrote that, I didn't know if I could. Now I do. What about this story? You could fix it up, turn it into fiction. I shook my head. No one but you is ever going to see it. And that's all right. It did its job. It opened the door, and I don't have to give you an alias. Alice was quiet for a while. Then she said, "This is Iowa, right?" "Right." "Boring." I laughed. "I bet the Iowans don't think so." "I bet they do, especially the kids." I couldn't argue with her there. "Tell me something." "I will if I can." "Why would a man in his 60s want to be with a girl as young as Rosalie is supposed to be? I don't get that. It seems, I don't know, grotesque." Insecurity? Or maybe trying to connect with the vitality he's lost? Reaching back to his own youth and trying to connect with it. Alice considered these ideas, but only briefly. "Sounds like bullshit to me." It did to me too, actually. I mean, think about it. What would Clerk talk about to a 16-year-old girl? Politics? World events? His TV stations? What would she talk about to him? Cheerleading? And her Facebook friends? I don't think he's looking for a long-term relationship. The deal was $8,000 for 1 hour. So it's fucking for the sake of fucking. Taking for the sake of taking. That seems so hollow to me. So empty. And that little girl in Mexico. She fell silent and watched Iowa roll by. Then she said something, but so low I couldn't make it out. "What?" "Monster." She was looking out at the miles of dead corn. I said monster. We spent Halloween night in South Bend, Indiana, and the 1st of November in Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. As we checked in, my phone binged with a text from Giorgio. G. Russo. "Peterson, RK's assistant, wants a picture of Darren Burns' cousin for identification purposes. Send it to judyb14455 at AOL.com. She will pass it on at no charge. She'd be happy if RK ran into some bad luck." Peterson wanting a photo was worrisome, but not surprising. He was Clerk's on-site security as well as his assistant, after all. Alice told me not to worry. She said she could cut and restyle the black wig I'd worn to Promontory Point. "Sometimes it's good to have a sister who's a hairdresser," she said. We went to Walmart. Alice found a pair of aviator-style glasses and some cold cream that she said would give me an Irish pallor. Also, a small clip-on gold earring, not too ostentatious, for my left ear. Back in the motel, she combed the black wig back from my forehead and told me to prop the aviators on it. "Like you think you're a movie star," she said. "Put on the shirt with the high collar. And remember, as far as Clerk and this guy Peterson know, Billy Summers is dead." She took the picture against the neutral background, the brick wall of the Best Western where we were staying, and we examined it together, and closely. "Is it good enough?" Alice asked. "I mean, you don't look like you to me, especially with that snarky grin, but I wish we had Bucky to help us." "I think it is. As you said, it helps that they think I'm buried in the Paiute foothills." "This is quite a little conspiracy we've got going," Alice said as we went back inside. "Bucky, your make-believe literary agent, and now some big-shot Vegas madam." "Don't forget Nick," I said. She stopped halfway down the corridor to our rooms, frowning. "If any of them called Clerk and told him what's going on, it would probably be a nice payday for them. Not Majarian or Mr. Piglielli, and Bucky would never, but what about the Blattner woman?" "She won't either," I said.
Basically, they've all had enough of him.
You hope.
I know, I said, and hoped I did. In any case, I was going in, and it looked more and more like Alice would be going in with me. We stayed in New Jersey on the night of November 2nd. The following night, we checked into the Riverhead Hyatt, 50 miles from Montauk Point. Giorgio had indeed made reservations from his Fat Farm prison in South America. Because he knew I had no Stephen Byrne ID, I was reserved under the Dalton Smith name. And because this place was quite a bit more fancy-schmancy than the motels where we'd previously stayed, Alice had to show her new Elizabeth Anderson ID. Giorgio, maybe thinner, but as sharp as ever, had also reserved a double room, prepaid, for Stephen Byrne and Rosalie Forrester. Clerk wouldn't check. Such chores were beneath him, but Peterson might. If the clerk told Peterson that Byrne and Forrester hadn't checked in yet, Peterson wouldn't be too concerned. Pimps weren't known for keeping regular schedules. Before leaving the desk, I asked if there was a package for me. Turned out there was, from Fun and Games Novelties in Las Vegas. A non-existent company, no doubt. Giorgio had ordered it at my request. I opened it in my room with Alice looking on. Inside was a small, unmarked aerosol canister, about the size of a roll-on deodorant tube. No oven spray this time.
What is it?
Carfentanil. In 2002, the Russians pumped a version of this into a theater where 40 or 50 Chechen rebels were holding 700 people hostage. The idea was to put everyone to sleep and end the siege. It worked, but the gas was too strong. 100 of the hostages didn't just go to sleep. They died. I doubt if Putin gave a shit. This stuff is supposedly half strength. It's Clerk we're after. I don't want to kill Peterson if I don't have to.
What if it doesn't work?
Then I'll do whatever I need to. Alice said. November 4th was a long day. Days of waiting always are. Alice brought out her tank suit and swam in the pool. Later on, we took a walk and ate a pickup lunch at a hot dog wagon. Alice said she wanted a nap. I tried to take one and couldn't. Later, while she was restyling the wig again to match the photo, she admitted she hadn't been able to either.
And I didn't sleep much last night. I'll sleep when this is over. Then I'll sleep a lot.
Fuck it, I said. Stay here. Let me do this. Alice cracked a small smile.
And what would you say to Peterson when you showed up without the $8,000 girl?
I'll think of something.
You might not even get in. If you did, you'd have to kill Peterson. You don't want to do that. And I don't want you to do it. I'm going.
So that was that. We left at 6. Alice had a picture of the estate from Google Earth and directions on how to get there on the GPS. This late in the season, the traffic was light. I asked her if she wanted to stop at one of the fast food places on the outskirts of Riverhead, and she gave a brittle laugh.
If I ate anything, I'd throw up all over my nice new dress.
It was the boat neck, purple, with tiny white flowers. She was wearing her new parka, but not zipped, so the place where her cleavage began would show. There wasn't much else up front, because she was wearing a mid-length binder underneath instead of a bra. Her handbag was on her lap. The cig was inside. I was wearing my new bomber jacket. The Glock was in one of the inside pockets. The aerosol can was in the other.
Montauk Highway makes a loop, she said.
I knew that. I'd studied the layout on my laptop that afternoon when I couldn't nap, but I let her talk. She was working on her nerves, trying to sand them down.
You go past the Lighthouse Museum and take your first left. Eos isn't a seafront estate. He traded that for the view, I guess. I doubt if he water skis or body surfs at his age. Anyway, are you scared?
No. Not for myself, at least.
Then I'll be scared for both of us, if you don't mind.
She consulted the map on her phone again.
It looks like number 775 is about a mile in, right after the Montauk Farm Store. That must be handy, for fresh veggies and all. You look good, Billy. Irish is all get out. Can you stop somewhere? I have to pee so bad.
I stopped at a place called the Breezeway Diner, about halfway between Riverhead and Montauk. Alice dashed inside, and I thought about driving on without her. Everything Bucky had told me not to do with her, to her, I was doing. Soon she would be an accessory to the murder of a rich and famous man, and that would only be if things went right. If they didn't, she might wind up dead. But I stayed, because I needed her to get in, yes, but also because she had a right to decide. She came out smiling.
That is so much better.
And as I pulled back onto the highway,
I thought you might leave me.
Never crossed my mind, I said. From the look she gave me, I thought she knew better. She straightened in her seat and tugged the hem of her dress to her knees. She looked like a prim and proper high school girl, the kind they don't seem to make anymore.
Let's do this.
We passed the Lighthouse Museum, and the left turn came up less than 100 yards further on. It was full dark now. Somewhere off to the right was the sound of the ocean. A crescent moon flicked through the trees. Alice leaned over, fussed briefly with my wig, then sat back. We didn't talk. The numbers on Montauk Highway started at 600, for reasons probably only known to town planners who had long since gone to their final rewards. I was surprised that the houses, although well-kept, were mundane. Most were ranches and Cape Cods that wouldn't have looked out of place on Evergreen Street. There was even a trailer park, a nice one, with carriage lamps and gravel lanes, granted, but a trailer park is a trailer park. The Montauk Farm Store, really just a jumped-up produce stand, was dark and shuttered. There were a few lonely pumpkins and a pyramid by the door, and a few more in the back of an old stake-bed truck, with "For Sale" soaped on one side of the windshield, and "Runs Good" on the other. Alice pointed at a mailbox beyond the store. "That's it." I slowed. "Last chance. Are you sure? If you're not, we can turn around." "I'm sure." She was sitting ramrod straight, knees together, and hands clasped on the strap of her purse, eyes straight ahead. I turned onto a piece of shit dirt track, marked with a sign reading, "Private Way." It became clear almost at once that the dirt track was camouflage to de-curious tourists. Over the first hill, it became a tar road, wide enough for cars to pass each other comfortably. I crept along using my high beams, thinking that this was my second trip to the estate of a bad man. I hoped this one would be quicker and more efficient. We rounded a curve. Ahead of us, a slatted wooden gate, 6 or 7 feet high, blocked the road. There was a talk box on a concrete pillar, lit by a metal-shaded light. I pulled up to it, rolled down my window, and thumbed the button. "Hello?" I thought. Alice and Bucky concurred that trying for an Irish lilt might be disastrous, and there was no reason why Byrne had to have one, not if he lived his whole life in New York. Meanwhile, the box on the post wasn't talking back to me. "Hello? This is Steve Byrne, Darren's cousin, yo. I got something from Mr. K." More silence, giving me, Alice too, from the look of her, reason to think something had gone wrong, and we weren't going to get in. Not this way, anyhow. Then the box crackled, and a man said, "Get out of the car." Flat and toneless. It could have been a cop's voice. "You and the young lady both. You'll see an X in front of the gate, right in the middle. Stand there and look to your left. Stand close together." I looked at Alice, and she looked at me. Wide-eyed, I shrugged and nodded. We got out and walked to the gate. The X, maybe once blue, but now faded to gray, was on a concrete square. We crowded together on it and looked left. "Up! Look up!" We looked up. It was a camera, of course. I could hear a faint voice murmur something. Then whoever was holding down the intercom button in the house, Peterson, I assumed, let go, and there was only silence. No wind, and too late in the year for crickets. "What's happening?" Alice asked. I didn't know, but thought it probable they were listening, so I told her to shut up and wait. Her eyes widened, but then she got it and said,
Okay, sir,
in a meek little voice. The intercom clicked, and the voice said, I see a bulge on the left side of your jacket, Mr. Byrne. Are you armed? That was one hell of a good camera. I could say no, and the barrier would no doubt stay closed, no matter how much Clerk wanted the girl. Yeah, I'm carrying, I said, for protection only. Take it out and hold it up. I took out the Glock and held it up to the camera. Put it at the base of the intercom post. You won't need protection here, and no one will steal it. You can pick it up on your way out. I did as I was told. The aerosol can was much smaller, so there was no bulge on that side of the jacket. And if I could immobilize the man who belonged to the intercom voice, Clerk would be no problem. Or so I hoped. I started back to the concrete square, but the voice from the intercom stopped me. No, Mr. Byrne, stay where you are, please. There was a pause, and then the voice said, Actually, I want you to take 2 steps back. Please. I took 2 steps back toward the car. Now one more, the voice said, and I understood. They wanted me off camera. Clerk wanted to size up the merchandise and decide if he really wanted to buy or send us on our way. There was a faint whine from the camera. I looked and saw the lens was now protruding, zooming the image. I thought the voice would next ask Alice to show the camera what was in her purse, and the SIG would end up at the base of the intercom post along with the Glock. But that wasn't it. Lift your skirt, young lady. Peterson's voice, but it would be Clerk looking, avid eyes and wrinkled sockets. Staring at the ground instead of at the camera, Alice lifted her skirt to her thighs. The bruises there were long gone. Her legs were smooth, young. I hated the voice. I hated both of them. Higher, please. For a moment, I didn't think she was going to do it. Then she lifted her skirt to her waist, still not looking up. There was no doubt about her humiliation, and I had no doubt Clerk was getting off on it. Now look up at the camera. She did it. Keep holding up your skirt. Mr. Clerk would like you to run your tongue around your lips. No, I said. That's enough. Alice dropped her skirt and gave me a look that asked what the hell I was doing. I stepped back into camera range and looked up. You've seen enough, okay? Anything else is for inside. It's fucking cold out here. I thought about throwing in another yo, but decided not to. And I want the money in my hand before she steps through the door. When she does, the clock is running. You got it? There was a silence for maybe 30 seconds. I was getting that hinky feeling again. Come on, I said, taking her arm. Fuck this shit. We're taillights. But then the gate started to roll open on little rubber wheels. The voice from the intercom said, It's 0.8 of a mile, Mr. Byrne. I will have your money. Alice got in on her side, and I got in on mine. She was shaking. I rolled up the window before telling her, just above a whisper, that I was sorry about that. I don't care if they saw my underpants. I just thought they were going to make me open my purse, and he'd see the gun on his damn camera. You're a kid, I said. I looked in the rear view and saw the gate trundling close behind us. I don't think the idea that you were carrying ever crossed his mind. Then I thought he wouldn't let us in at all. I thought that man would say, You're no 16-year-old. Get out of here and stop wasting our time. Now there were old-fashioned lamps lining both sides of the road. Ahead I could see the lights of the house the old man had named Eos, after the rosy-fingered goddess of the dawn. You better give me the gun, I said. She shook her head. I want it. You still got the spray. There was no time to argue about it. The house, the manor, was in sight. It was a rambling stone structure on at least 2 acres of lawn. A rich man's playpen for sure, but with a grace none of the place's Nick-like could match. There was a turnaround in front. I pulled up its stone steps, leading to a circular entry. Alice reached for the door handle. Don't. Let me come around and open it for you, like a real gent. I went around the hood of the Mitsubishi, opened the door, and took her hand. It was very cold. Her eyes were wide, and her lips were pressed together. I murmured in her ear as I helped her out. Walk behind me and stop at the foot of the steps. This is going to happen fast.
I'm pretty scared.
Don't be afraid to show it. He'll probably like that. We walked to the steps. There were 4. She stopped at the bottom. The outside light came on, and I could see her shadow jump long, hands still clasping her purse, holding it in front of her as if it could shield her from what was going to happen in the next 300 seconds or so. The big front door opened, casting an oblong of inside light around me. The man standing there was tall and well-built. With the light behind him, I couldn't judge his age or even make out his face, but I could see the holster on his hip, a small holster for a small gun. "What's she doing down there?" Peterson said. "Tell her to come up." "Money first," I said, and over my shoulder, "Stay put, girl." Peterson reached into his front pocket, the one on the other side from the holster, which was undoubtedly lined with plastic for a fast, smooth draw should it be needed, and drew out a wad of bills. He handed it to me and said, "You don't sound like a Mick." I laughed, started to thumb through the bills. They were all hundreds. "Man, after 40 years in Queens, I hope not." "Where's the big man?" "None of your business. Send the girl up. Park over there by the garage and stay in the car." "Yeah, sure. But now you made me lose my fucking count." I started again. Behind me, Alice said,
"Billy, I'm getting cold."
Peterson stiffened slightly. "Billy? Why does she call you Billy?" I laughed. "Oh, man, she does that all the time. It's her boyfriend's name." I gave him a grin. "You don't know she's here. Get it?" Peterson said nothing. He didn't look convinced. His hand crept down toward the quick-draw holster. "This is good, man." "Pot's right," I said. I shoved the money into the pocket of the bomber jacket and brought out the aerosol. Maybe he saw it, and maybe he didn't, but he started to draw the little gun anyway. I made a fist with my free hand and brought it down on his, like a kid playing rock breaks scissors. Then I sprayed him. A white cloud of droplets hit him in the face. It was small, but the result was satisfactory. He rocked back and forth twice, then dropped. The gun fell on the stoop and went off with a report like a small firecracker. They're not supposed to do that, so he must have messed with it somehow. I felt the bullet go past my ankle and turned to make sure it hadn't hit Alice. She came running up the steps looking dismayed. Sorry, that was stupid. I forgot who—" From inside the house, a cracked smoker's voice shouted, "Belle! Belle!" I almost answered, then remembered the man lying in the foyer was also a Billy. It's a common enough name. "What was that?" A loose, phlegmy cough, followed by a throat-clearing sound.
"Where's the girl?"
The door opened halfway down the hall. Clerk came through it. He was dressed in blue silk pajamas. His white hair was combed back in a pompadour that made me think of Frank. He had a cane in one hand.
"Bill, where's the girl?"
He stopped and squinted at us. He looked down and saw his man sprawled on the floor. Then he turned and hobbled for the door he'd come through, hunched over his thumping cane, holding it in both hands, almost pole vaulting on it. He was faster than I would have expected, given his age and condition. I ran after him, remembering to hold my breath as I went through the foyer, and caught him trying to shut the door. I shoved it against him and he fell over. His cane went flying. He sat up and stared at me. We were in a living room. The rug he was sprawled on looked expensive. Maybe Turkish, maybe Aubusson. There were paintings on the walls that looked equally expensive. The furniture was heavy, upholstered in velvet. There was a chrome stand holding a bottle of, no doubt, expensive champagne on a bed of ice. He started to back away from me on his bottom, groping for his cane. His careful comb job was coming apart, hair falling in clumps around the wrinkled sag bag of his face. His lower lip, shiny with spit, stuck out in a kind of pout. I could smell his cologne.
"What did you do to Bill? Did you shoot him? Was that a gunshot?"
He got hold of the cane and brandished it at me as he sat there with his legs splayed. His pajama pants were working down, exposing padded hips and graying pubic hair.
"I want you out of here. Who are you anyway?"
"I'm the man who killed the man who killed your son," I said. His eyes widened and he slashed the cane at me. I grabbed it, yanked it out of his hand, and threw it across the room. You had someone set that fire in Cody. Arranged for your camera crew to be the only one at the courthouse when the deal went down, didn't you? He stared at me, upper lip rising and falling. Doing that made him look like an old dog with a bad temper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. That diversion wasn't for me. It was way too soon. So why? Clerk got on his knees and crawled toward the sofa, giving me a much better view of his ass crack than I wanted. He pulled ineffectually at the waistband of his pants. I could almost feel sorry for him, except I didn't. Mr. Clerk would like to see your underwear. Mr. Clerk would like you to run your tongue around your lips. Why? As if I didn't know. You need to answer me. He grabbed the arm of the sofa and pulled himself up. He was gasping for breath. I could see the flesh-colored button of a hearing aid in one ear. He sat down with a thump and a gasp.
All right. Alan tried to blackmail me, and I wanted to watch him die.
Of course you did, I thought. And I bet you watched it over and over, both at regular speed and in slow motion.
You're Summers. Majarian told me you were dead.
And then, with absurd and horrifying outrage,
I paid that kike millions of dollars. He robbed me.
You should have asked for a picture. Why didn't you? He didn't reply, and I didn't need him to. He'd been emperor so long he couldn't conceive of not being obeyed. Film the execution. Kill the executioner. Lift your skirt and show me your panties. This time, I want a really young one.
I owe you money. Is that what you're here for?
Tell me something. Tell me how it was, putting out a hit on your own flesh and blood. The lip lifted again, showing teeth too perfect for the face they were in.
He deserved it. He wouldn't stop. He was a...
Clerk stopped, squinting past me.
Who's that? Is it the girl I paid for?
Alice came in the room and stood beside me. She was holding her bag in her left hand. The cig was in her right.
You wanted to know what it was like, didn't you? What? I don't know what you're...
To rape a child.
You wanted to know what it was like. You're crazy. I don't have any idea.
It probably hurt. Like this. Alice shot him. I think she was aiming for his balls, but she hit him in the stomach instead. Clerk screamed. It was a very loud scream. It banished the harpy who had taken over her head and pulled the trigger. She dropped her purse and put her hand over her mouth.
I'm hurt!
Clerk shrieked. He was holding his stomach. Blood oozed through his fingers and into the lap of his silk pajamas.
Oh my God, I'm hurt!
Alice turned to me, eyes wide and wet, mouth open. She whispered something I didn't quite hear, because the gunshot from the Sig Sauer had been much louder than the one from Peterson's little pistol. It might have been, I didn't know.
I need a doctor. It hurts.
The blood was pouring out of him now. He was forcing it out with his screams. I took the gun from Alice's limp hand, put the muzzle to his left temple, and pulled the trigger. He flopped back on the sofa, kicked once, and fell on the floor. His days of raping children and murdering sons, and God knew what else, were over.
It wasn't me, Alice said. Billy, it wasn't me who pulled the trigger. I swear it wasn't.
Only it was. Something inside her had risen up. A stranger. And now she would have to live with its presence, because that was her too. She'd see it the next time she looked in the mirror. Come on. I slipped the cig in my belt and put the strap of her bag over her shoulder. We need to go.
It was like I was outside myself and...
I know. We need to go, Alice.
It was so loud. Wasn't it loud?
Yes. Very loud. Come on. I led her back down the hall, only noticing now that it was lined with tapestries of knights and ladies fair and, for some fucked up reason, windmills.
Is he dead too?
She was looking at Peterson. I took a knee beside him but didn't need to feel for his pulse. I could hear his breathing, good and steady. He's alive.
Will he call the police?
Eventually, but we'll be long gone by the time he comes around, and he's going to be fucked up for a long time after he does."
"Clerk deserved it," she said as we went down the steps.
She swayed, maybe because she'd gotten a little of the gas, maybe because she was in shock, maybe both. I put an arm around her waist. She looked up at me.
"Didn't he?"
"I think so, but I don't really know anymore. What I know is that men like him are above justice in most cases, except the kind we gave him, for the girl in Mexico and for the murder of his own son."
"But he was a bad man."
"Yes," I said. "Very bad." We got in the car and drove the rest of the way around the circle. I wondered if the monitor the two men had been watching had recorded us as well. If it did, it would only show a guy with black hair and a young girl who had lifted her skirt, but only twice, and briefly lifted her head. After she got rid of the blonde hair, she'd be next to impossible to identify. I was more concerned about the gate. If we needed a code to open it, we were in trouble. But when we pulled up close, the car broke an invisible beam, and the gate trundled open. I stopped beyond it, put the car in park, and opened the door.
"What are you stopping for?"
"My gun. He made me leave it at the bottom of the post. It's got my fingerprints on it."
"Oh my God. That's right. I'm stupid."
"Not stupid. Woozy, and in shock. It will wear off." She turned to me, now looking older than her years instead of younger.
"Will it? Do you promise?"
"It will, and I do." I got out of the car and started round the hood. I was still in the glare thrown by the headlights, like an actor on a stage, when the woman came out of the trees 10 feet from the gate. She was wearing camo pants and a camo jacket instead of a blue dress. It was a pistol instead of a trowel in her hand. She had no business being on this side of the continental United States, or anywhere except at her damaged son's bedside, but I knew who it was. There wasn't even a second's doubt. I raised the cig, but she was faster.
"You fucking fuck!"
Marge said, and fired. I fired a second later, and her head snapped back. She went down with her sneakers sticking out into the road. Alice was screaming and running to me.
"Are you hurt? Billy, are you hurt?"
No, she missed me. Then I felt the pain start in my side. Not a clean miss after all.
"Who was that?"
An angry woman named Marge. That struck me funny, because it sounded like the title of the kind of film smart people go to see in the art cinemas. I laughed, and that made my side hurt more.
"Billy?"
She must have guessed where I was going. Or maybe Nick told her about Clerk. But I don't think so. I think she was just good at keeping her ears peeled while she served lunch and dinner.
"The woman who was gardening when you drove up to the service gate?"
Yes, her.
"Is she dead?"
Alice's hands were at her mouth.
"If she's not, please don't kill her the way...
I'm not going to kill her if she's still alive. I could say that, because I knew she wasn't. It was all in the way her head snapped back. I knelt beside her, but only briefly. She's gone. I winced when I stood up. I couldn't help it.
"You said she didn't hit you."
In the heat of the moment, I didn't think she did. It's just a graze.
"I want to see."
I did too, but not right then. We have to get out of here before we do anything else. 5 gunshots is 4 too many. Get my Glock from where I put it. While Alice did that, I took the gun Marge had used, a Smith & Wesson ACP, and replaced it with the Sig Sauer, after first wiping it clean on my shirt and then curling her dead fingers around it. I wiped the aerosol canister, put her prints on it, and tucked it into one of her jacket pockets. When I got up the second time, the pain in my side was a little worse, not terrible, but I could feel the seep of blood staining my high-class pimp shirt. Worn once and ruined, I thought. What a shame. Maybe I should have stuck with the green one. I said, "This is done. Let's get out of here." We drove back to Riverhead, stopping on the way for Band-Aids, a roll of gauze, tape, hydrogen peroxide, and betadine ointment. Alice went into the Walgreens while I waited in the car. By the time we got to the hotel, my midsection and left arm had stiffened up considerably. Alice used her key to let us in the side door. In my room, She had to help me off with the bomber jacket. She looked at the hole in it, then at the left side of my shirt.
Oh my God.
I told her it looked worse than it probably was. Most of the blood had dried. She helped me with the shirt and invoked God again, but this time it was a bit muffled because her hand was over her mouth.
That's not just a graze.
True. The bullet had slashed through me, just above the hip bone, parting the skin and the flesh. The wound was maybe half an inch deep. Fresh blood oozed and seeped.
In the bathroom, she said. If you don't want to leave a lot of blood around.
It's almost stopped.
Bullshit. Every time you move, it starts again. You need to get undressed and then stand in the tub while I dress the wound, which I've never done before, if you want to know. Although my sister did it to me once when I crashed my bike into the Zemeckis' mailbox.
We went into the bathroom, and I sat on the toilet lid while she took off my shoes and socks. I stood up, provoking fresh seepage, and she unbuckled my pants. I wanted to take them off, but she wouldn't let me. She made me sit on the toilet again, then knelt and pulled them off by the legs.
Underwear, too. They're soaked through on the left side.
Alice.
Don't argue. You've seen me naked, right? Think of it as balancing the scales. Get in the tub.
I stood up, dropped my shorts, and stepped into the tub. She kept a steadying hand on my elbow while I did it. There was blood down my left leg to the knee. I reached for the shower handle, and she pushed my hand away.
Maybe tomorrow, or the next day, not tonight.
She started the tub faucet, wetted a washcloth, and cleaned me up, avoiding the wound. Blood and small clots ran down the drain.
Dear God, she cut you wide open, like with a knife.
I saw worse in Iraq, I said. And guys were back clearing blocks the next day.
Is that really true?
Well, 2 days, maybe 3. She wrung out the washcloth and tossed it into the plastic-lined wastebasket, then gave me another to wipe the sweat off my face. She took it and tossed it in with the other one.
Those go with us.
She patted me dry with a hand towel, tossed that into the wastebasket, then helped me out of the tub. It was harder getting out than it had been going in. Alice walked with me to the bed, where I sat down, carefully, trying to stay straight from the waist up. She helped me on with my last pair of clean undershorts, then disinfected the wound, which hurt worse than the bullet had when it clipped through me. The Band-Aids were no good. The wound was too long and the edges had spread, creating a wedge-shaped divot in my side. She used the gauze and tape instead. At last, she sat back on her heels. Her fingers were stained with my blood.
Try to lie still tonight,
she said.
On your back. Don't roll around and break it open and get blood on the sheets. Maybe you ought to lie on a towel.
Probably a good idea. She went to get one. A bath towel this time. She also brought the plastic bag with the towel and washcloth in it.
I've got Tylenol in my purse. I'll give you 2 and leave 2 for later, okay?
Yes. Thank you. She looked straight at me.
No thanks needed. I'd do anything for you, Billy.
I wanted to tell her not to say that, but I didn't. I said, we need to get out of here in the morning. Early. It's a long drive back to Sidewinder and...
Just shy of 2,000 miles.
Alice said.
I Googled it.
And I don't know how much of the driving I can do.
None would be good, at least to start with, unless you want to open that wound up again. You need stitches, but I'm not trying that.
I don't expect you to. I can live with some scarring, a couple of inches further in, and I would have been in real trouble. Marge. Jesus fucking Marge. Don't turn down the bedspread, Alice. I'll sleep on top of it. If I could sleep, that was. The pain wasn't terribly intense now that the sting of the hydrogen peroxide had worn off, but it was steady.
Just spread the towel.
She did, then sat where I'd been sitting.
Maybe I should stay. Sleep on the other side.
I shook my head. No. Bring me the Tylenol. Then sleep in your own room. You'll need to sleep if you're going to be doing the driving. I glanced at my watch and saw it was 11:15. I'd like to be out of here by 8 at the latest. We were out by 7. Alice took the wheel as far as the New York metro area. then turned the driving chore over to me with obvious relief. I got us across New Jersey and into Pennsylvania. At the welcome area just over the state line, we changed places again. The wound in my side was seeping again, and before we stopped for the night at another off-grid motel, we'd have to pick up more gauze. I was going to be okay, but I was going to have one hell of a battle scar to go with my half-missing big toe. And no Purple Heart this time. That night we stayed at Jim and Melissa's roadside cabins, 10% discount for cash. The following day I felt better. My side not so stiff and painful, and I was able to do some of the driving. We stopped on the outskirts of Davenport at a ramshackle motel called the Bidewee. I had spent most of the day thinking and deciding what came next. There was money in 3 separate accounts. One of them accessible only to me as Dalton Smith, an identity that was, by the grace of God, still clean, at least as far as I knew. There would be more in the Woodley account if Nick came through, and I thought he would. His Roger Clerk problem had been solved, after all, and to his great financial benefit. Before she went into her room, I hugged Alice and kissed her on both cheeks. She looked at me with dark blue eyes I'd come to love, just as I'd loved Shan Ackerman's dark brown ones.
What was that for?
I just felt like doing it.
Okay.
She stood on tiptoes and kissed me on the mouth, firm and long.
And I felt like doing that.
I don't know what my expression was, but it made her smile.
You're not going to sleep with me. I understand that. But you need to understand that I'm not your daughter, and my feelings for you aren't in the least bit daughterly.
She started away. I wasn't going to see her again, but there was one more thing I needed from her. Hey, Alice. And when she turned back, how are you doing with it? With Clerk? She thought it over, running a hand through her hair as she did it. She was back to black.
I'm getting there,
she said.
Trying.
I decided that was good enough. That night I set my phone alarm for 1 a.m., long after she would be asleep. When I got up, I checked the bandages. No blood and hardly any pain. Pain had been replaced by the deep, dry itch of healing. There was no stationery in the Bidewee, of course, but I had a Staples pad from the Girard Tower in my suitcase. I tore out a couple of pages and wrote my goodbye letter. Dear Alice, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. One of the reasons I wanted to stop here is because of the truck stop, Happy Jack's, half a mile down the road. There I'm sure I can find a long-haul independent who'll let me ride along with him for $100. It's got to be west or north. Either of those will be okay. Just not south or east. I've been there and done that. I'm not deserting you. Believe it. I rescued you when those 3 bad and stupid men dumped you on the side of Pearson Street, didn't I? Now I'm rescuing you again. Trying, at least. Bucky said something I haven't forgotten. He told me you'd follow me as long as I let you. And if I let you, I'd ruin you. I know he was right about the following part, after what we did at Clerk's estate in Montauk Point. I think he was right about the ruining part, too. But I don't believe it's happened yet. When I asked you how you were doing with Clerk, you said you were trying. I know that you are, and I'm sure that in time you will succeed in putting that behind you. But I hope it won't be too soon. Clerk screamed, didn't he? He screamed that it hurt, and I hope those screams will haunt you long after you've gotten over my going. Maybe he deserved to be hurt after what he did to the girl in Mexico, and his son, and the other girls, them too. But when you administer pain to someone, not little pain, like the healing wound in my side, but a killing shot, it leaves a scar, not on the body, but on the mind and spirit. It should, because it's no little thing. I need to leave you, because I, too, am a bad man. This was knowledge I pushed away from my heart before, mostly with books, but I can't push it away any longer, and I will not risk infecting you more than I already have. Go to Bucky, but don't stay with Bucky. He cares for you. He will be kind to you, but he is also a bad man. He will help you start a new life as Elizabeth Anderson, if that is what you want. There's money in the account of a man named Edward Woodley, and if Nick comes through, there will be more. There's also money in the Bank of Bimini, in the name of James Lincoln. Bucky has both passwords and all the account information. He will give you advice on how to manage the flow into your account and put you in touch with a tax advisor. That part is very important, because money that can't be accounted for is a trapdoor that can open under your feet when you least expect it. Some of the money is for Bucky. The rest is yours, for school, and for a start in life as a fine, independent woman, which is what you are, Alice, and what you will be. Stay in the mountains if you want to. Boulder is nice. So is Greeley and Fort Collins and Estes Park. Enjoy your life. At some point, perhaps when you are in your 40s and I'm in my 60s, you may get a call from me. We can go out for a drink. Make that 2 drinks. You can toast Daphne, and I'll toast Walter. I have come to love you, Alice, so very much. If you love me, as you have said, then bring that love into the world as a real thing by living a fine and useful life. Yours, Billy. P.S. I'm taking my laptop. It's an old friend, but leaving the thumb drive with my story on it. It's in my room, along with the keys to the SUV. The story ends when we left for Montauk Point, but perhaps you could finish it. Certainly you must be very familiar with my style by now. Do with it as you will. Just leave the Dalton Smith name out of it. And yours. I folded the note around the key to my room, printed her name on it, and pushed it under her door. Goodbye, Alice. I slung my laptop over my right shoulder, picked up my suitcase in my right hand, and left by the side door. Half a mile down the road I stopped to rest, and to do one other thing. I opened the suitcase and took out the 2 guns, my Glock and the ACP Marge had shot me with. I unloaded them and threw them as far as I could. The bullets would go into one of the trash cans at the truck stop. With that taken care of, I started walking toward the lights and the big trucks and the rest of my life. Maybe even toward some kind of atonement, if that's not too much to ask for. Probably it is. Chapter 24. 1. It's November 21st, 2019, a week from Thanksgiving. But the occupants of the house at the end of Edgewood Mountain Drive aren't in a Thanksgiving frame of mind. It's cold outside. Colder than a well-digger's belt buckle, Bucky says. And snow is on the way. He has lit a fire in the kitchen stove and sits in one of his rocking chairs, dragged in from the porch with his sock feet on the fender. He's got an open laptop, rather scratched and battered, balanced on his thighs. A door opens behind him, and footsteps approach. Alice comes into the kitchen and sits at the table. She's pale, and at least 10 pounds lighter than the first time Bucky saw her. Her cheeks are hollowed out, giving her the look of a half-starved fashion model.
Finished? Or still reading?
Finished. Just looking at the end again. That part doesn't make much sense.
Alice says nothing.
Because if he left you the thumb drive, the part about him walking down the road and throwing away the guns couldn't be on it.
Alice says nothing. Since she's arrived at Bucky's place, she has said very little, and Bucky hasn't pushed her. What she's done mostly is sleep, and write on the laptop Bucky now closes and holds up.
MacBook Pro. Nice gadget. But this one's been around the block a few times.
Yes, Alice says.
I guess that's true. So in the story, Billy took his laptop with him. But here it is. Add the stuff that couldn't be on the thumb drive, and it's kind of a science fiction type story.
The young woman sitting at the kitchen table says nothing.
Still, there's no reason it shouldn't hold together. No reason for people who read it to think he didn't just walk away and is living out west somewhere. Or in Australia. He always talked about that. Maybe writing a book.
Another one. He always talked about that too. But I never thought it would come to anything. He looks at her. Alice looks back. Outside, a cold wind is blowing, and it looks like snow. But it's warm here in the kitchen. A knot pops on the stove. At last, Bucky says,
Will people read it, Alice? I don't know. I'd have to change the names.
He shakes his head.
Clerk's murder was worldwide news. Still,
he sees her disappointment and shrugs.
They'd maybe think it was Romana Clay. That's French. I learned it from him. He said it while I was reading this old paperback I picked up at the Strand. Valley of the Dolls, it was called.
He shrugs again.
Just as long as you keep me out of it, I don't care. Call me Trevor Wheatley or something and put me in Saskatchewan or Manitoba. As for Nick Majarian, that motherfucker can take care of himself. Is it any good, do you think?
He puts the laptop, Billy's old standby, on the kitchen table.
I think so, but I'm no literary critic. Does it sound like him?
Bucky laughs.
Sweetheart, I never read anything you wrote, so I can't say for sure. But it sure sounds like his voice. And the voice stays the same all the way through. Put it this way. I can't tell for sure where you took over.
Smiles have been in short supply since Alice came back, but she gives him one now.
That's good. I think it's the most important part. Did you make that up about me being a bad man, too?
She doesn't drop her eyes.
No, he said it. You wrote what you wished had happened, Bucky says. The hero of the story walks away into the future, toting his suitcase. Now tell me what really did happen.
So she does. 2. They drive back to Riverhead, stopping on the way for Band-Aids, a roll of gauze, tape, hydrogen peroxide, and betadine ointment. Alice goes into the Walgreens while Billy waits in the car. At the hotel, they enter by the side door. Once they're in his room, she helps him off with the bomber jacket. There's a hole in it, and another in his shirt. Not a rip, but a hole, and not in the side, as he told her. Farther in.
Oh, my God,
Alice says. Her voice is muffled because her hand is over her mouth.
That's not a graze. That's your stomach.
I guess it is. Or maybe a little lower. He sounds bemused.
In the bathroom, Alice says, if you don't want to leave a lot of blood around.
But once they're in there, and she helps him get his shirt off, she sees that there's almost no blood coming from the red black hole. She's able to cover it with one of the Band-Aids after she's used the hydrogen peroxide and a little betadine. She has to help him back to the bed. He's walking slowly, enlisting to the right. His face is sheened with sweat.
Marge,
he says.
Fucking Marge.
He sits down, but gasps when his body bends. Alice asks him how bad it hurts.
Not too bad. Are you lying?
No, he says.
Well, a little.
She touches his stomach, to the right of the hole, and he gasps again.
Don't. We have to get you to a
She stops.
We can't. Can we? It's a gunshot wound, and they'd have to report those.
You're turning outlaw on me, he says, and grins.
You really are.
Alice shakes her head.
I just watched too much television.
I'll be okay. I saw worse in Iraq, and guys were back clearing blocks the next day.
Alice shakes her head. You're bleeding inside, aren't you? And the bullet's still in there.
Billy doesn't reply. She stares at the Band-Aid. It looks stupid, like something you'd put on a scrape.
Try and lie still tonight, on your back. Do you want Tylenol? I've got some in my purse.
If Tylenol's what you got, I'll take it. She gives him 2 and helps him to sit up so he can take them with water. He coughs, cupping his hand over his mouth. She grabs the hand and looks at it. There's no blood in the palm. Maybe that's good. Maybe it isn't. She doesn't know. Thank you.
No thanks needed. I'd do anything for you, Billy.
He presses his lips together. We need to get out of here in the morning. Early.
Billy, we can't.
What we can't do is stay here.
I'll call Bucky. He's got connections. One of them might be a doctor in New York who can treat a gunshot wound.
Billy shakes his head. That could happen on a TV show, not in real life. Bucky's not that kind of fixer. But if we make it back to the Sidewinder, to gun country, he'll be able to find somebody.
That's almost 2,000 miles. I Googled it.
Billy nods. You'll have to do some of the driving, maybe even most of it. And we'll need to make it as fast as we can. If there's a snowstorm, God help us.
2,000 miles?
It feels like a weight on her shoulders. There might be a way to speed the plow.
Speed the...
It's the name of a play. Never mind. Grimacing, he reaches into his back pocket, brings out his wallet, and hands it to her. Find my ATM card. There's a machine on the mezzanine level. My passcode is 1055. Can you remember that?
Yes.
The machine will let you take $400. Tomorrow morning before we leave, you can get another $400.
Why so much?
Never mind now. What I'm thinking of may not work anyway. But let's be optimists. Find the card. She thumbs through his wallet and finds it. The embossed name is Dalton Curtis Smith. She holds it up, eyebrows raised. Go, girl. The girl goes. The mezzanine level is deserted. Muzak plays softly. Alice puts in the plastic and punches the code. She half expects the machine to eat the card, maybe even start sounding an alarm. But it pops back out, and the money does too. All 20s, fresh and uncreased. She folds them and puts the wad in her purse. When she comes back to Billy's room, he's lying down.
How is it?
She asks. Not terrible. I was able to go to the bathroom, take a leak. No blood. Maybe the bullet being in there is good. It might be stopping up the bleeding. This sounds unlikely to Alice. Like her grandmother saying a little cigarette smoke blown into an aching ear would quiet the pain. But she doesn't say so. She roots in her purse instead and comes out with her bottle of Tylenol.
How about another one of these?
God, yes. She gets him a glass of water in the bathroom, and when she comes back, he's sitting up with his hand pressed to his side. He takes the pill and lies down again, wincing.
I'm going to stay with you. Don't even think about arguing with me.
He doesn't. I'd like to be out of here by 6. 7 at the latest, so get some sleep. 3. And did you? Bucky asks. Get some sleep?
A little. Not much. I doubt if he got any. I didn't know how bad it was, how deep the bullet went in.
I'm guessing it perforated his intestines, maybe his stomach.
Could you have found him a doctor? If I'd called you?
Bucky thinks this over. No, but I could have reached out to someone who might have been able to reach out to someone else on short notice. Someone of a medical persuasion.
Would Billy have known that?
Bucky shrugs. He knows I have a lot of connections in different fields.
Then why wouldn't he at least have let me try it?
Maybe he didn't want to, Bucky says. Maybe Alice, he just wanted to get you here and be done. 4. They leave the hotel at 6:30. Billy is able to walk to the car unassisted. He says that with a couple more of Alice's Tylenol on board, the pain is pretty manageable. Alice wants to believe it, and can't. He's walking with a limp, hand pressed to his left side. He gets into the passenger seat with the slow, almost glassy care of an old man with arthritic hips. She starts the engine and gets the heater going against the morning chill, then hurries back inside to get another $400 from the ATM. She snags a trolley for their luggage and trundles it out to the car. Let's roll, he says, trying to buckle his seatbelt. Fuck, I can't get this. She does it for him, and then they roll. It's Route 27 to the Long Island Expressway. and the LIE to I-95. The traffic gets progressively heavier on the expressway, and Alice drives sitting bolt upright, hands clutching the wheel at 10 and 2, nervous about the river of cars passing on both her left and right. She's only had a driver's license for slightly over 3 years, and she's never driven in traffic like this. In her mind, she sees half a dozen accidents waiting to happen because of her inexperience. In the worst, they are killed instantly in a 4-car pileup. In the second worst, they survive, but the responding police discover that her companion has a bullet in his gut. "Take the next exit," Billy says. "We'll switch. I'm going to drive us through the metro area, then across New Jersey. Once we're in PA, you can take over. You'll be fine."
"Can you?"
"Absolutely." The strained grin she doesn't like appears. His face is damp again, sweat running in little rivulets, and his cheeks are flushed. Can he have a fever-induced infection already? Alice doesn't know, but she knows Tylenol won't stop it if he does. "If we're lucky, I may be able to do it in relative comfort." Alice changes lanes to line up with the exit. Someone honks, and she jumps. Her heart skips in her chest. The traffic is insane. "That was their bad," Billy says. "Tailgating son of a bitch. Probably a Yankee fan. There. See that sign? That's what we want." The sign shows a hand-waving truck driver jumping back and forth over a 16-wheeler outlined in pink neon. Below it, also in pink neon, Happy Jack's truck stop. Saw it on our way out. On a better day, before Marge perforated me.
"We have almost a full tank of gas, Billy."
"Gas isn't what we want. Pull around back. Put this in your purse." From under the seat, he takes Marge's Smith & Wesson ACP.
"I don't want it."
This is absolutely true. She never wants to touch another gun in her life. "I get that. But take it anyway. It's not loaded. The chances that you even have to show it are about 1 in 100. She takes it, drops it in her purse, and drives around to where she sees dozens of ranked long-haul trucks, most of them grumbling quietly. "No lot lizards. Must be sleeping in."
"What are lot lizards? Whores? Truck stop whores?"
"Yes."
"Charming."
"You need to stroll around those trucks, kind of like you were shopping, back at the malls when you bought your clothes, because shopping is what you're doing."
"Won't they think I'm a lizard?"
This time, it's not the grin, but the smile she's come to love. He scans her blue jeans, her parka, and most of all her face, which is innocent of makeup. "Not a chance. I want you to hunt for a truck with the visor turned down. There'll be something green on it, like a piece of paper or celluloid, or maybe some ribbon on the door handle. If the trucker's in the cab, you step up and knock on his window. With me?"
"Yes."
If the driver doesn't just wave you off, if he rolls down his window, you say that you're on a long trip, like coast to coast long, and your boyfriend is having back spasms. Tell him you're doing most of the driving, and you were hoping to find some pain med stronger than aspirin or Tylenol for him, and some stimulants stronger than coffee or Monster Energy for you. Got it?" Now she understands the 2 visits to the ATM. "I'm hoping for OxyContin, but Perks or Vikes would be okay. If it's Oxy, tell him you'll pay 10 for 10s, or 80 for 80s.
"I don't understand."
$10 for 10 milligram tablets, 80 for 80 milligrams, the greenies. If he tries to jack you up to double that..." Billy shifts in his seat and grimaces. "Tell him to take a hike. Speed for you. Adderall is good. Provigil may be even better. Got it?"
Alice nods. "I need to go inside and pee first. I'm pretty nervous."
Billy nods and closes his eyes. "Lock up, right? I'm in no shape to fight off a carjacker." She pees, picks up some snacks and drinks in the store, then goes out and starts walking around the trucks out back. Someone wolf whistles after her. She ignores it.
She's looking for a turned-down visor with something green on it, or a ribbon blowing from a door handle. What she finds, just as she's about to give up, is a running Peterbilt with a green Jesus stuck to the dashboard. She's scared, thinks the man behind the wheel will probably either laugh at her or give her a "you're crazy" look. But Billy is in pain, and she'll do anything for him. She steps up and knocks. The window rolls down. It's a Scandinavian-looking dude with straw blonde hair and a big old jelly belly. His eyes are ice blue. He looks at her with no expression. "If you're looking for help, honey, call AAA. She tells him about the back spasms and the long drive and says she can pay if it's not too much. "How do I know you're not a cop?" The question is so unexpected she laughs, and that's the convincer. They dicker. She ends up parting with $500 of the $800 for 10 10-milligram oxys, 180, what Billy called a greenie, and a dozen orange Adderall tabs. She's pretty sure he jacked her up most righteously, but Alice doesn't care. She runs back to the Mitsubishi with a smile. Part of it is relief. Part of it is a sense of accomplishment. Her first drug deal. Maybe she really is turning out law. Billy's dozing with his head back and his chin pointing at the windshield. His face is thinned out. Some of the stubble on his cheeks is gray. He opens his eyes when she knocks on the window and leans over to unlock the doors, wincing as he does. He has to push on the steering wheel to get straight in his seat again, and she thinks he won't be able to drive them 2 miles, let alone across New York and New Jersey in heavy traffic. "Did you score?" he asks as she slides in behind the wheel. She opens the handkerchief into which she's folded the pills. He looks and says it's good. She did well. It makes her happy. "Did you have to show the gun?" She shakes her head. "Didn't think you would." He takes the greenie. "I'll save the rest for later." "Won't that knock you out?" "No. People who use it to get high get sleepy. I'm not using it for that." "Will you actually be able to drive? Because I can try." "Give me 10 minutes. Then we'll see." It's 15. Then he opens the passenger door and says, "Switch places with me." He walks around the car without limping too much and gets behind the wheel without wincing at all. Johnny Caps was right. This stuff is magic. Of course, that's what makes it so dangerous. "You're okay?" "Good to go," Billy says. "For a while, anyway." He swings out of the back lot where the big truck sleep and merges smoothly onto the LIE, slotting neatly behind a pickup hauling a boat trailer and ahead of a dump truck. Alice thinks she would have hesitated for minutes, with exit traffic backing up behind her, honking like crazy. And when she finally pulled out, she would have gotten slammed from behind. Soon they're up to 65, Billy moving in and out of slower traffic with no hesitation. She waits for the drug to start messing with his timing. It doesn't happen. "Get some news on the radio," he says. "Try 1010 WINS on the AM." She finds WINS. There's a story about a pipeline leak in North Dakota, a plane crash in Texas, and a school shooting in Santa Clara. There's nothing about the murder of a media mogul at his estate on Montauk Point. "That's good," Billy says. "We need all the running room we can get." Outlaws for sure, she thinks. By the time the New York skyline is on the horizon, he's sweating again, but his driving remains firm and confident. They take the Lincoln Tunnel into New Jersey. With Alice calling out directions from her GPS, Billy gets to I-80. He doesn't make it all the way to the Pennsylvania state line, but pulls off at a tiny rest area in Netcong Borough. "All I can do," he says. "Your turn. Take an Adderall now, and probably another 2 around 4 o'clock, when you start to fade. Then keep driving as long as you can. Try to make it until 10 o'clock. By then we'll have put almost 800 miles behind us." Alice looks at the orange pill. "What is this going to do to me?" Billy smiles. "You'll be fine. Trust me." She swallows the pill. Billy slides slowly from behind the wheel, makes it halfway around the hood of the Mitsubishi, then staggers and has to hold on. Alice gets out in a hurry and steadies him. How bad?
Not bad, he says, but her eyes are on him and he says, Actually, it's pretty bad. I'm going to get him back and stretch out as much as I can. Give me 2 of those 10-milligram oxys. Maybe I can sleep. She supports him to the back door as best she can and helps him in. She wants to pull up his shirt and look at the area around the Band-Aid, but he won't let her, and she doesn't press him, partly because she knows he wants her to get going, and partly because she knows she wouldn't like what she'd see. The pill is working. At first she thinks it's her imagination, but the way her heartbeat is ramping up isn't imagination, and neither is the way her vision seems to be clarifying. There's grass around the rest area's little brick comfort station, and she can see the shadow thrown by each blade. A fluttering potato chip bag looks, there's no other word for it, delicious. She discovers that she wants to drive now, wants to watch as the Mitsubishi swallows up the miles. Billy either reads her mind or knows from experience how the Adderall is hitting a girl who's never taken a stimulant stronger than her morning coffee. 65, he says. 70 if you have to pass a semi. We don't want any flashing blue lights. Okay. Okay. Let's roll. 5.
We rolled all right, Alice says. My mouth got dry and I finished both my Diet Coke and his Sprite. But I didn't have to pee for the longest time. It was like I left my bladder at Happy Jack's truck stop.
Speed does that, Bucky says. You probably didn't want to eat either.
I didn't, but I knew I had to. I stopped around 3 o'clock for sandwiches. Billy stayed in back. He was sleeping and I didn't want to wake him.
Bucky doubts very much if Billy was sleeping, not with internal bleeding and a spreading infection, but he keeps quiet on that score.
I took 2 more of the pills and kept driving. We stopped for the night at a no-tell motel, our specialty, outside Gary, Indiana. Billy was awake by then, but he made me check in. I had to help him to the room. He could barely walk. I told him to take more of the OxyContin, and he said he had to save them for tomorrow. I got him on the bed and looked at the wound. He didn't want me to, but by then he was too weak to stop me.
Alice's voice remains steady through all of this, but she wipes her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater again and again. Was it turning black? Bucky asks. Necrotic? Alice nods.
Yes, and swollen. I said we had to get him help, and he said no. I said I was going to get him a doctor, and he couldn't stop me. He said that was true, but if I did, there was a good chance I'd spend 30 or 40 years in jail. By then it was on the news, about Clerk. Do you think he was just trying to scare me?
Bucky shakes his head. He was trying to take care of you. If the cops, and the Phoebes, they'd be involved, could connect you to what went down at Clerk's place, you'd go away for a very long time. And once the cops put you with Billy at that Hyatt, you'd be connected.
You're saying that to make me feel better.
Bucky gives her an impatient look. Of course I am, but it happens to be the truth.
He pauses.
When did he die, Alice? 6. Neither of them sleep worth a damn. Billy because he's in pain. That must be excruciating. Alice because she's still feeling the remnants of speed-up pills her system has never encountered before. Around 4:30 in the morning, long before first light, he tells her they need to get going. He says she'll have to help him to the car, and he'd like that to happen before the world wakes up. He takes 4 of the remaining Oxy-10s and uses the bathroom. She goes in after him. He's flushed away the worst of the blood, but there's still some on the rim of the toilet and on the tiles. She wipes it up and takes the plastic trash bag with them. Outlaw mentality. By then, the pain pills are working, but it still takes almost 10 minutes to get him to the car because he has to rest after every 2 or 3 steps. He's leaning heavily on her and gasping like a man who's just finished a marathon. His breath is rank. She's terrified he'll faint and she'll have to drag him because she can't carry him. But they make it all right. Slowly, with a series of little whimpering cries she hates to hear,
He manages to crawl into the back seat. But when he's in as well as he can be, with his head pillowed on one arm, he manages a remarkably sunny smile.
Fucking Marge. If she'd have hit just an inch further to the left, we could have avoided all this mishigas.
Fucking Marge, she agrees.
Keep it at 65, accept it pass. 75 once we get to Iowa and Nebraska. We don't want to see any flashing blue lights.
No flashing lights. Roger that, she says, and gives him a salute. He smiles.
I love you, Alice.
Alice takes 2 of the Adderall. She considers and adds a third. Then she gets going. The traffic south of Chicago is horrible. 6 or 8 lanes in either direction, but with the Adderall on board, Alice navigates through it fearlessly. West of the metro area, the traffic thins out some, and the towns roll by. LaSalle, Princeton, Sheffield, Anawan. Her heart beats in her chest, nice and tight. She's locked in, got the hammer down like a trucker in a country song. Every now and then her eyes flick to the rear view, and to the prone shape, folded into the back seat. And as they leave Davenport behind and enter the wide flat spaces of Iowa, its fields now gray and still, waiting for winter, he begins to talk. It makes no sense. It makes all the sense in the world. He's in the dark, she thinks. He is in the dark and in pain and looking for the way out. Oh, Billy, I'm so sorry. There's a lot about Kathy. He tells her not to bake the cookies, to wait until Ma comes home to help her. He tells Kathy someone hurt Bob Raines, and he's going to come home mean. He says Corrine stuck up for him, the only one who did. He talks about Shan. There's something about a shooting gallery. He talks about someone named Derek and someone named Danny. He tells these phantoms that he won't take it easy on them just because he's a grown-up. Alice thinks he's talking about Monopoly, because he says to hurry up and shake the dice. And the railroads are a goodbye, but the utilities aren't. Once he shouts, making her jump and swerve, "Don't go in there, Johnny," he says. "There's a mooch behind the door. Throw a flashbang first. Get him out of there." He talks about Peggy Pye, the girl from the foster home where he stayed after his mother lost custody. He says paint is the only thing holding the goddamn house together. He talks about the girl he had a crush on, sometimes calling her Ronnie, sometimes calling her Robin, which Alice knows was her real name. He says something about a Mustang convertible and something about a jukebox.
It would play all night if you hit it in just the right place, Doc. Remember?
He talks about the toe that was partly lost, and the baby shoe that was entirely lost, and Bucky, and Alice, and someone named Therese Racan. He returns again and again to his sister, and to the policeman who took him away to the House of Everlasting Paint. He talks about thousands of cars with their windshields shining in the sun. He says they were smashed beauty. He is unpacking his life in the back seat of this stolen car, and her heart breaks. Finally, he falls silent, and at first she thinks he's gone to sleep, but the 3rd or 4th time she looks in the rear view and sees him lying there so still with his knees pulled up, she thinks he's dead. They're in Nebraska now. She pulls off at the exit of Hemingford Home and onto 2-lane county blacktop running straight as a string between walls of corn that's finished for another year. The day is almost over. She goes a mile and comes to a dirt road and pulls onto it, driving in far enough to be hidden from the blacktop road. She gets out and opens the back door and is at first relieved to see him looking at her, next terrified by the thought that he's died with his eyes open. Then he blinks. "Why do we stop?" "I needed to stretch my legs." "How are you, Billy?" Stupid question. But what else is there to ask? Do you know who I am? Or do you think I'm your dead sister? Are you going to be in your right mind for a while? And by the way, is it too late? Alice thinks she knows the answer to that one,
Help me sit up.
I don't know if that's a good...
Help me sit up, Alice.
So he knows. And he's with her, at least for now. She takes his hand and helps him sit up with his feet on an unnamed dirt road in a town called Hemingford Home. In the mountains of Colorado, it will already be almost dark. Here in the flatlands, the afternoon is stretched into evening, even though it's November. Here the evening redness of the west spills over corn that rustles and sighs in a light breeze. His hands are hot, and his face is burning. There are fever blisters on his lips.
I'm pretty well done.
No, Billy, no. You need to hold on. I'll give you 2 of the oxys, and there's a couple of those speed pills left. I'll drive all night.
No, you won't.
I can do it, Billy. I really can. He's shaking his head. She's still holding his hands. She thinks if she let go, he'd flop back onto the seat and his shirt would pull up and she'd see his belly, now blackish gray with red tendrils of infection reaching up to his chest, to his heart.
Listen to me now. Are you listening?
Yes.
I rescued you after those men dumped you, all right? Now I'm rescuing you again. Trying to, anyway. Bucky told me he'd follow me as long as I let you. And if I let you, I'd ruin you. He was right.
You didn't ruin me. You saved me.
Hush. You're not ruined yet. That's the important thing. You're okay. I know, because when I asked you how you were doing with Clerk, you said you were trying. I knew what you meant. I know that you are. And in time you'll be able to put it behind you, except in dreams.
The red light, shining and shining, painting the corn. It's so silent here, and his hands are burning in hers.
Clerk screamed, didn't he?
Yes.
He screamed that it hurt.
Stop, Billy. It's horrible. And we have to get back on the turnpike.
Maybe he deserved to be hurt. But when you give pain, it leaves a scar. It scars your mind. It scars your spirit. And it should, because hurting someone, killing someone, is no little thing. Take it from someone who knows.
Blood is trickling from the corner of his mouth. No, both corners. She gives up trying to stop him from talking. She knows what this is. It's a dying declaration, and her job is to listen as long as he's able to speak. She says nothing, even when he tells her he's a bad man. She doesn't believe it, but this is no time to argue.
Go to Bucky, but don't stay with him. He cares for you, and he'll be kind to you. But he's a bad man, too.
He coughs, and blood flies from his mouth.
He'll help you start a new life as Elizabeth Anderson, if that's what you want. There's money, quite a lot of it. Some of it is in the account of a paperman named Edward Woodley. There's also money in the Bank of Bimini in the name of James Lincoln.
Can you remember that? Yes. Edward Woodley, James Lincoln.
Bucky has the passwords and all the account information. He'll tell you how to manage the flow of the money into your own bank account so you don't attract attention from the IRS. That's important because that's how they're most apt to catch you. Unreported income is a trapdoor. Do you? More coughing. More blood. Do you understand?
Yes, Billy.
Some of the money goes to Bucky. The rest is yours. Enough to go to college. Start a life after that. He'll treat you fair, okay?
Okay. Maybe you should lie back now.
I'm going to. But if you try to drive all night, you'll be an accident waiting to happen. Check your phone for the next town big enough to have a Walmart. Park where the RVs are and sleep. You'll be fresh in the morning and back at Bucky's by late afternoon. Up in the mountains. You like the mountains, right?
Yes.
Promise me.
I promise to stop for the night.
All that corn, he says, looking over her shoulder. In the sun. Ever eat Cormac McCarthy?
No, Billy.
You should. Blood Meridian.
He smiles at her.
Fucking Marge. Huh.
That's right, Alice says. Fucking Marge.
I wrote the password to my laptop on a piece of paper. Stuck it in your purse.
That said, he lets go of her hands and falls back. She lifts his calves and manages to get his legs into the car. If it hurts him, he gives no sign. He's looking at her.
Where are we?
Nebraska, Billy.
How do we get here?
Never mind. Close your eyes. Rest up.
He frowns. Robin? Is that you?
Yes.
I love you, Robin.
I love you too, Billy.
Let's go down the cellar and see if there are any apples left.
7. Another knot pops in the wood stove. Alice gets up, walks to the refrigerator and gets a beer. She twists off the cap and drinks half of it. That was the last thing he said to me. When I parked with the RVs at the Kearney Walmart, he was still alive. I know because I could hear him breathing, rasping. When I woke up the next morning at 5, he was dead. Do you want a beer?
Yes, thanks.
Alice brings him a beer and sits down. She looks tired. Let's go down to the cellar and see if there are any apples left. Maybe he was talking to Robin, or his friend Gad. Not much of an exit line. Life would be better if Shakespeare wrote it. That's what I think. Although, when you think about Romeo and Juliet. She drinks the rest of her beer, and some color comes into her cheeks. Bucky thinks she looks a little better. I waited until the Walmart opened, then went inside and bought some stuff, blankets, pillows, I think a sleeping bag.
Yes, Bucky says. There was a sleeping bag.
I covered him up and got back on the highway, keeping no more than 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, just like you told me. Once a Colorado State Patrol car came up behind me with its flashers going, and I thought I was cooked, but it went by and on down the road, lickety-split. I got here, and we buried him, along with most of his things. There wasn't much. She pauses. But not too near the summer house cabin. He didn't like it. He worked there, but he said he never liked it.
He told me he thought it was haunted,
Bucky says.
What comes next for you, darling?
Sleep. I just can't seem to get enough. I thought it would be better when I finished writing his story, but... She shrugs and stands up. I'll figure it out later. You know what Scarlett O'Hara said, don't you? Bucky Henson grins.
I'll think about it tomorrow, for tomorrow is another day.
That's right. Alice starts toward the bedroom where she has spent most of her time since coming back here, writing and sleeping, then turns back. She's smiling. I bet Billy would have hated that line.
You could be right.
Alice sighs. I could never publish it, can I? His book. Not even as a roman à clef. Not 5 years from now, not 10. No sense fooling myself.
Probably not, Bucky agrees. It'd be like D.B. Cooper writing his autobiography and calling it, Here's How I Did It.
I don't know who that is.
No one does. That's the point. Guy hijacked a plane, got a bunch of money, jumped out with a parachute, was never seen again. Kind of like Billy in your version of his story.
Do you think he'd be glad that I did it? That I let him live?
He'd fucking love it, Alice.
I think so, too. If I could publish it, you know what I'd call it? Billy Summers, The Story of a Lost Man. What do you think?
I think it sounds about right.
8. There's snow in the night, just an inch or two, and it's stopped by the time Alice gets up at 7. The morning sky is so clear, it's almost transparent. Bucky is still asleep. She can hear him snoring, even through the bedroom door. She puts on the coffee, gets wood from the pile beside the house, and builds up the fire in the stove. By then, the coffee is hot, and she drinks a cup before putting on her coat, boots, and woolly hat that covers her ears. She goes into the room set aside for her use, touches Billy's laptop, then picks up the paperback lying beside it and puts it in the back pocket of her jeans. She's let herself out and walks up the path. There are deer tracks in the fresh snow, lots of them, and the weird, hand-shaped tracks of a raccoon or two. But the snow in front of the summer house is conspicuously unmarked. The deer and coons have steered clear of the place. Alice does too. There's an old cottonwood with a split trunk not too far from where the path ends. It's her marker. Alice turns into the woods and starts walking, counting the steps off under her breath. It was 210 on the day they brought Billy here. But because the going is a trifle slippery this morning, she's up to 240 before she comes to the little clearing. She has to clamber over a fallen lodgepole pine to get into it. In the center of the clearing, there's a square of brown earth upon which they have scattered a mixture of pine needles and fallen leaves. Even with the light fall of snow added to the needles and leaves, it's pretty clear it's a grave. Time will take care of that, Bucky has assured her. He says that by next November, a random hiker could walk over that patch with no idea of what lay beneath. Not that there'll be any. This is my land, and I keep it posted. Maybe when I wasn't here, people took advantage. Probably used the path to stare across to where the overlook used to be. But now I'm here, and I plan to stay. Thanks to Billy, I'm retired. Just another old mountain man. There are thousands of them between here and the western slope, growing their hair down to their asses, and listening to their old Steppenwolf records. Now Alice stands at the foot of the grave and says, "Hey, Billy." It feels natural to talk to him, natural enough. She wasn't sure it would. "I finished your story. Gave it a different ending. Bucky says you wouldn't have minded. It's on the same thumb drive you were using when you started in that office building. Once I get to Fort Collins, I'll rent a safe deposit box. I'll put it inside with my Alice Maxwell ID." She goes back to the fallen lodgepole pine and sits down on it, first taking the paperback out of her pocket and putting it in her lap. It's good to be here. It's a peaceful place. Before wrapping the body in a tarpaulin, Bucky did something to it. He wouldn't tell her what, but he said there wouldn't be much smell when the hot weather came back, if any. The animals wouldn't disturb him. Bucky said it was the way things were done in the old days of wagon trains and silver mines. 9. Fort Collins is where I've decided to go to school, Colorado State University. I've seen the pictures, and it's beautiful there. Remember when you asked me what I wanted to study? I said maybe history, maybe sociology, maybe even theater arts. I was too shy to tell you what I really wanted to do. But I bet you can guess. Maybe you even guessed then. I thought about it sometimes when I was in high school because English was always my best class. But finishing her story made it seem possible. She stops, because the rest of it is hard to say out loud, even when she's alone. It sounds pretentious. Her mother would say she was getting above herself. But she needs to say it. She owes him. I'd like to write stories of my own. She stops again and wipes her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket. It's cold out here, but the stillness is exquisite. This early, even the crows are asleep. When I was doing it, She hesitates. Why is that word so hard to say? Why should it be? When I was writing, I forgot to be sad. I forgot to worry about the future. I forgot where I was. I didn't know that could happen. I could pretend we were in the Bidewee Motel outside of Davenport, Iowa. Only it wasn't like pretending, even though there's no such place. I could see the fake wood walls and the blue bedspread and the bathroom glass in its plastic bag with writing on it that said, "Sanitized for your health." But that wasn't the most important part. She wipes her eyes. She wipes her nose. She watches the white clouds of vapor from her exhalations drift away. I could pretend that Marge, fucking Marge, only creased you after all. She shakes her head, as if to clear it. Only that's not right. You were only creased. You did write me that note and put it under my door when I was sleeping. You walked to the truck stop up the road, even though the truck stop was back in New York, and you went on from there. Are going on. Did you know that could happen? Did you know that you could sit in front of the screen or a pad of paper and change the world? It doesn't last. The world always comes back. But before it does, it's awesome. It's everything. Because you can have things the way you want. And I want you to still be alive. And in the story you are, and always will be. She stands and goes over to the square of earth she and Bucky dug together. In the real world, he's under there. She takes a knee and puts the book on the grave. Maybe the snow will cover it. Maybe the wind will blow it away. It doesn't matter. In her mind, it will stay here. The book is Thérèse Raquin by Émile Zola. Now I know who you are talking about, she says. 10. Alice walks up to where the path ends at the knife-cut valley and looks across to the flat ground where the old hotel used to stand. The reputedly haunted hotel, according to Bucky. Once she thought she actually saw it. No doubt a hallucination, caused by being unused to the thin air up here. Today she sees nothing. But I could make it be there, she thinks. I could make it be there just as I was able to make the Bidewee be there, complete with all the details I didn't put in, like the bagged glass in the bathroom or the stain, sort of like the shape of Texas on the rug. I could make it be there. I could even fill it with ghosts, if I wanted to. She stands looking across the gulf of cold air between this side and that, hands in her pockets, thinking she could create worlds. Billy gave her that chance. She is here. She is found. June 12th, 2019 through July 3rd, 2020.
Billy Summers, a novel, was written by Stephen King and read by Paul Sparks. It was recorded by Bo Sheminski and Randy Legault. Editing and post-production by Mike DeCino for Common Mode. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Tiffany Ferrari. Billy Summers was produced and directed by Christina Zarafinidis. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.